summer. In the beginning, from the mayor of Geneva, and in the forward, it talks a bit about the new evolving WACAP that is emerging from the new partnership with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. The reason we don't have a lot of literature on it right now is because we're still evolving it, and hopefully by the end of the year, the first quarter of 2015, we will have crystallized some of the new framework for the World Alliance. But it initially was launched in 1996 at the Habitat Conference between UNDP and UN Habitat. And after that, every 2 years, there were these global forums that took place, which brought city authorities together with other partners to sort of distill and to disseminate, exchange best practices in various aspects, various sectors of the urban management scene. Recently, however, the Secretariat was expanded to include other UN organizations, and then the sort of the mantle of managing and hosting the Secretariat moved from UNDP to the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. So we have here with us today, I'll introduce some of the panelists that we have. Ronald Dirks came with us. Two of the members of our Executive Steering Committee were Malaga and Rotterdam. They flew all the way here just for a day, I think. Andrade came for a day and a half, just arrived yesterday. Ronald arrived the day before and leaves today. So they've just come for this meeting and then they fly back to Europe. But they bring a lot of experience from a perspective of WACAP, which I'd like them to share with us today. Malaga has a rich experience in city-to-city cooperation, triangular cooperation, in supporting cities of the MENA region, particularly one you probably tell us about from Morocco, Chefchaouen, and one from Lebanon. Ronald Dirks actually was the focal point in our Secretariat, seconded by the city of Rotterdam to UNDP for nearly 3 years, huh? 2.5 years. And now he's back in the city of Rotterdam. Estrella Merlos is from the CFL network UNITAR, which is one of our new and important partners, which resulted in part from the former coordinator of WACAP, was Mohan Sharifi. Before that, he was a Minister of the Interior of Algeria, moved to UNITAR, and then made sure that they got involved. The CFL network is a whole network, a global network of these training centers and capacity building centers around the world. She'll tell us more about that and some of the work that they're doing. Chas Cardwell, I'm so glad he could come with us today, from the Urban Institute here in DC. From when I was with the UN Capital Development Fund, prior to UNDP many years ago, we did a lot of work through them, particularly with Jamie Boaks, but with others in his institute. And they sort of are on the cutting edge in research and can really explain some of the entry points and how cities operate from the administrative perspectives, but then in how they work with constituents, with the people of the city, but how the urban concept can really reach its highest potential in service delivery and in providing livelihoods to which everybody would want to live. Well, you read about magnetic cities in here. Over here we have Adam Kaplan from Sister Cities International, and they have some rich experience in linking cities together. In particular, there's a brilliant example that came from cities in China linking up with cities in Africa. But they have, and we're really excited about this partnership too, how WACAP can fit with Sister Cities International, and how the energy can share with one another. Welcome, please. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Director of the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. We have Inying Ebang Hastut. I always mispronounce her last name. But I would like to give my chair for her because she's one of my new bosses. As you know, I came as a coordinator from UNDP. When WACAP moved to the UN Office of South-South, the gravitational pull pulled me right out of UNDP and into the South-South Cooperation Office. But the Deputy Director, I'd just like to give the floor to her, just to welcome us all.
Okay, thank you. I went to the Simon Bolivar room, so please excuse me. That's what they said it was. And I walked in and I said, huh? I can't see Adam. So sorry about that. Well, good morning and welcome. Thank you very much for being here. WACAP is very important to us, actually. As Adam just said, it was housed in UNDP. Although we are hosted by UNDP, we obviously have a very clear focus on the South. And we were always struck by the immense potentiality of WACAP because it deals with cities. And I'm sure some of you were in the audience yesterday, and you heard about the increasing rates of urbanization and the numbers of people that were moving to cities and what cities have become. And also for many years, as development practitioners, you will know that we've been struggling with decentralized governance, and that we know and feel that this is an important way of government. We know that central government cannot do everything, nor should it do everything. We believe that government and services should be closer to where the people live. And so decentralized governance has always been a core part of our concern as development practitioners. Marry this to WACAP's focus on mayors and on city leaders, and we have a recipe for great success. And yesterday, I mean, we're all talking about the South, and we know how fast the southern cities are growing. So it was a natural for us to take this opportunity and take this infrastructure that has been built over many years to take it into the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. So that gives a little bit of why this is important to us and why we want to have it. Now, today, what are we all going to do here? We're going to try and help each other understand what are good practices. I feel very nervous about best practices because I don't know what best is. I mean, I like to think I'm the best, but believe you me, some will tell you my sister's even better. Like the Minister of Kenya yesterday said, I like your sister more. I was like, okay. So I think we want to share good practices. What is working well in cities? How are governors of cities understanding that cities have to provide a range of services beyond health and education, the whole issue of employment and gainful employment and full employment, the whole issue of entrepreneurship, etc. So we want to learn how the cities are dealing with the multitudes of challenges and opportunities that cities present. So that's the first thing. And then in learning that, I think our core thing is how do we partner in the future? How do we shift the focus of WACAP, which has tended to be predominantly northern cities? There's nothing wrong with that. I think all cities, north and south, are struggling anyway. And that, I think, is what you see of the tensions that are emerging in a lot of the northern and the southern cities. But really, what would we say are some of the things that we could do with WACAP so it can better serve the cities, and particularly the southern cities that we want to attract and bring into the fold? How do we make the partnerships south to south more effective, more facile? And equally important, how do we triangulate? I think that has been a core challenge of this South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. How do we make the North feel engaged beyond money? I increasingly, in the work that I'm doing, seek to make partnerships. And when I sit with the partners, I go, you know what, I'm not really interested in your money. What I'm interested in the knowledge that you have. I need that knowledge, and I want that knowledge for what I'm about to do. So in the context of what we will discuss today, how do we not only get the South and South to work well and efficiently, but more importantly, how do we bring the North to the table, if you like, to triangulate more effectively with us? So with that, I would like to open the floor to our esteemed panelists and ask them to begin what I hope will be a fruitful dialogue amongst ourselves as to how we make WACAP grow to include the South and how we really begin to share South-South, North-South, and make cities work for all of the citizens that live in them. Thank you. Now, so if I'm going to...
I'd like to, before Nika, I missed introducing here, we have Pierre Martineau-Lagarde from the ILO. He's an advisor in the Department of Partnerships and Field Support, responsible for partnerships with NGOs, parliamentarians, associations, local governments, academia, etc. So he has a really good publication. I've only seen the PDF version that we can distribute around the table. Maybe we'll wait until when you have your presentation. But we'll start with Ronald Dirks, our first sort of discussant. Followed Ronald Dirks, you'll see you have sent this out a little bit, the presentation, but then we'll have Julio Andrade from the Deputy Mayor from the City of Malaga, followed by Chas Cardwell. In lieu of Mary Kane, there's a last-minute change. I think she's traveling, isn't she? Still coming back from China?
Australia, yeah.
Australia. Australia, and then she turns around and goes right back to China or something in a couple of days. Yeah. The Vice President of Sister Cities International, Adam Kaplan, was here. And Estrella Meros, who I've already introduced also, the Associate Director of the CFO Network. And then we'll have Pierre presentation and then open up the floor to discussion. But I really like this to be sort of a dynamic exchange of ideas after some initial food for thought that we have from our panelists. So Ronald, please.
Good morning. I don't know if it's necessary for me to have the mic on. But
Yes.
yes? Better like this? Okay. Well, looking at the let's say the crowd here, I'm going to try to keep it short. Adam already told you something about WACAP. what I will do in the next few minutes is to say something with two hats on. One, as the former focal point of WACA for 2.5 years, and two, now a senior policy advisor in the city of Rotterdam, where I'm responsible for European and international affairs, which in practice means that I'm the link between the local level and the European and international level on topics such as social cohesion, poverty reduction, emancipation, etc., etc. First, let me say something about WACA. As Adam mentioned, it's been around for almost 20 years now, and since its start, it developed into a network of more than 900 cities, mainly across Europe and Africa. In the last few years, there has been a transition. In Rotterdam, we organized the 7th WACA Forum in 2010, and it became clear that we needed to refocus the activities of WACA. So part of the solution, of let's say the way to the solution, was to second me to the Secretariat to help the Secretariat go forward. And another part was to investigate, or investigation is a big word, research by the NYU Wagner capstone program. That's an interesting group of students, and what they did, they interviewed a lot of WACA stakeholders, and they came up with some interesting suggestions. One thing that they concluded was that there is a niche for a network of cities, even though there are numerous networks of cities even on this topic alone. But what makes WACA unique in a sense is the interagency UN support. Like Adam already mentioned, UN Habitat and UNDP were involved in the beginning. What we tried to do over the last few years is to get other agencies more involved. Well, the best example now is the UN Office for South Cooperation, but other agencies include UNITAR, UN Women, and UNICEF, and also recently UN Habitat again. I think what makes WACA interesting from a substantive point of view is that it developed into a network that focuses on promoting sustainable development. So it goes beyond poverty reduction. It's about social inclusion and making sure that citizens have access to basic services. For Rotterdam, the WACA network has been an important vehicle to, let's say, also to promote our work in poverty reduction, but also to learn from other cities. We've been a member of the steering committee for a number of years now. We still are. We hosted one of the forums. And what we are looking for in WACA is basically what we're looking for in every network that we participate in is a number of things. One, we want to make sure that it addresses some of the key policies and practices in our cities. Two, we want to make sure that we have something, let's say, interesting to say, to share with the people. So we have to have a certain level of expertise to bring to the table. But also, third, we have to gain something from the network. As you already mentioned now, we don't believe in participating in networks just to get money or expertise. We believe it has to be a mutual exchange of knowledge. So, looking at WACA and the way forward with the move to the UN Office of South Cooperation, we really would like to see this network expand and not only focus on the European cities, which we already, we have strong networks in Europe already. But we like to learn from cities in Latin America. We like to learn from cities in Northern America, in Africa, in Southeast Asia. And I believe that if we are able to link let's say, the network of the South-South cooperation with the existing framework of WACA and the experience in building and fostering these partnerships, I think we have something very precious in our hands. And I'm very curious to find out from Sister Cities International, from the Urban Institute and ILO and UNITAR, so how we can say further develop this framework and make sure that we build on existing structures, but that we don't create something new, but that you could say that we are like Nokia. We're connecting people. I don't know if there are any Finnish cities in the network, but we should get some. So I would say be careful not to create something new, but make sure that we connect what's already there. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Julio.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks, Adam and Mrs. Inia. Thanks to the Office for South and South Cooperation of the United Nations. It's an honor for us to be here. And Adam, thank you. Thank you. Adam told me to talk a little bit about our backgrounds as city and as a partner, and also to appoint something for the future as we think we could all put together some new fields. And so talking a little bit about our background, I will tell you that Malaga City Council has been working in indirect participation, indirect international cooperation with the world's poorest cities of the world for 20 years so far, through the Department of Citizenship, Immigration, and Development Cooperation. Along all these times, 729 projects from 60 different countries have been financed thanks to the 0.7% municipal for an amount of more than 20 million euros. It is understood that the information of communication technologies, ICT, are not a magic formula, but they can improve the lives of everyone in the planet. We have tools that can propel us towards the Millennium Development Goals, instruments with which to advance the cause of freedom and democracy, vehicles with which to propagate knowledge and mutual understanding. The City Council of Malaga has incorporated new technologies into numerous programs of development cooperation in Morocco, Lebanon, Cameroon, and others. The Malaga City Council, as a founder member of the Global Digital Solidarity Fund, celebrated in our city in 2008 the first summit of Mediterranean towns and local authorities in collaboration with UNDP. We believed we could create areas of synergy among cities and companies willing to collaborate in development projects that contribute to solutions that bridge the digital gap between the connected and the unconnected. The participants joined the declaration with a commitment to create a common area to reduce the digital divide in the Mediterranean basin, move towards the digital solidarity and cooperation, social responsibility, and sustainable development, local administration and cooperation, among other aspects. The local secretariat of the Mediterranean Digi area was opened in Malaga. On the second summit, in November 2009, Malaga was publicly appointed thematic area for information and communication technologies in the World Alliance of Cities Against Poverty, and has thus established a global benchmark in the field of new tech and their use in cooperation in developing countries. UNDP and the Municipality of Malaga, since 2009, signed a memorandum of understanding to support the development efforts of local and regional governments in the Mediterranean region through the innovative, effective, and efficiency application of ICTs. Since that time, and managed from UNDP office in Geneva, EasyMed, the Information Society Initiative for the Mediterranean, as part of the Hub for Innovative Partnership, is being implemented in two phases. Its three service lives address local economic development, modernization of public services, and improvement of strategic planning capacity, and empowerment and employment of youth. The ICT thematic pole, headed by one of my collaborators, Arturo Rodriguez, has a secretariat for the Mediterranean Digital Area, a permanent local office where technology projects in the Mediterranean base are discussed and managed. Our ICT Municipal Center has also implemented the website of the WACAP thematic polls. We had the chance to present the polls in different important meetings held in France, Italy, Romania, Morocco, and we also cooperated with the WACAP, preparing the UNDP exhibition in the World Expo of Shanghai, installing a virtual platform. As far as we know, was visited by more than 3.5 million people. Talking about concrete projects in Lebanon, in the mission to Lebanon, the technician from Malaga, accompanied by the head of United Nations Development Program, traveled to the north to support a project to map out the streets of the city of Tripoli. When the current situation on computing and the existing system had been analyzed, we supervised the implementation of a support application for the management of the streets map, which would work as a reference of the rest of local information systems. Given the non-existence of a street map, nor identification of streets, nor postal code, a pilot project developed a thought of the city, 100 streets, and one established the project up-scale to cover other cities across Lebanon in similar situation. The project had two basic components. On one hand, the development of the application, a GIS system for the city. On the other hand, the designation of street names and number to allow the identification of all the buildings of the city of Tripoli. This new cartography served as a reference basis of the rest elements. Concerning to Morocco, our City Council, managing European and city funds, has a long-standing tradition of cooperation with our neighbors' country, more specifically in the northern cities of Tangier, Tetuan, Nador, Shawan, and a few others. During 2010, many missions were carried out within the context of the EasyMed program. Initially, the Moroccan cities of Chawan and Oja. Several projects were implemented: management, human resources, registration and follow-up of files, and a computing cell to coordinate the ICT project. In Kedira, Mauritania, and Yaoundé, Cameroon, recently, in addition to all of these, we also computerized all the local simple procedures. All the projects are scaled up in other cities of these countries by national government, universities, the World Bank, and other actors. This is the dimension of the triangular cooperation north-south-south. We carry out different workshops so representatives of the cities where our goal programs are involved can get information of the projects and new options for them. Talking about what we feel should be the new direction for WACAP, we have talked about this before many times and with Adam, and we probably think that the model that we all have been coordinated by UNDP office in Geneva through the thematic polls probably is no longer as useful. In the last meeting of the steering committee, all the different agencies, was mentioned before, has joined the committee, and we think this decision is very important for the WACAP future. So now we all need to clarify the relationship between us, establish each one a role and a new form application for cities ready for a real compromise with the alliance to fill up. And I would say we need to validate the steering committee. We will need to assign functions to each member and gain each one from the network, as Ronald says. We will need to approve this new status. We will need to establish a permanent secretariat chaired by the steering committee members. We will need to date the next meeting and to elaborate a work plan. We will need to decide new projects to develop and include them as Alliance new work, and to establish a relationship between cities members of the Alliance. Malaga, of course, is willing to keep working in this steering committee. We also think the city's effort should be in some way being recognized. I don't know if official recognition as a member of the committee or whatever. And we also think the new partnership of all should be a powerful tool to fight against poverty, but of course we need to make it possible. Not only the institutions, but the persons. And we need, of course, more people involved to make all these goals succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julio. I just want to say something about both of these cities here. I mean, they're both very modest here, Julio. I mean, when they speak about these projects that they have with Chefchaouen, with Mauritania, I mean, it almost reads like a project document. But if you can imagine the mayor of a city in Spain, still going through a crisis, but having a commitment to in solidarity to people across the Mediterranean whose livelihoods aren't quite as high as Europeans. And how the mayor commits himself to a 0.7% commitment of ODA of the city budget, where he's even spoken in schools, where children in the schools are giving a percentage of their allowance, 0.7%, to try to give it to charity. I mean, this is the people of Malaga and their solidarity with the rest of the world is just, I mean, it's very impressive. And also in Rotterdam, De La Torre, Francisco De La Torre is the mayor's name. We have to say his name because I think if I were there, I'd be very proud to have a mayor like that. And then we have Abu Talib, the mayor of Rotterdam, of Moroccan origin. I think in a country like the Netherlands, We have a mayor of a Moroccan origin. 50% of the people were not of different countries. What's the percentage in Rotterdam?
49.8.
49.8% of the people of Rotterdam
Tipping point.
okay, are born somewhere outside of the Netherlands, from North Africa, from the Middle East, from Africa. So Rotterdam itself is like reflects the world, and their commitment with the city budgets and with their international affairs, which led by Ronald here, is connection with the rest of the world by being local, but by thinking globally, and I think that's very exciting.
No, I mean, I just was struck by that statistic, because that is the challenge of cities today. How do you integrate the reality of a good proportion of your citizenry coming from somewhere else, wishing to hold on to some of their cultural realities, etc.? How do you integrate them into your cities without a level of compromise on either side that becomes unacceptable to live with? And I think that is on the frontier of a new challenge for cities. I mean, I think that we've gone, in some ways, at least in cities of the North, beyond the basic social services. It's increasingly complex problems that have to be addressed, and we see them play out on the world stage in ways that certainly I never expected to see in my lifetime. So that is something that I think really deserves some sort of discussion.
We have, the next discussant, we have Charles Cardinal, Urban Institute.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you to the Office of South-South Cooperation and to WACOP both. I wanted to do something a little bit different. I'm not from a city other than the one here, but I don't represent it. But I am from the Urban Institute, which, as many of you may know, is a U.S. domestic think tank primarily. We were formed in 1968 by then President Johnson, who was worried about urban unrest, racial conflict, and was launching his war on poverty, his own Millennium Development Goal, if you will, 32 years ahead of time. And the core idea behind our founding was that he wanted to have a outside of government, independent research entity that was looking at the longer term issues and looking at issues independently from his different ministries, and providing candid advice on the progress of the many social programs that were called the War on Poverty. And now, 46 years later, we are working with 140 different sponsors on a whole range of issues. We've got 300 researchers here in Washington. About 20 years ago, we undertook to work outside the U.S., mostly in response to demand and requests from places that were rapidly decentralizing, most notably the Soviet Union and the Eastern Europe. But we've worked now in some 70 countries as places try to decentralize and improve service delivery. So we've worked on budgeting and planning with hundreds of cities in dozens of countries, performance management, development of legislative councils, local economic development, and the lot. That, of course, doesn't mean that we've walked in the shoes of those city leaders. We wouldn't pretend to do that. But it does give me some perspective and some context to talk to you about our current work and how I think that connects to an agenda, potential agenda, for a group such as this. Decentralization has been a really popular policy the last 20 years. Most often, however, this hasn't been implemented for the purposes of improving service delivery. The Soviet Union decentralized by accident almost. Indonesia decentralized in an effort to keep the country together after the fall of Suharto. In Uganda, Museveni has decentralized and re-centralized. And so in none of those examples was service delivery the core ambition. Now, outsiders found decentralization nonetheless very comfortable. It comported with our basic ideas about putting services closer to the people and giving people greater voice. Decentralization comported, it was comfortable for the academics and theorists who had thought about the production of public goods and how you can better organize to meet citizens' preferences and needs more specifically. Charles Tibu early in the 60s, Mansur Olson, Wally Oates, others who have written very persuasively about the methods and the nature of decentralization. And of course, local leaders who got these delegations were happy as well. And in some places, there's evidence that this has actually improved service delivery. Indonesia is an example that's often cited. But there are also many instances where the impact of decentralization is not so clear, where greater local autonomy has not resulted in improved water, improved education, better health outcomes. And there's lots of decentralization now working its way backwards. In Russia, governors and mayors are no longer independent. In Uganda, the capital city is no longer independent. In Indonesia, in September, the new parliament adopted legislation to end the direct election of governors and mayors. And so decentralization is not permanent, even where it's delivering benefits. So the reality is that there's a wide variety of challenges facing local leaders, no matter how charismatic. Access to resources, discretion over spending those resources, and accountability for the outcomes to higher-ups or to citizens. So the question that we've been researching for the last several years, with support from several donors, but including UNCDF and UNDP, is what governance conditions contribute to better or worse service delivery. And so we're doing this with respect to some services that are mainly or often the province of the central governments, health and education, and those that are more normally strictly local, water, sanitation, solid waste. With support from the Germans, we've looked at health and education in 25 countries, and with support from the International Growth Center in the UK and our own resources, we're now looking at 16 countries and 3 cities in each country looking at water, sanitation, and solid waste. The initial results from the health and education work suggest to us that simply getting more money into the hands of local officials has a positive correlation with infant survival and literacy rates. Now, we're looking at 3 characteristics. We're looking at money, we're looking at administrative discretion, who gets to hire and fire teachers and clinic workers, who gets to do procurement, and also political accountability. But simply looking at only the money, there's a huge variation across countries in the amount of money that actually hits the local level. In Bangladesh, only 20% of public spending is involved in delivering local services. In Mozambique, it's 45%. Norway and Denmark, it's about 50%. But Egypt, other countries where a whole lot of public expenditure on health and education never hits the local level, not involved in serving citizens. So what are we learning? First of all, cities in developing countries across the range of places we've worked share many characteristics with respect to governance. Cities face incredibly high expectations from citizens, from central authorities, from donors, all of whom we put all of our hopes and dreams for better service delivery on these local leaders. But cities work with incredibly low levels of resources, either as transfers or from their own source revenue. And even with resources, cities operate with very heavy controls over discretion how to spend it. In Sierra Leone, they've decentralized health services, but hiring and firing of clinic workers and procurement of health supplies is still managed at the central government. And little wonder that in some parts of Sierra Leone, there's 1 health worker per 10,000 people, with the outcomes we're now seeing. And if so, the reality is, of course, that authority and discretion over service delivery is shared with other levels of government in an incredibly complex variety of ways. And so that's what we are looking at. Decentralization is a very general idea, and implementation in many places often falls short of the theory. So the implications of this, of course, are seen in the shortfall of reaching service delivery nirvana. So it seems to me that in this context, there's lots of ways that cities can contribute to each other's progress in this area, not just about the technical aspects of delivering service X or Y, even though that's important and helpful, but frankly about how do you deal with the confused, overlapping, recalcitrant intergovernmental relationships. And so it seems to me there are areas where cities could help each other, thinking about decision processes that are more informed and inclusive, the management of political and policy change, and implementation. So I've got 4 or 5 suggestions here for South-South decentralized cooperation. Do we know which cities or which city leaders have sorted out these vertical relationships most effectively so that the incentives of government are better aligned with citizens, so that the responsibility and the authority and the money are aligned? And how did they accomplish that? Who are the city leaders who have organized to change the nature of the intergovernmental grant schemes? So they're looking at future needs and challenges, not just looking backwards at past patterns of spending. Who are the city leaders who have integrated their own planning and budgeting and implementation with other jurisdictions? Cities don't often match economic or social geography anymore. And so which cities are working effectively with their economic regions? And which cities have more successfully integrated urban refugees into the fabric of city life, balancing the needs of current citizens with the reality of new demand? These are all undocumented and not well understood challenges, but there are some cities that are doing better, and I think that if we're going to meet the service delivery needs of cities, then city leaders are probably in the best position to be thinking about these issues and bringing them to the attention of not only each other, but people in the other reaches of their own governments. So it's my hope that the research we're doing now can help advance that conversation, and that as we continue to work with local leaders in Uganda, Kenya, Indonesia, Ghana, just to name a few that we're currently working in, that we can continue to learn from the experts we're working with in those places. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. I think it's a good food for thought. I think as WACAP moves forward in finding a niche, we could definitely use most of those suggestions and areas for growth to connect these leading thinkers and innovations that are emerging from within urban environments of the South, and trying to encapsulate those best practices and make them available to other urban leaders within the network to avoid having to reinvent the wheel, and then also to push some of these innovations further in different environments. Thank you very much for your presentations. I think next we have Adam Kaplan from Sister Cities.
Thank you. I'm going to stand up because I don't like being a disembodied voice for everyone on this side of the room. And maybe I can. All right. Can everyone hear me all right? My name is Adam Kaplan. I'm Vice President with Sister Cities International. For those of you that aren't too familiar with Sister Cities, although you've probably seen signs up as you enter cities or at certain airports, we actually, Sister Cities International represents a network of 525 U.S. cities with around 2,000 partnerships in 146 countries around the world. We were originally founded in 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, and at our heart, we are a peace-building organization. Our mission is to build peace through mutual respect, cooperation, and understanding. So while that is really our guiding light from a practical aspect, we are about cooperation between communities, and that includes municipal governments, but also many other sectors. In terms of the types of activities that sister cities often do together, originally it started out with a lot of cultural and arts exchanges. The idea was to have citizens get to know one another better in different countries, often without the federal government involved, with the idea that if people knew more about one another and cooperated more often, it'd be more likely to lead to peace. So it started out with a lot of arts and cultural exchanges. It expanded into youth exchanges, educational exchanges. From there into municipal exchanges, everything health, sanitation, transportation, city planning, and other government services. And then more recently, we've seen business and economic development exchanges as well as small-scale development projects. Originally, we saw some humanitarian work in response to disasters, mainly fundraising and things like that. But more recently, we've been seeing a lot of members who have been getting involved in direct implementation and people who are professionals in the development field. All sister cities are formed by the mayor or highest elected or appointed official signing a memorandum of understanding with their counterpart. We always refer to sister cities, but really you can have sister counties, sister states, sister provinces, anything except sister countries. We don't do sister countries. Usually the motivation for forming these can be anything from an existing diaspora population from another country, similar challenges. We see a lot of cities with similar geographies twinning together, desert communities, port cities twinning with one another. Sometimes it's because they have a particular focus that they want to work on. They often start small, and they might start with one area of cooperation, but over years they tend to develop into more robust programming, and we have some partnerships that have been around obviously for over 50 years now. We were founded in 1956. And it's not uncommon to see many 20, 30-year relationships being developed. Locally, the structure of these programs, at least in the U.S., typically there tends to be a nonprofit that is a sister city organization, and they'll have a formal or an informal relationship with the local city government, obviously since the mayor signs off on the agreement. However, they do a lot of the organization of activities. But talking about decentralized networks, I think the Sister Cities model is quite interesting because it's not just decentralized in the sense of ceding power to local governments, but even within the city, Sister Cities is more of an institution than an organization, in much the same way that marriage is an institution. We often see a lot of comparisons between sister city relationships and marriages. They're open-ended partnerships. They might initially start with one focus, but really the entire community can get involved, and we see a lot of different organizations within the community just working within their own wheelhouse or what's in their best interest. So you might see hospitals cooperating with one another, direct school-to-school cooperation, or at university level, business to business. And then the city government will get involved, especially municipal exchanges and economic development. But a lot of times they will cede the authority and the initiative to these local groups to implement these projects. People involved, as I mentioned, a lot of our members and people who do this work are volunteers. They might be people who have a history of working internationally, or some background with their sister city. Cities can have more than one sister city. I think the most is Chicago with 28. But most, I think the average in our network is around 3.54 cities that you have partnerships with. They often work on a committee structure where there'll be a committee for each sister city that they have. And within a city, a sister city might be, they might have 5 partnerships, 3 of which are active, 2 of which are dormant. And we have seen some relationships that become dormant, then later become reactivated. Sister cities really do excel at knowledge sharing and exchanging best practices. They operate on shoestring budgets, and usually the biggest thing that they bring to the table is expertise. And going back to the idea of sister cities as an institution, because it is this very, when you think of the mission as building peace, it's obviously a very lofty goal. But this really provides a lot of flexibility and motivation, I think, to the people that get involved in this. And, I'm somewhat surprised, but I really shouldn't be surprised at how much this mission of promoting peace tends to motivate people to cooperate even further. We've seen city employees who almost begrudgingly might get involved in a sister city exchange and to work with a counterpart. But after they go over to their sister city, and because we put such an emphasis on building personal relationships, these people often build very strong bonds with the people that they work with. So it's not defined by a timeline for a particular project or program, but really an open-ended partnership with the idea that you're in this for the long haul. Much like a marriage, even when you run into problems, there's no expiration date on it, so you think, well, we should probably keep working together. And, the marriage, it breaks down a little bit because you can have multiple partners in sister city relationships, but the marriage metaphor tends to work. In terms of South-to-South cooperation, recently we had a project that the Office of South-to-South Cooperation was gracious enough to give us an award for that we'll be receiving tomorrow, called the Sino-Africa Initiative. And this was a trilateral program involving U.S., Chinese, and African cities. We had 3 pairs. We chose, it was a competitive application process, and we had 3 U.S. cities that each had an African and a Chinese sister city partner. The focus on this was they were 1-year projects, and they all had a construction and a municipal technical exchange component to them. So, for example, in Nairobi, Denver is sister cities with both Nairobi and Kunming, and they worked on water sanitation projects. They renovated ablution blocks and toilets in a primary school, and also the 3 cities' water managers got together to discuss their similar challenges. They're all mile-high cities, so to speak, and how they address drought issues, which affect things like their water supply to public schools. Some of the key components of these partnerships is that they have strong existing city-to-city relationships. We found that this long-term aspect and having A relationship that's not just focused on one particular area, really tends to build knowledge within the community of this partnership, and it motivates people to get more involved in it. One of the other things that we learned from this is that it's incredibly important to have a balanced partnership and to have a partnership where everyone has clear roles. One of the most interesting things to come out of this is I think that, looking at these trilateral partnerships, not everything had to be trilateral. Some things you did want to do trilaterally, like knowledge sharing. From a bilateral standpoint, for things like logistics and coordination. And sometimes with operational activities like construction management, supplies procurement, things like that, you don't need everyone involved. You just need one person to manage the process. So even within these partnerships, I think it's very important to have clear roles for each of the partners. One other, and this might seem like a minor point, but from a technical aspect, it very much affected the projects, which is procurement, and being very clear about whose procurement rules you're using. And choosing one set of procurement rules off the bat and agreeing to that is going to solve a lot of problems down the line. Also, since each project fell within a larger city issue, community involvement was key to these, and this is something that we always like to see in sister cities, is one project leading to another, or being able to engage the community in a broad level. So, for example, in Nairobi, not only did they do these water projects at the school, but they held sessions with the students to talk about ways of conserving water, maintaining the toilet facilities, things like that. In the case of Urbana, Illinois, and Zomba, Malawi, they did a compost facility project in Zomba, and the public health department held public training sessions to introduce this idea of composting to the community. So just finishing up some of the best practices that we saw in this project, and I would encourage you, if you want to get into more details in this, because it really was an interesting project. And when we started, we had no idea really if it would work. We thought, okay, Chinese, African, and U.S. cities, what could go wrong? But lucky enough to have Lula Chen here, who is the program manager for that, and really was involved in all aspects of the program design and implementation. I would encourage you to talk to her after the session if you have questions about it. In addition to maintaining clear roles and positions for each cities, we would say that advantage of doing a trilateral partnership is a lot of times one city's solution is not going to be as relevant. And I think this is especially when you're talking about north, south, south. Sometimes the U.S. solution wasn't as applicable within an African city as maybe the Chinese solution was, or vice versa. So having multilateral partners involved ensures that you can pick and choose a little bit in terms of what you're cooperating on. I would also say that these trilateral projects, and especially within the model of sister cities, I think that when you have these broad and very ambitious city-to-city partnerships, if you try and keep it too focused, you might think, well, this is the way that we're going to really make sure that we have the impact that we want. When it gets a little bit too focused, I think that if the context change or the situation changes slightly, then people might be tempted to just leave it all behind or think it's not as relevant to me. If you maintain some flexibility, if you make sure that these are open-ended partnerships, if you give the people involved in them the freedom to pursue other areas, then that's going to deepen the ties between the cities, and it will encourage people to maintain that level of communication. And really, when you talk about best practice intervention, you might have people come together to exchange best practices, but once you start implementing it, we all know that small problems will pop up. You always have to deal with unexpected things, and maintaining these ties between the cities ensures that when they do run into additional problems after the conference or after the knowledge sharing is done, they have personal relationships and they have people that they can call on for more advice and more knowledge sharing. So it really has to be an open-ended and sustained project in order to be successful. And I'll leave it at that.
It would be interesting to see, I think, the percentage of the relationships, the sister city relationships that are sort of the traditional north-south, or like you mentioned the multilateral, we have China, which is south, including Southern Africa. But how many are forming now south-south?
We represent the U.S. sister cities, but we've been promoting a lot of regional twinning. Projects we did before this that worked with around 24 African cities in 13 countries. We definitely promoted regional twinning. Because to be quite honest, if you're living in, Ghana or Nigeria or someplace else in ECOWAS, it's a lot more expensive to come to the U.S. It's a lot more difficult of a visa process. As we mentioned, a lot of times the solutions are the same. And when you're operating regionally, it's a lot easier to travel, it's cheaper, it's easier to maintain all the time. So we are seeing some of that, and we've been promoting, and we actually saw some of the Chinese cities formally form sister city relationships with these African cities after the trilateral projects. So we absolutely support that, but I don't really have any statistics. We're focused on the U.S. side, so I don't have any statistics on the south to south.
I just want to interject there because I think what Adam has said is crucial, and that is why it's one of the reasons why you see the whole notion of what I call the French research centers like Chicago Transportation taking on greater meaning, because we have a lot of these cities or countries even that at least with the multilateral engagement that was UNDP, it's been 50 years. I mean, the vaccine and capabilities have been built. And what they said to us, for example, in the area of energy, particularly specifically oil and gas, is that they want to work with each other. Precisely because there's shared political promise in the provision of resources, particularly one as precious as oil and gas. And that the solutions are more specific or relevant to them from each other than necessarily from north and south. And I think that is one of the things. But I often get a bit nervous when we get started, particularly in the UN. Oh, it's now south-south. So that is a great idea. I mean, the person that is available to the country problem. And we get so, we're going to do south-south. And I think this is the opportunity to really let the South engage with us. Because I think it's moderated and facilitated, and that's what I hear that you're doing, essentially. And I think that is what is one of the hallmarks of this version of South-South transportation, that we should really take note of it. That is what one of the challenges that that's what we believe it can happen and should happen.
We have two more short discussions. Yeah. Two more short presentations by our discussants. Short discussions. We have Estrella Melos, and then we have Pierre Martino Lagarde. And then after that, we'd like to really open up and get some dynamic conversation going around this round table, this rectangular table. So, Estrella is from UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, but in particular the CFOG network, which is a very exciting initiative. We'll share with us the presentation that has just appeared magically on the wall for Angela.
Well, actually, it's not there. But it's down there somewhere, so I think. Let's do this. So, this way, website.
Tech support.
All right. Yeah, it is working. Okay. Well, first of all, we're on behalf of UNITAR. We're so delighted to be part of this initiative, which we believe has an amazing potential, and we look forward to working together, Adam, in 2015 and beyond. So I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Sun Woo. She came all the way from Jeju, from South Korea. She's actually responsible for some of the projects of our CFL Center in Jeju, and I'm very happy to see her here. So to give you a little bit of an idea of what the CFL network is, it is a network of UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. UNITAR is a training institute of the UN that delivers about 400 training events throughout the year to over 25,000 beneficiaries worldwide. Then our mission is to build capacities of government officials in different areas, from diplomacy to economic development to peace building to disaster and disaster preparedness and others. And what is our mission? The CIFA Global Network, our mission is to also to build the capacities of government officers to advance sustainable development. The CIFA network was created in 2004. As you can see, we have a global network of 14 centers now. We recently opened 4 centers, one in El Salvador, one in Quito in Ecuador, another one in South Africa, and another one in Belgium. And the network works together to provide training to local government officers from worldwide, actually, from around the world, on different areas. Some of the beneficiaries, as I said, come from local governments. About 30% are mayors or council members or personnel from municipalities, also from national governments, from academia, from the private sector, but mainly our beneficiaries come from local governments. We train about 6,000 officials every year, especially from Latin America and the Caribbean, also from Africa and Asia Pacific, and a smaller percentage from Europe. The areas in which we work, our CIFAL centers provide training in those areas, from economic development to competitiveness to disaster preparedness to urban services to migration to human trafficking, or whether it's solid waste management, etc. Our CIFAL centers provide training activities throughout the year in each of those areas. Actually, our training center represented here, CIFAL Jeju, in South Korea, is an expert on solid waste management, also on migration and human trafficking, policies at the local level. That's the expertise of our CIFAL center. Each of our centers specialize in one area. For instance, in Atlanta, I used to be the director of CIFAL Atlanta, and we used to work together with the city of Atlanta and to bring together the 18 sister cities of Atlanta to the U.S. for an exchange of best practices. So we're very familiar with the Atlanta Sister City, with the Sister Cities model, and we were able to provide opportunities for Atlanta Sister Cities to discuss energy, urban transportation policies, among many others. Also, our CIFAL centers in Mexico, for instance, they specialize on resilience and disaster preparedness, among many other topics. So each center has a particular expertise that we believe we could leverage as we work together with WACAP to facilitate that exchange of good practices, and not only the exchange of good practices, but also cooperation among cities, and not only among cities, but our CIFAL centers can also serve as hub for knowledge exchange. Some of the services we provide through our centers, as mentioned, face-to-face training events. We put together probably 70 training-related activities directly organized by each CIFAL on the thematic areas mentioned before. We also provide e-learning courses on different topics, from urban resilience to how to evaluate the impact of programs, as those are the ones as you can see in the presentation, and in different languages. Also, we develop white papers on different topics. The 3 examples that we have there are one developed by CIFAL Jeju on human trafficking and the role of local governments. The other one is on road safety, developed by our center in Curitiba in Brazil, and how to engage academic institutions to raise awareness on road safety. And the last one is that we published this year is on resilience in Latin America, and how local governments can also work to integrate resilience concepts and disaster management principles along with climate change strategies into urban planning, and that's what we did in that publication. And finally, we also develop learning materials for our own network. as to how we can enhance cooperation among the CFAL centers and how we can leverage each other's expertise to promote a greater exchange of good practices. And finally, moving forward, we are excited about this potential partnership with WACAP. We look forward to strengthening the collaboration and also to leverage our network to continue to provide training opportunities to our beneficiaries. I'm really thrilled about the fact that WACAP has an amazing roster of municipalities, and local governments are really our beneficiaries. They are the target audience of the programs we deliver. So we really look forward to finding synergies there and to continue to enhance cooperation and exchange of good practices. And that's it from my part. Just wanted to thank you, Adam, for the opportunity and to say that we are on board on this initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for traveling all the way over from Geneva with me, and also Pierre came all the way from Geneva. So a few of us came all the way over here to be able to sit around a table and talk. We're actually in the same building, but we all both have such busy schedules, as many of you can attest, I think, in your own work lives. But I thank you for coming all the way over here and sharing this with the conference, with the South-South Development Expo. Just so we make sure that we have time for all the presentations, we have Pierre Martineau from ILO, also from Geneva, who came here to visit. How many of us came all the way from Europe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, 5 of us around this table came all the way from Europe. To take part in South-South Development Expo. But as someone will attest, this is south of the Mason. Are we south of the Mason-Dixon line here?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Okay, so we're in the American context of the South. So it's difficult. When I went to see the mayor's office about a month ago, I came here, and I mentioned South-South. And they would say, well, they got a little confused because I had to explain what the South, and they thought that the South was coming to ally with the South of the U.S., which is a bit of a, we're not getting involved in ancient domestic politics to encourage the South. But now that we're in the South, we have another northern institution and another northerner, but empowering the South and talking about South and helping to facilitate the exchange of South-South. Just on that topic before I segue over to Pierre, I was with a couple of friends from my MBA school. Actually, one who's an investment banker from Colombia who manages a big fund with billions of dollars. And another friend of mine was building commodity markets in Africa, so I put them together. He's from Haiti, and so we're sitting there talking, and they're connecting, and they're making all these plans to meet in the future. I said, you guys are doing South-South. And they're like, what? You guys from the UN? You have a name for everything. And I said, well, isn't it exciting? I said, I'm now with the UN Office for South-South, and I recognize you guys are South. They said, no, we're doing business. And the guy from Colombia said, and I asked him, I said, well, how much business do you do in the North? He said, none. He said, all the opportunities are in the South. And so by simply putting the two of them together and staying out of the way, sort of stepping back, just a relationship formed, and now they're doing commodity exchanges support from funds in Colombia, which is South-South. So, Pierre, please.
No, it's not on probably. Oh, there it is.
No.
It's going in and out. Yeah, maybe one pass this one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I hear a resonance now. It's good to be here. It's great to come as a latecomer and having listened to all your experience because we feel that we are kind of latecomer in this field. As you know, the ILO, the International Labour Organization, is not an organization of cities, but it's more the organization of the world of work with employers' organization and workers' organization at its core, member as its constituents. Nevertheless, I think it's time for us to, in the ILO, to look at the potentialities of working more or intensifying our work with cities. And I think we have 3 lines of reflection, and it's more what I would like to do is to share what are perspectives that we want to develop rather than actual work that has been done. I will mention a bit where where we are today, but basically on that we would like to build more, and it was great to hear from all of you all the potentialities. I think there are three areas where working with cities in the field of work has some importance. The first one is, of course, and maybe evidently, advocacy and global policy coherence. I think we have been partnering now for the last 3 years with UCLG, United Cities and Local Governments. You have seen the intensive advocacy work around the post-2015 area. Will it lead to a sort of local goal in the post-2015 framework? We hope to see it, but at the moment this is not quite there, but it's number 11, so there is still some hope that it will come through. But it really means that the voice of cities have become prominent in the global framework, and I think it's time to think through what it means to work on policy coherence at this level and bringing the agenda, the other parts of the global agenda, like for the decent work agenda, to the local level. So basically, if we would have a motto in working with cities, would it be, localizing the decent work agenda? That would make a lot of sense to us, and I think a potentiality. The second area, of course, I think, which is connected and to experience, is that there is a lot to be done in the building of capacity of local actors to contribute to local development. I've seen that UNITAR has already been involved in this area for quite a long time, developing this area. And local economic development has been an area of work in the ILO for quite a long time too. But with an understanding that local economic development is not jobs, which is a sort of refrain that we hear every time, but for us it's at the same time social protection, fundamental principles and rights at work. A lot of cities have been involved in the eradication of the worst form of child labor, for instance. So there is a great deal of experience with a comprehensive agenda around the world of work. And finally, I think this is touching on the booklet that you have now in your hands, is that we cannot do that, and I think we have to invent a model which is quite different from the usual technical cooperation model, which is very often the case, a top-down approach. And if we are to work with cities, this cannot work. The decisions are taken at the local levels. The involvement of local political leaders is quite very important. And so this means building a network of cities but building exchanges, and most of you have been doing that for quite a long time already. And we have also taken that route, because I think it's with the help of UCLG, because this is the only way that we can be working together and respecting at the same time the true nature of local governments as political leaders. So around those three dimensions where we are now, I think on the last two it's easy to say. I mean, technical cooperation, we've just done a review of where we are, and surprisingly, our auditing people and so on are asking for many reports, but the local government dimension doesn't come in the report, because most of our partners are national governments and so on. So this is a kind of hidden variable. And we have had to do like 2 months research to go back through the whole set of technical cooperation projects that we had over the last 15 years. And quite surprisingly, or not surprisingly, depending where you stand, local governments were quite involved in technical cooperation projects in the ILO. We had identified something like 74 projects where there were local governments involved as partners, implementing partners or partners. And in these projects, it was covering also the different dimensions of the decent work agenda. We have projects on youth employment, on small enterprise, on social protection, on informal economy, Better Works, which is the bettering of the working condition within companies, green jobs, local economic development, and child labor. The top two are child labor and local economic development. Also, not surprisingly, Asia is a big region for that. We have had a big involvement of Asian municipalities. Indonesia has been highlighted several times, and we have been very active in Indonesia. Then comes Africa, and lastly, Latin America and Caribbean. This is an ongoing work, and every time I go out with my colleagues with figures, and just people say, yeah, but you don't know this, you don't know that, and so on. So the list is building up. But just to say that I think there is a reality there, and that there we can build on that. So that's my thing. The second thing is that we have developed, and I won't go into many details, a series of city-to-city peer learning events in partnership with UCLG. That's basically the idea didn't come from us, it came from UCLG. So, this is our model of working. We're bringing several cities together. Can we touch on the employment issues? Can we touch on the transitioning from informal to formal economy? And this has become very valuable. Not as a surprise, we also went to Chefchaouen. Chefchaouen is a very dynamic city. There is a very dynamic mayor, Mohamed Sefiani. And when we first met, we just, the connection was there. And this is also how things work with local governments, is that if you get the mayor involved and the local people, then everything starts. So one of the most successful we had was in Chefchaouen in October this year, where we had cities from 11 countries coming around, especially from West Africa and Maghreb. That was also interesting for us because it was cutting across a barrier which is quite there often into our technical cooperation project. Is you have projects for North Africa and you have projects for West Africa, and the two not always connect. And not surprisingly, we were there with Spanish friends from Andalusia. We have been also supporting within UCLG the creation of a forum on intermediary cities, because this appears quite strategically. I mean, in terms of global advocacy, it doesn't pay. And it sounds like, you're not going with the big ones. But at the same time, if you look at intermediary city whose strength is to be intermediary in the mediation between rural and urban economy, at a place where migration often stops, at least for a while, if not, there is a great potential to be working on local economic development. And our next activity will be, we try to go different places. So our next activity will be also in Colombia, in Pasto. You may have read of Pasto, Colombia, because there were major strikes last year. And around precisely that link between rural and urban economy, where there was a big issue on food prices and the allocation. So we're going to go that and share experience on how to organize food markets between Colombia, Ecuador, and all the cities, and whoever as well wants to join is welcome. So this is in a nutshell what we are doing. We really feel as latecomers, so we are really appreciative of any comments and ideas that would come to help us build up in partnership. Thank you very much.
We're scheduled to go until 10:30, but I would suggest we go for 20 minutes, 25 now, just to have some contributions.
Yeah, but think that would be very helpful at this juncture because we had a very rich set of presentations, but we really would like to hear. Yes.
Do I need a mic? Can I speak?
Well, I can.
Speak loud enough.
I can hear. But
I'm Amar Malik with the Urban Institute at work with Jazz. This is all very interesting. I really appreciate all the presentations. My question is more directed at the city-to-city cooperation. You've all talked about examples of partnerships. It seems this reminds me of a little bit of the OECD's peer-to-peer process, where I had some experience with actually working with Spain's big IT plan Banza back in 2010, where the process was that the policy was put up to peers, and with the OECD there was a discussion on Spain's policies, and then policy advice was given. So it seems that there's some parallel between that. So I'm wondering, in this case, when we talk about city-to-city cooperation or conversation, what kind of frameworks are being used to help have these conversations around topics such as water and sanitation? And if that's one part. The other part is, what kinds of research can we produce? Think tanks like us, we've done work in numerous countries around the world, and we have a sort of a knowledge base. What kind of research output would be required to make these conversations more effective around sort of more concrete policy things that result in better outcomes on both sides?
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to take a few questions from the floor and then turn to our panelists to give some answers. Do I have another question? Yes. Yeah, I think we need a mic for the gentleman over there. Madam.
Hello, good morning. My name is Erwin Epifanio. I'm from the Brazilian mission to the OAS here in Washington. And I have a question to Mr. Kaplan. The thing is, I am from a city called Belo Horizonte in Brazil, and I have just recently discovered that we are a sister city of 17 other cities in the world, including Luanda, Granada, Minsk, Havana, Tripoli, Izmir, Porto, and here in the U.S., Fort Lauderdale and Newark in New Jersey. This is amazing, and I didn't know that. My question is, how does it start, and which are the first steps to establish this partnership? And this is very interesting, and I thank you all for the presentation. Thank you.
And I'll take one more, and then we can turn to the panel. Do we have a third? No? Okay, let's turn to the panelists. Obviously, one was directed straight at Adam, and I would open the first question because I think that's very important, what you're asking. How do we get these outcomes to make sense? So do you want to go first, Adam, and then?
In terms of how they start, it really, really, really varies. It sounds strange, but one of the most common ways that they start is someone will marry someone from another country, and they have good connections back to their home city, and they miss their city, and they want to establish this connection, and they'll coordinate with the mayor's office or the city government and get a sister city started that way. Oftentimes, if you're a city abroad, we help cities match up quite often. A lot of U.S. cities and our members will contact us when they're interested in partners, and we'll help them do research, reach out. We coordinate with foreign service officers, embassies here. And really, in terms of the steps, a lot of times the first step is just explaining the concept, because a lot of cities and governments around the world still don't know it. You explain the concept, you exchange some basic information about the cities, and they look at the city and think, okay, well, what are some areas where we might cooperate? They talk about what are their primary goals with the partnership. Some cities are really interested in economic development, others are really interested in culture. It might be in a very specific field. From there, usually there's a delegation visit, both inbound and outbound. Oftentimes it doesn't involve the elected official. It will be people who are municipal department heads, representatives from education, or things like that. And that's to build some relationships, meet people, see the city in person. and really firm up and decide if you want to partner. And then after that, you mutually develop a partnership agreement to sign off on. The whole process often takes anywhere from 6 months to a year, especially if you're planning 2 delegation visits. And other times, it might be pre-existing relationships between mayors or organizations within each cities. We've seen sister cities start and then provide the impetus to begin cooperative activities, and then we've seen also sister city programs that come out of pre-existing cooperation between cities, and they want to expand it into other areas, and so they form a sister city relationship.
Thank you. I think I'd like to turn to Bill and also
there is an amazing array of people who are worrying about urban service delivery and worrying about dealing with the accountability of not just political officials, but bureaucrats and administrators, and a whole array of citizen participation initiatives funded by multiple donors and indigenous CSOs, and indeed training aplenty. And I guess the thing that we are worrying about is that despite all that, service delivery is not improving in many places, particularly places that are facing huge demographic change, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, growing cities, and cities threatened by climate change, where we've got climate change on the one side and demographic change on the other, in cities not only unprepared, but not capable, not because there aren't smart people, but because they aren't empowered in terms of having money, having discretion about how to spend their money, and being accountable to the right set of citizens. If the president can fire you for, quote, corruption at his whim because you haven't done something, then no matter what you're doing for your citizens, it will count less. And so there's not a lot that's really known about these things. The bank and the fund keep track of data on places that have local elections, but that's not the majority of cities or local governments in particular. And so I think it's, and the reason we're focusing on it is we've done work for many, many years on sort of individual cities and working on water and solid waste. But all that experience keeps begging this question: how do you get the framework better? And it's not a simple problem, but it's one that unaddressed will leave us frustrated.
I think that's very clear. Can I open the floor again, see if I have another set of questions?
I have a question for the people from the cities, and that is the politics of this. Here in the U.S., there's a tolerance for foreign assistance and foreign engagement that's measured to several decimal points below zero. And I'm wondering what the tolerance is in cities that are spending taxpayer money on things that have an inchoate return. If it's the mayor likes to be engaged with administrators in establishing friendly relationships and advancing peace, that's fine. But if the streets aren't plowed and the snow isn't cleared, how do people navigate those boundaries?
Well, in Rotterdam, at first it very much depends on the political leadership, let's say the political color. And what we see in Rotterdam now is that it's become a more right-wing government, more populist government. So basically their message is everything we do has to also benefit our people. That doesn't mean you cannot be engaged in international cooperation or in any, say, transnational activities, but there has to be something in it for the city of Rotterdam as well. And I think the way you can do that is to make sure it doesn't have to. It doesn't mean that we cannot invest money. It doesn't mean that we cannot, let's say, lend expertise. But I think that if we can convince our political leadership that there is something to learn from cities in the south as well, that it becomes easier to get them involved. For example, we are a port city, Rotterdam. We have a lot of issues with resilience, environmental, social, and the solutions are not only available in the north. I would say probably they're mostly available in the south. So I think we have to, change the perspective of our political leadership and to see that there is something in it for them. If we will just use the narrative, we have to go out and help those people, which I believe is very old-fashioned, then I don't think we will get, let's say, sustainable support from our city government.
Maybe just a quick comment on this. I recall a conversation I had with Mayor, and we were asking, how is it that our corporation is going to benefit your people? Because we perfectly knew that if there was not a strategy that was built into the program from the beginning, it would not be sustainable. Because we knew that elections-wise and so on, they would lose. And this way, and we would see that it would not trickle down.
I would like to throw into the mix because I think that one just hit another point for me in the sense of the mutual reciprocity. When we fit into this mix, trade and the private sector, because I think that that is a reality that, I don't know, for some reason it makes more sense to me because I think there's been a long debate about aid versus trade, etc. And I think the South is, well, first of all, the trade is more with each other than they are with the North South. And so perhaps this whole discussion about decentralization, about local governance, and about the vibrancy of that, where we put in trade, and trade opportunities, commercial engagement, and so on. That's something I'd like to throw out to the assembly and the participants.
The mayor of Malaga always said that, of course, even that, for our city is 30%, 50% of that unemployment. And we still give the same amount of money to corporate in the outside. And you need to explain to people how people from Malaga get benefit from it. Okay, when you live in a city that is the south of Malaga, is the south of Europe. It's just, as I was saying, it's just very close to Africa, very close to Morocco. And we see how many thousands of people try to achieve Europe to Malaga or to other cities like Malaga. Those people are desperate trying to get to Europe because they think they are going to get jobs, they're going to get better opportunities for life. If we don't tell our citizens that if the South is not going better, it's going to be worse for Europe, we need to say it to them. We need to tell them, even that we have unemployment, people are not starving, we have social programs for them. We need to keep tracking the training of our young people in order so they can get better employment, or we need to take some advantage of some European programs to let them to find a job outside our city and to come back while they are better trained. But we still need to keep cooperation development programs. It's not just a fact of state cooperation development. It's not just of the problem of some others. It's each one problem. The mayor of Malaga tells citizens, if each one of you individually, give your 0.7% of your income to a project that is going to change somewhere else in the world, probably we wouldn't need a national fund, we wouldn't need private funds. So each one of the citizens would provide the needs of many other people. And we need also to show how the changes have been made. It's not just you say, okay, we're going to be there when there is a human disaster. Everyone in the world is there when there is a human disaster. Everyone is willing to help at that moment. But that's for the moment. That doesn't change the community. So we need to show our citizens what are we doing. When there is a new hospital, a new school, or any water supply program, we need to bring up the picture, the video, and show our citizens. This is what we have done with our money, because we are managing public money. We need to show the citizens this is the change we want. And of course, sometimes we fight against some corruption, local problems, but we need to keep doing, trying to get a different way to get to the people that need money.
Sorry, Ron?
I think what you touch upon now is also different in governance structures in different countries. Because I think in Spain, Malaga, you have a lot of possibilities on deciding what you do with your money. In the Netherlands, it's actually, well, I'd say, as a city, officially, we cannot engage in international cooperation. It's a national competence. So we can engage in projects, but we have to be very careful in, let's say, defining our activities. I think you have to look at the different countries.
I want to perhaps open the floor again because I'm sure there must be some of our participants that could share some connection not only about city parks but also about South parks. So I don't know. Yes, please, sir.
Well, I'm going to be honest with the Philippines, and we're promoting what we call social solidarity economy. This is a solidarity between rural producers and urban consumers. If you are aware of what's called consumer community-supported agriculture in Europe, that is what we're trying to achieve in developing countries in Asia to ensure that this food sovereignty is the first important aspect. Now, investments for this kind of initiatives come from the communities themselves. The second point that we are trying to develop now is how we can attract remittances from overseas contract workers of these countries. Because the OCW savings first require some food security and growth. So we're looking at the possibility of developing capital markets like bonds and equities with the help of the central banks. And this is where the triangular cooperation will come in. We have discussed with Professor Yunus of the Development Bank experiment, and he shared with us the concept of like an angel investor from outside. He invests money, but he doesn't participate in the profit. He only gets back the principal. So this is the kind of triangular cooperation we're developing right now, where the first level of investment are raised by the communities themselves among the developing countries, but the northern participation is in terms of angel investments. Maybe they can get the present value of the investment, but they do not participate in the profit. So this is the main framework that we're developing, and with the help of collaboration with ILO, we're going to organize a summit in Asia on global social solidarity finance, featuring this aspect of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. And we are now about 14 countries in Asia doing this, and we are developing the modalities, conducting case studies, sharing this information from ourselves.
When you talk about South,
I think going back to your point on the private sector, I think there's a lot of talks at the moment on the PPP at the local level. I mean, the UNDP with us and so on, and in Turin we're going to have a big forum on local economic development with the mayor of Turin, and he is pushing this PPP thing. At the same time, almost at the same time, ANMAS in France with UNITA is organizing another conference on the same question. And there, I think we have to take a close look at what PPP means in the local context. I mean, we can create solvency or insolvency and lasting insolvency if we don't do it right. Because bringing the private sector, as you will see, is a great idea, but not everything is solvable. And some will go right and others will go wrong. And I think we have to bring discussion. The challenge is great in Africa for the moment. I hear it coming out from UCLG Africa and so on, where a number of cities have been approached. And I think this is a crucial time for citizens themselves to share their experience on that and try to set up boundaries on where to go. And maybe in other parts of the world this has already been done.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I think I had a minute. Yes.
Actually, to go off of the public-private partnerships, so I was the former program manager for the Center for Initiative at Sister Cities International. What we found, we tried to bring in as much economic development into the project as possible. And what we found is that the city level is a very good platform for small, medium enterprises within the city. So, for example, a city delegation can bring in a lot of the smaller, maybe non-exporting or non-importing companies within the city. But then when you tie that with another city, that's
just want to say something in respect to our colleagues from the Philippines. This is what I do South Africa. We are doing something similar, but we're creating an institution or facilitating the creation of an institution for oil and gas, for the emerging and the established oil and gas producers to come together, share information and knowledge, intelligence, commercial advantage, and data. Now, what is interesting about what you're saying is that we believe in sustainability. So the first tier is the membership, but the second tier is where there's an active private sector involvement. And one area, see what you talked about, the bonds and the equity, and then looking to the north as appropriate, because I also believe that there's money in the south. You take Qatar, Qatar can be your angel. I mean, it's very possible that they can come in as the angel. So we are looking at that with the relationship with oil and gas, the countries that cannot, they don't have a sovereign rating, they are having difficulty accessing the loans, let alone packaging the projects to access the loans. So our organization is not only going to provide the financial services, but also going to use the market to attract the bond sector where you get back your principal, okay? And we are able to then assist countries, they are able to help themselves to assist in the processing of funding for infrastructure investments, etc. Kenya would be a very interesting example in relation to that. So I just thought I would share that because I mean, that made me like, I could have jumped over the table. And now I want to say, first of all, because we're going to wrap it up, and thank everybody for participating in this session. I think that there is a richness here. We heard at the end the statement of, if we help the South or the southern cities or the poorer cities, we better manage the whole migration issue. And that is the reality. I also believe that people, while they're interested in the external world, they also like their own home. And if it works well at home, we don't mind home. That's number one. Number two, the whole politics of decentralization and how that is going to work better, how we're going to monitor it and track it. Some governments do not let you do as you please at the local level, and some it's a free-for-all. I can think that in a lot of the southern countries, because it's about the nurturing and the fostering of democracy, whatever way you want to define that and do that, greater control at the decentralized level is a reality. Finally, how do we really engage with the South? South, and triangular. And I think the framework needs some investigation. And I think at WACA, we have to look at that framework and what it really means and how we manage it. Because we have the project-to-project, the north, the south, but you know, it's larger than a project. It's about a whole transformation about the way we live in the South and do business and how we do it for ourselves. So I think that this is an opportunity to start this conversation, and I really look forward to, I wish I managed to work out, but I don't. I really look forward to how we can engage and learn from each other and make this really robust and foster the transformation and change that we're so desperate to see in the 21st century. I want to thank you again for your participation. I'm going to see if I can run WAC out, and I hope to see you again. If at another venue, but definitely next year. Thank you very much. I am actually I am really grateful. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So it will be like a tennis match, you know? I would recommend facing that way anyway. But so if for those of you who would like to sit closer to the speakers, you're most welcome to take a seat up there. But for those of you who need to sit at this end to see the presentation, it's your call.
Okay, but I think that's first. Yeah, after my opening. Okay. Are you ready for it? Not yet. Just one more minute. No problem. Okay. Thanks. They're waiting for a cable to run the video.
Ah, good.
Could you turn up a little bit? Your rock concert. Skal vi se, Helge, skal vi være begynne, eller? Kunne vi starte med filmen da? Det kan vi gjøre. Det kan vi gjøre. Okay, Fred, you can take it. Now. Yeah, we just start with the video.
We live in a world full of skills and knowledge. FK Norway promotes and supports the exchange of staff between institutions and organizations in Norway and countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. There are special programs for young people and professionals. Once two organizations have agreed upon an idea and had it approved by FK Norway, they exchange staff for an extended period of time. When people from different countries meet and get to know each other, knowledge, understanding, and global consciousness increase, and the world gets smaller. FK Norway, fostering leadership for global justice, creating change on the ground and in our minds. Would you like to participate?
So, good morning everyone. My name is Jan, I'm the Deputy Director in FK Norway, and I have the pleasure to welcome you all to this mini-forum on global partnership, people, equality and reciprocity. Last year, I attended the same expo on South-South development in Nairobi with my colleague Helge in the middle there. And as we were sitting in Nairobi, and after a week in the UN compound, we said, you know, there's missing something here, something essential, and that is the focus on human resources and the possibility for human resources to exchange in order to strengthen South-South collaboration. So there's lots of good initiatives on technology, new initiatives on collaboration on economy, on technical insights, but the exchange of people were absent through that week. So as Helge and myself were deciding for this year, should we stay or should we go, say, yes, let's go, but let's put up a mini-forum with a strong focus on mutual exchange of personnel. And let's invite some of our partners. So this mini-forum today will include FK Norway with our partners in Strømme Foundation, with Øyvind and with YMCA, YWCA. Thanks a lot to all of you who have been staying here for this week and decided to come to this mini-forum. I hope you will enjoy it, and please post your questions, as many as possible, so we could have a critical and good discussions. Without any further ado, I hand over to the other side of the court, Mr. Helge Espe.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you from my side as well. It's a nice morning, and I hope we are going to have a good seminar together. My name is Helge Espe. I represent FK Norway. I will have the privilege to serve as your moderator this morning. We would also like to thank the UN Office for South-South cooperation for the opportunity that we have to put focus on the things that we want to. And of course also a warm thanks extended to the OAS for the excellent facilities provided for the conference and for the mini forum. Thank you to all. Our theme today is global partnership. As we all know, I'm sure, the Open Working Group finalized the report earlier this year, and it proposed no less than 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this report, as we know, will now go into intergovernmental negotiations, and it will be a very important reference for the final goals to be decided sometime about a year from now or something like that. Global partnership has been proposed as the Sustainable Development Goal number 17. However, it can easily be argued, which we do, that global partnership is a cross-cutting issue. It is relevant for all other development goals. We would even argue that without a partnership, we can attain no other goal. But what kind of partnership are we talking about? If you have read the Open Working Group report carefully, you will have seen that there are 19 sub-points on Goal 17. In not any of these 2 pages of definition of global partnership do I read the word people. The word people is absent from the thinking about partnership. How can that be? We think it's high time to put the focus on people, because how can a partnership be in other areas like finance, like trade, like technology, or markets, if there is not created trust and if there are no relations between people? We find that to be quite essential. So that's one of our focuses today. And the other focus is also on the question of power and dominance. As we know, in a partnership, be it interpersonal on a small level or up to state level, there is always a question if somebody dominates the other one. This is something nobody likes to be subjected to. We like to have a fair partnership where we all have our say. And in a real partnership, we look to each other as equal. And the classic donor-recipient model is replaced with a mutual appreciation of each other's rights and strengths. That's what we would like to emphasize today. And to do that, we have a small but distinguished panel of speakers with us. We have here on my right Dr. Øyvind Odland. He is Secretary General of the Strømme Foundation in Kristiansand in Norway. We have Ms. Linda Martinsen. She is a program coordinator in the YMCA global program in Norway. We have Ms. Jill Harper. She is Executive Secretary for International and Corporate Affairs in the YMCA Africa Alliance. in Durban, in South Africa. And we have also with us Mr. Kasper Landmark, who is the program manager in FK Norway. And together, this panel will put their emphasis on the exchange of professionals as a method and what our partners here have achieved by that method. Put focus on youth as a resource in development, and of course always underline equality and reciprocity as the important factors. Our first speaker will be Øyvind Odland. He will deliver the keynote address. Mr. Odland, he holds a number of university degrees in various fields such as theology, cross-cultural communication, in the Amharic language, an Ethiopian language, and in African studies. He has worked in places such as the Lutheran Church of Ethiopia, the Center of Human Rights at the University of Oslo, and at the School of Journalism and Communication in Kristiansand, Norway, where also the Strømme Foundation is based. The title of his presentation is The Need for Equality and Reciprocity in Partnerships, the case of the Strømme Microfinance and Education projects. The floor is yours, Øyvind. You have the first one. Can you get the Øyvind Odland slide on?
Dear audience, welcome to this mini forum. First of all, I would really like to thank FK Norway and Helge for inviting us on board as a partner who are actually benefiting from this South-South exchange given to us through the FK. Let me just see if this thing works. I'm sure that most of you wonder, who is Strømme Foundation? And the Strømme Foundation is a Norwegian-based international development agency in Kristiansand, Norway, and we are considered one of the top 10 in Norway. We receive quite a lot of funding from the Norwegian government, and we therefore have a delegated status under NORAD. Strømme Foundation is aiming at a very decentralized structure. We do have 4 regional offices, and no Norwegians work outside the facilitating and coordinating office in Kristiansand. Our 4 regional offices are in Bamako for West Africa, Kampala for East Africa, Lima for South America, and Colombo for Asia. All the regional directors are reporting directly to me, and all department heads in Norway, as well as the regional directors, are on the equal footing, and they make up the global leadership of Strømme Foundation. And I have to add that we also have a very strong southern voice in our board, a woman from Bangladesh, and I tell you, it's quite silent in the boardroom when she speaks. I think you have already been told that FK is an agency that really contributes to change through global exchange of young people and professionals. And we benefit a lot from this resource, and I'll come back to that later. In short, FK, with their emphasis on South-to-South exchange, is really a resource for our work. During this expo, I have learned, and I have been quite inspired and encouraged by the fact that there seems to be a definite paradigm shift in development. The structural change of South-South and triangular cooperation for sustainable development is strongly exposed through the GSSD Expo 2014. However, and excuse me, I'm trying to represent a segment that I haven't heard that strongly during this week, and that is the civic society, the community, the people. And I am absolutely convinced that development is an interaction between the top structures, but it is also a very strong bottom-up involvement that is needed. And with all respect, I am trying to voice the civic society empowerment dimension and the ownership and participatory approach from bottom up. That is extremely important. Where are we at when it comes to the South-South and Triangular Partnership on the community level in building strong civil society and community-based development? And representing an NGO, how are the international NGOs partnering with the local NGOs, and how do the government structures collaborate with civic institutions? I have to admit that sometimes I have a little bad feeling when I am representing an NGO in the communities. I have the feeling of being an outsider, and there are so many connotations related to the NGOs, and in particular the INGOs. Partnership in development cannot happen in a historical neutral context. It cannot happen in historically neutral context. I experienced very strongly as we tried to develop our global leadership, including all our regional leaders, that there was an absolute silence when discussing some of the crucial issues. I aimed at breaking the silence. And that has to do with confidence building. And that confidence building is quite sensitive. And I tell you, when you start building the confidence and when you get the voice of the community, of the Southerners, of our partners out there, then we have to make a change. And that has been one of the strongest contributions towards developing Stroma as a decentralized structure, that the silence is broken and that clear voice is up talking. There is, or has been, a persistent power asymmetries with North-South relationship, despite language of partnership and national ownership. Let's just face it. Poorly conceptualized and badly managed partnerships can promote dependency and do more harm than good. We can go on to the lexica and we'll find all kind of different definitions of partnership. I don't think we should use time to do that, but I think we still have quite some miles to go when it comes to partnership related to equality, respect, reciprocity, and ownership on the community level in building civic organizations. And definitely this is very much related to partnership and power. I'm afraid partnership, and now I'm primarily talking about this community level, promote top-down models of governance, and there is an uneven playing field. Does the donor-recipient syndrome still remain under the cover of partnership in North-South partnerships? Are partners, despite the correct wording, expected to be implementers of projects planned in the North? In Stroma, we talk about building ladders, ladders on which people can climb out of poverty. And sometimes I'm afraid that we start building the ladders a little bit from top down. And I'm not quite sure if the climbing process develops as good as it could. However, having been partly critical, I am very optimistic that the trend of changing the paradigm also on the community level is an ongoing process. And with the experience of strengthened South-to-South exchange, as we have experienced through FK programs, we have seen that it's something in the making. Capacity building is key in developing real partnerships. There is a need to work on change of mindsets. Although time-consuming, we must listen to local ideas on how to go about the challenge. Poor people have dreams, visions, and aspirations. And I think our role is to have a catalytic function to release the local resources. And I think that is actually something that we have to work hard on. And that is partly done by strengthening South-to-South partnerships. And this process is probably best described with a Maasai proverb: the fastest way to the mountain top is the zigzag way. Result-based management is good. However, a too strong emphasis on numeric results may be corrected by a redefinition of purpose. I think that in the process, if we pay more attention to capacity building, working together, listening to one another, and creating capacity, will, in the long run, develop sustainability. I had a good colleague who worked in Afghanistan, and they worked so hard on the process, and they capacitized partners in such a way that they became absolutely independent. And today, sitting on the other end, he can see that strong applications come from these civic society institutions that were absolutely operating by themselves. That, I think, has to do with making civic institutions local and making them an instrument and a vehicle for sustainable activity. I was talking about the ladder, and I think to put it a little bit in promotive words, let's build ladders, and let's let these ladders out of poverty be made in Mali, in Bangladesh, and not in Norway, Germany, or wherever. This model helps people see their own talents and abilities and gives them strength to make use of them. Local involvement continues after our work is done because knowledge and capacity stay behind. So part of purpose is capacity building. South-to-South partnership has actually been a real empowerment in our work. When a project on community level proves to be successful, then it can easily be replicated across borders and continents through mutual exchange of professional personnel. Stromme Foundation, in cooperation with FK, have 3 different programs. One is FK Youth between Norway, Tanzania, Uganda, Peru, and Bolivia. The other one is North-South between Norway and South Sudan. And then probably the most impressive and successful is the South-to-South between regions, East and West Africa, within East Africa between Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. We have some successful speed school concepts in West Africa that was made in Mali, further developed, and then scaled up. And then we had people from Southern Sudan coming, watching at what their colleagues and friends in West Africa had done. And that has led to quite an adaptation. However, it has to be contextualized. But more so, we have the Shonglap program, which we have also exposed at our booth, which is it is a training course inspired by the pedagogy of the oppressed by Pablo Freire. It's quite modified, but still it aims at strengthening the self-esteem. And as many of you know, in certain communities, there is a crisis age between the 14 and 19 of girls who are waiting to be wedded or are, for several reasons, isolated in their communities. Amongst this kind of hidden, shy girls, we started a program that actually aimed at building self-esteem by women animators negotiating access and establishment in the communities, in the villages, by going through the imams, the elders of the villages. And we started with a small life skill educational program. How do you develop from being a girl to become a woman? Hygiene, which was extended by running theaters in the village on how to build latrines, where the girls played a very active role. And then they became role models from being a shy person sitting in the house, being kind of put away. And then the program develops with small teachings in arithmetic and literacy and a lot about life skills. And then they approach some of the taboos as child brides. And this is again played out in a theater mode in the village, where the taboo areas are dealt with in a very participatory way. And after 9 months, we do some vocational training and have a microfinance incentive at the end. This has almost been like a movement in Bangladesh. More than 100,000 girls have gone through this course, and then FK financed some of the animators, leaders of this movement in Bangladesh to go to East Africa. And now we can see that this program is flourishing in northern Uganda, in southern Sudan, and it's made in Bangladesh. It's exported to East Africa through people who have been developing this in their own context. And I think that this is actually a very strong involvement of doing development together. So we do have, in utilizing the resources related to South-to-South exchange, we have seen very good and valuable capacity building in these programs. We have also created a foundation for crucial networking and professional and social bonds, which is very important to keep up. There is definitely also in these programs a platform for exchange of information, technology, and mutual learning, and adaptation of relevant programs to other regions. Togetherness, inclusiveness, and capacity building are key elements as we look beyond 2015 and are talking about sustainable development goals. So I think I would kind of leave it here by just repeating, yes, there is a paradigm shift with governmental, national and international structures really pulling together. And I think this expo has also opened my eyes for this being pushed by the UN system. And I'm quite impressed when I see what is going on. But development cannot be accomplished if we do not also be able, in a real sense, make a paradigm shift on the grassroots, in the communities, strengthening civil society, and have a self-critical view on how partnerships are implemented through the NGO community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Øyvind. You said you are critical but optimistic. That's a nice thing to be, isn't it? It's almost a life attitude. We should always be critical, but we should never lose our optimism. Thank you for your speech. We will go to our next panelist, who is Linda Martinsen. She holds a bachelor degree in social economics from the University of Oslo and a master's degree in development and conflict economics from Mekelle University in Ethiopia and the University of Oslo. Ms. Martinsen is currently based in Oslo, coordinating the Young Peace Performers Exchange Program. And she's also a previous FK Norway exchange participant. So the floor is yours, Linda.
Thank you for that. First of all, welcome. I must say I agree with Dr. Odland in saying that we also see FK as a real resource in the YMCA and YWCA in Norway. And I must say personally as well that I've had the experience of going on exchange and see them as a resource in my personal life, being one of the participants that they've had in their exchanges and seeing the results of that. It was about 2.5 years ago that I returned home from my exchange. I was based in Palestine through the YWCA and YMCA. And I was given the opportunity to learn something that I was not able to learn in Norway in the school system there. Especially, I would say that I had the opportunity to learn or to see the culture in the demographic methodology. I got to see the people in political theory and to see the situation on the ground in development economics. I also say that this experience changed completely how I look at the world today. It changed my mindset, and it made me question and study development in a whole new way, in a dynamic way. As a direct result of that, today I am working with the YWCA YMC Global as an exchange coordinator for FK programs. And today I would also like to say a little bit more on how we use the exchanges in the YWCA and YMCA, and also give you some of the examples that I've seen since I started being the coordinator. Just a little bit of background. The YWCA YMC Global, together with our two world movements, we work with and for youth. We empower young men and women to change their lives and their communities, and together change global structures that lead to unjust societies. The YMCA and the YWCA is based in more than 120 countries. And they are two of the largest youth and women organizations in the world. I think this gives the Y movement an exceptional position in bringing young people as equal partners into development. The YMCA Global, or Y Global as we call it in Norway, has a rights-based approach to development. Y Global works for and believe in people as right holders. People who have a right to be citizens in their own countries, who have a right to demand an environmentally sustainable development, who have a right to demand adequate financial allocations for public social services, and have a right to demand peace. We seek to empower youth to be active citizens in order to demand these rights. And this has to be done on both a local, a national, and a global level. Our vision, together building global justice and peace, can only be realized through a people-centered development. Exchange of volunteers and personnel is an important stage in the development process, both for individuals, institutions, and governments. Y Global therefore focuses on all levels of development, both through micro, meso, and macro initiatives. And we believe that young people can make the difference we need to see on the ground. Exchange of personnel and volunteers lead to more efficient partnerships. It builds knowledge and competence, and it offers experience, networks, and arenas for seeking influence. Globalization and technology enables us to think in new and creative ways of how to share information and knowledge. And the ties that are created between people through the exchanges give life to this technology and to the knowledge sharing, and thereby make it more efficient by giving it a common goal and direction. Our partnership with FK is part of this initiative to work in all levels of society. We believe that people are the foundation of development, and that people are the key to finding good solutions. It is only through the willingness of people to change their mindset and to advocate for change that we will see the development of a just future for all. The demand for change is there, and it's our responsibility to meet this demand through global partnerships with reciprocity, transparency, equality, and justice. The project that we have with FK is called the Young Peace Performers. You can see on the slide which partners are in the project. And we're now running on the third round of exchange. And it's interesting to see that we're already seeing impact on both for the participants and partners, both on local level and national level. Together we have 7 partners in the project with participants from 6 different countries. And we're adding up to a group of 20 participants with a common belief that youth need to be in the forefront of decision-making in all levels of society. Each year, the participants embark on a 12-month journey where 9 months are spent on exchange and 3 months are spent in the local organization. During the 9 months of exchange, there is a strong emphasis on leadership training, cultural awareness, on team building and on campaigning, while the 3 months in the local organization is based on bringing these new skills and ideas back to the local context, as well as creating opportunities for local organizations to utilize the global partnerships. The strategic aim of the exchange is to develop young leaders who take responsibility and create change in their lives and in their communities. With 7 YMCA and YWCA partners in the project, we choose 1 topic and 1 country of exchange for each year. Currently, the participants are in Sri Lanka, working on a campaign to stop poverty. Previous year was spent in Jordan, Palestine, and Kenya, advocating to stop the occupation in Palestine. As a foundation for all thematic areas that we work in lie the values of justice and equality, and the responsibility we have as global citizens to change what is unjust. Global citizenship combined with local engagement is important in order to understand the complexity of global structures and how they can be changed, as well as building sustainable growth on the ground. We believe that exchange of people with an emphasis on understanding root causes to unjust and unequal societies, together with tangible solutions that can change reality on the ground, is the answer to a just and sustainable world. Youth as partners in development is a necessity to overcome the challenges we face today, increasingly so given that more than half of the world's population is below the age of 25. I want to tell you a story about a girl I met about 1 year ago in Jordan. We had our preparation course there before the participants go on exchange. And I quickly learned that she had a bit of different story than many of her other colleagues in the program. And I was just amazed about her confidence to bring change to the situation in South Sudan. Her childhood was taken away by war, and a life of refugee camps and poor schooling did not give her the best prospects in life. Nevertheless, she never gave up hope that South Sudan can see a future without conflict and without poverty. And she is now taking a very active role in realizing her dream. After her participation in the Young Peace Performers, Mary Fatia has been volunteering with the YWCA as a counselor and as a peace reporter in their development program. And she's also joined peace negotiations in Addis Ababa together with the YWCA. I talked to her a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying, "It is important that young people participate in the peace negotiations because we are the majority and most affected in various ways. Young people are being used as subjects in the way that they are recruited to rebel against each other. Young girls are raped, while others are homeless and die. Without the presence of young people in the meetings, these issues are not brought to the table, and we are not able to address our concern and call for peace." When we asked Mary Fatia how she got the confidence to address the stakeholders in South Sudan and how she experienced her participation in the meeting, she said that through the exchange program, she had learned to believe in herself and had enough belief in herself to address issues by advocating for change through campaigning. As to her experience of speaking in negotiations, she says that she feels empowered, honored, and hopeful. We believe that the change we see in Mary and in other participants in the program is key to this development. And she's just one example of many that show how important this transformation of youth is in global partnerships. The South Sudan YWCA has used exchange as an important method of knowledge sharing and capacity building since they were established in Yambuyo in 1997. In 2001, 5 women that were highly affected by the civil war in Sudan participated in a 1-year leadership training in Uganda. And these women later came back and became board members of the newly established organization. In later years, Y Global has initiated new exchanges through the FK, and we see that many of the key positions in the organization is now held by people who's been on exchange and now have a burning engagement to work for a peaceful, developed and just South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. You are talking about the youth as a force for a just and sustainable world. I think we are coming down to the grassroots level, and without being there, I think, along with you, that we will have no real progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. This, I think, will be elaborated further by our next speaker, who is Ms. Jill Harper. She heads the subject to Citizen Youth Leadership Development Initiative. She is a journalist graduate, and her professional experience includes corporate public relations as well as editorship of the Agenda Feminist Journal and various other South African business publications. She's also a former volunteer with the YMCA. Jill, please.
Sambonani, Dumelang, Nanganif, Bonjour, Goeiemorgen. I bring you greetings from African YMCAs across the continent. I'd like to start by telling you a story. On the screen you see a picture of a girl called Mariro. I met her in 2009 when she joined our leadership program called Subject to Citizen, or S2C. She was so shy that she couldn't even speak in small group discussions. Orphaned at an early age, the extended family took her in, but they made her feel like she was a burden. They told her she was unwanted. She was going to be a failure. She was never going to amount to anything. And consequently, she never even finished her schooling. Then she joined the Zimbabwe YMCA through a friend, and they saw something in her. They saw some leadership potential, and they sent her to us at the Africa YMCA for Subject to Citizen, S2C leadership. And I remember our first days together. Marira had absolutely no self-confidence, no belief in herself. She had no ambitions, but she was completely transformed through this S2C program. In 2011, she won the Zimbabwe YMCA Award for Best Volunteer of the Year for her work with local partnerships, with government, business, and the community. In 2012, she joined the Young Peace Performers program that Linda explained. And together with me, she co-facilitated training for her fellow youth on Subject to Citizen. Later on, early 2013, I watched her in Norway as she gave her testimony of change at a huge youth conference. Going on, later on in the year, at the Prague Festival, huge youth festival with thousands of people, to deliver the opening speech. And Marira has traveled around the world and continues to do so, giving speeches and presentations, telling youth, you can change, and you need to be partners in our future. Marira is one of thousands of young people that I work with across Africa. They work on S2C. They're engaged, working for the future of Africa and the global community. So what is this S2C all about? Well, in Africa, we did extensive research over a couple of years, and we just basically said to youth, what do you think of yourselves? How do you view yourselves? And they told us, we feel voiceless. We feel vulnerable. We are open to exploitation, and we are excluded from decision making. What do you want? We said. They told us quite simply, we want to believe in ourselves. We want responsibility. We want you to treat us as partners in our own future. And so we developed Subject to Citizen, S2C, with the aim of transforming young people from subjects to citizens. And it quite simply has three elements. The first one is about developing voice. And by voice we mean belief and confidence in yourself, as well as skills to be able to articulate viewpoints and advocate for change. The second element is about claiming space, appropriate and relevant spaces within the context, whether it is at a school level or at parliament level. And the third element is using this space, using this voice, is about influencing for positive transformation. And this makes up the citizen mindset and actions. Now, S2C is a philosophy. It's a change model. On the one hand, it's about organizational change, in that all YMCAs in Africa have adopted S2C as a way of doing business. Then it's about action and implementation. So it's about programs and youth engaged in civic action, transformative masculinity, youth justice, and economic renaissance. And it's about leadership, where young people with potential, like Mariro, are trained to transform themselves and others. Now, across Africa, our youth have had incredible success using S2C. In Senegal, during voter registration, S2C was used to increase the youth participation, and we saw measurable increase in the amount of youth who were then registered as voters. In Liberia, S2C was used to create an anti-corruption unit with the government, between government and the YMCA. In Zimbabwe, young men are going out there and transforming the minds of the communities to create an evolved masculinity, which sees young men and women as partners in their future. In Madagascar, youth are taking entrepreneurial models and creating an economic renaissance. And in South Africa, youth are working with the justice system and those people who are in conflict with the law. So all around Africa, youth are being transformed through S2C. They come to believe that change is possible in the continent and that they are the ones who can bring about this change. And they believe that transformation, true transformation, is absolute. There's no going back once you are transformed. So for them, the desire to bring about change burns very brightly. So in believing in a renaissance in Africa, these youth believe that they have something to offer the rest of the world. They've traveled across the globe in the last 6-7 years, taking the message that to youth that change is possible and that youth themselves need to be partners in this change. Now, in the African YMCA movement, by placing partners, our youth as partners, we use a reverse mentoring model, where as much as the young person is learning, they are also teaching. So the youth, the mentee, and their mentor get together, they exchange views, experiences, ideas, learnings, and together they shape the development for each other. And then on an organizational level, our youth regularly hold meetings with our elders where they share their views and their learnings, their ideas for the future. And together the youth and us as leaders create improved ways of leading our YMCAs in Africa and create much more impactful programs in the communities. When I first joined the YMCA, the youth were restless. They were troublesome. They lacked direction. They had no confidence and very few skills. And I've seen incredible change in 8 years where they believe that change is possible and they're actually activating change across the continent. And we achieved this because we took a different approach. We said to youth, we're not going to appoint you as youth representatives anymore. We're not going to give you those token positions. We're not going to give you token youth conferences anymore. We're going to rather invest in you. And then you can be our partners. And so it's from this foundation that we now interact as partners with the global movement. The African YMCA and our youth no longer come to the table with our heads bowed and our hands open wide for charity. No, we come proud because we have something to offer. Our partnership with Y Global and the FK Exchange Program is about us giving of our skills. So Subject to Citizen was an integral part of the implementation right at the beginning. And all young peace performer participants are trained in S2C. And this is where the great thing about the South-South exchange comes in, is that although African originated, when we train the participants in the program, they then take the lead in the communities. So we have people from Palestine, people from Sri Lanka who'd never even heard of S2C before, now going out and leading S2C initiatives in the communities. This is Macau here up on the screen. He joined the first Young Peace Performers group as a participant. Last year in Kenya, he was contracted as a short-term leader, and he's now with the exchange program for the entire duration as one of their leaders. This is Marjorie. She joined last year as a Young Peace Performer, and this year she handled completely on her own the subject citizen training in Sri Lanka for the current participants. Both came into the program of UNOSSC in 2012, and both have embraced leadership opportunities given to them through this FK program where Y Global and Africa YMCA provide them with the space to develop. What we have with Y Global is a model for partnership. We both give and we both receive. We trust each other, we argue. We don't always agree, but we respect each other. And at the heart of it all, both partners believe that youth are our partners and not our beneficiaries. So when we think of the Sustainable Development Goals and the future we're trying to create, we really need to ask ourselves, who are we creating this future for? Is it not in part for the young people who will follow us? And if we answer yes, then we have two alternatives. We either include youth in processes and decision-making that affects them and our collective future, or we exclude them. And if we exclude them, we're doing an incredible injustice to them, to us, to our future, our collective future as nations and as citizens. The youth are really closer to the future. They bring ideas. They bring innovation. They bring a blended multitasking approach. They bring hope. And if trained and exposed to global, national, local processes, they bring confidence and skills to put all their youthful qualities into positive action. And it is really up to us as adults, as I conclude, to take the responsible decision and include youth as partners in sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill. We will remember your words that to be a partner is something different from being a beneficiary. That goes for youth. It can also go for other types of partnerships. I think we'll come back to that in our discussion in a minute. But now we will have Mr. Kasper Landmark. He is our last presenter today. He holds a bachelor degree in development studies from the Oslo University College and a master degree also in religion, society and global issues from the Norwegian School of Theology. He has a long experience from civil society, especially within the field of youth volunteering, youth leadership and international youth exchanges. He is also a board member with the Debt Justice Network of Norway. And the title of his presentation is FK Norway Personnel Exchange Concept as a Method in South-South Cooperation. The floor is yours, Kasper.
Thank you. It's nice to be here, and thanks for your presentations. I'm going to give you just a kind of quick go-through of the key elements in the FK Norway model. You've heard from our partners how they use the model of mutual exchange to strengthen the work that they are doing. And I'm going to go through some of the aspects of it. Firstly, we're a development cooperation agency in Norway under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our mandate is to facilitate and support the mutual exchange of professionals and volunteers between organizations, institutions, and businesses that partner with their partners in other countries. We do not only support South-South projects, we also support exchanges between Norwegian institutions and their partners, but we see that our South-South portfolio is growing. Currently there's about 650 individuals exchanged every year from around 350 organizations within 120 partnerships, the Strummer Foundation being one of those partnerships, and the YMCA, YWCA being one of the others. In the Strummer Foundation, you heard that they exchange professionals and leaders that change places with staff from the other organizations, and in the YMCA, YWCA, they exchange volunteers. Some of the key elements. First, it's a partnership between like-minded organizations. Partners want to exchange ideas, want to support each other mutually in capacity building in their common field of work, and FK Norway comes in to facilitate the exchange of professionals or volunteers to ease and to help the organizations reach their goals. Reciprocity is perhaps the most important key element. All the organizations involved both send and host personnel. We believe that all organizations and institutions, regardless of what country they're from, have valuable experiences, can contribute. And in addition, we see that this reciprocity, this two-way flow of personnel strengthens the results of the exchange. Thirdly, it's young people. We have an age limit of 35 years of the participants that are part of the exchanges. We don't think it's wrong to invest in people over the age of 35, but it has something to do with the impact. We think we can have a stronger impact when we invest in young people, and we also see that the flexibility and the open-mindedness of the young people helps and contributes positively both to their own experience while on exchange, but also to the results of the exchanges. Fourthly is ownership. The detailed planning of the exchanges is organized or is undertaken by the organizations, the partnerships themselves. They are the ones that recruit the personnel. They are the ones that decide the focus of the exchanges. We come in and we help with the preparation and the homecoming of the participants, but it is the partnerships, the organizations themselves that are exchanging that kind of sets the rules for what are we supposed to focus on. We see a lot of results from the exchanges. We have exchanges within the health sector, the education sector, businesses and business development, and in civil society. And we see a lot of results on the individual level, the improved skills and knowledge in their particular field, the cross-cultural skills, what we call 21st century skills, but could be critical thinking and problem solving or creativity. You see the strengthening of leadership skills, the personal development, and an increased motivation when they come back. On the organizational level, we see the competence and the capacity of the organizations involved increase. Also the technical skills that they focus on in the different exchanges. Also at an organizational level, since many of these exchanges go on for several rounds of exchange, we see there's also a kind of a cross-cultural learning in the organizations themselves, and they get closer to each other and are able to cooperate closer on an institutional level. We see the sharing of best practices. The example that I've had from the Strummer Foundation was a great example of that. And we see a growth in regional and international networks. I'm going to talk a bit about just how we look at the power and equality in the partnerships that we support. We see that the world map of aid flows, of trade, of investment, it's changed so much in the last 10, 20 years. And we see that there's been changing attitude from development or to development cooperation from the south with the northern countries, and many countries have, and rightly so, felt that traditional aid was decided and directed from the north. And now they're seeking new partnerships, as we've seen here at the Expo, often within the framework of South-South cooperation. What it's important to underline for us is that even though we observe a phenomenal growth in South-South development cooperation, that doesn't mean by default that one party in a donor-recipient relationship or in a cooperation doesn't dominate the other. We still believe that it's important to have a power analysis and have a reciprocal and an equal relationship. Representing a country, Norway, classified as North, our form of development cooperation is clearly triangular. Still, we FK Norway as a donor has found it important to maintain at least one conditionality for support, and that is the aspects of reciprocity and equality. In practical terms, this means that we kind of try to provide a framework that strengthens the equal and reciprocal aspects of the partnerships and of the exchanges. The partnerships, the organizations that have a partnership, they choose their own coordinating partner that deals with FK Norway. FK Norway recognize the autonomy of the partnerships when it comes to decision making. We take no say in the selection of personnel to be sent, their work definitions, that's all decided in the partnership. And of course, there's the issue of reciprocity. There's a two-way flow of personnel, and that's something that we demand. You can't have get support for an exchange from FK Norway if it's not a two-way flow of personnel. And I think that, 20 years ago and still today, you see that in a lot of cooperations, there is a one-way flow of personnel. There is the experts, often from the north, but also now in South cooperation, going for a limited period of time to one country. And we think that, and we feel that we also have the arguments and the results to show it, that a two-way flow of personnel, a mutual exchange is preferable and it's better than only a one flow. Also, it's participatory, and it's participatory planning. All the organizations are involved. When we receive applications, when we receive the objectives and the goals of the different exchanges, those are formulated by the partnership together. And we also try to give the partners forums and platforms on which they can cooperate. Yeah, I think that was it. We hope that this model can be of interest to others, and we believe that equal and reciprocal partnerships are stronger, are more sustainable, and deliver better results in both ends. And, when it comes to power asymmetry or power disparity, can we rid ourselves of it completely? No, probably not. There will always, even if it's north-south or if it's south-south cooperation, there will be power asymmetries and there will be differences. But what we can do, and what we believe that we're doing, is applying models and practices that underline the equal and reciprocal aspects of partnerships and try to strengthen those aspects. That is, I think, the core of what the FK model stands for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kasper. Now you have heard our four presenters here. We have a small team here today because we wanted to give time for you in the audience to participate very actively, and we are ahead of time. So now I leave the floor open for your comments, your questions, either generally or directed to a particular presenter here. So feel free now to come forward if you have anything you would like to contribute with. Yes?
My name is Yingmei Huang. I'm from the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. And I have a specific question for Mr. Atland. And you shared a very good example about like a South-South cooperation case, but you mentioned replication. So, and I want to know some like the details about the mechanism of the replication to expand the successful case to cross the border to like neighboring countries. So, yeah, I mean, so how do you identify the local partners and to replicate the successful case? So, I mean, so do you just receive their proposal, then you identify, or just like as a mechanism how to replicate?
Thank you very much for your comment. And I think this relates very much to also capacitizing our regional offices who are in the local region, local community, being staffed absolutely by locals. And when a program is created or made in Bangladesh, for example, then this program, first of all, sometimes in the development world, we have successes. We plan and we fail. But sometimes we hit a core and it just takes fire and it becomes like a movement. And that's what happened with the Shonglap. Then we saw that this had a growth potential in Bangladesh, and it did. Primarily because I think people are different, but human beings are the same. And we stroke a chord of some psychology that will be the same. But the cultural differences are, of course, there. But since the people in the regional office are from the region, and since we also have a lot of exchange between the different countries, they learn about the programs, and then a person from another close-by country meeting in the environment of the regional structure, they grasp an idea. This may fit in our context, but we have to contextualize it into our place in our culture. And then again, the ownership and the initiatives comes from people within. And then, of course, you do an exchange by having the people with the experience from one country in cooperation with the personnel who think this may work out in our context. You do a pilot and then you try to contextualize it. But the thing is that I think even capacitizing the regional office, where the countries close by are always together, so that they exchange all the time. And that dynamics, which is then in a way bringing the close by cultures together, is a very active, a very important point. So it's an ongoing process of being close and have a participatory approach. So that's why we succeeded, I think.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Please.
Thank you. My name is Citlali Ayala. I'm from Mexico City. I work for Mora Institute Research Institute. Well, I would like to ask you what kind of difficulties and obstacles you face working with in these initiatives of South-South and triangular cooperation, given that in our countries there are different challenges regarding bureaucracy or lack of culture of development cooperation, and basically it is development cooperation is more related to foreign policy and not to development policies. So we don't have a culture of development cooperation as a social topic. It's not of public interest. And well, maybe that is a difficult initial panorama to establish relationships with NGOs or think tanks and everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can give an example of political climate being very different. When we started Subject to Citizen, many African countries, the uptake was very quick, very easy, because the political climate was very conducive to it. And then we hit a snag when we came to a country like Zimbabwe. So what we had to do was go in on a different level. So we didn't go in and saying, talking about civic rights and civic action like we did in the other countries. We went in and we spoke about transformative masculinity. And we used one of the programs to work as an entry point into the country. And we negotiated with the government to work on that. So it took a different approach, and it took us a long time to get the civic action going in that country. So a lot of it has to do with, as you say, is the climate and what is an enabling climate in one country is not in another. And so you can reach the same results, but it does take longer, and it's your entry point for us was quite different.
May I also comment on this one? I think a very important factor is again the Maasai proverb. The fastest way to the mountaintop is a zigzag way. I think that we working with the civic society and in NGOs, we have to be much more sensitive of interaction between government structures and civic society. And we should not come and build a state in itself. If we cannot have a catalytic function to utilize what is already there in the government structures and try to see if we can create a kind of commonness and togetherness, that is part of the process, which is extremely important. And I think there is a reason why there is skepticism against the NGO community. And we have to be sensitive. And I think it's very important to plant ideas and share visions with government structure on a higher level, but all the way down to the community level. That gives results in the long run. And I think we really have to take a step back and make sure we are much more conscious on that cooperation. And I have very good experiences. The Bangladesh thing, we have been to government offices, people are enthusiastic about it. The speed school concept in West Africa, which is also a kind of exchange south-to-south thing, we have gained so much momentum with the government, but the communication and the way we try to build bridges is extremely important. And the civic society and the government structures has to work together and not create a polarization.
Thank you. Any other comments to this? The overall motto of the South-South Expos is always it's solution, but it's also scaling up and it's about replication. And we've heard today, I think, 3 examples of models being developed in one place and being replicated. And for example, the Shonglap was developed in Bangladesh, and it was adapted in East Africa in a local way. Likewise, Linda here presented us with a partnership where there are as many as 7 different partners with different points of departure. How can you have a common model for that? And also, Jill wants to expand the subject to citizen, not only to cover all Africa, but I know also she wants to go to the rest of the world. And my question to you would be, what are the problems of adaptation of a model developed in one country when you want to export it? You believe in it, you think it is right, it even contains elements of reciprocity and equality, but still you want to reach out. How are your experiences with selling in your model in different countries and still keeping to the principle of not respecting the other countries' culture, customs, and also their right to develop their own models? Maybe would you start, Øyvind, or?
I can start.
Yeah, you can start.
I think a lot of our challenges have had to do with people's own mindsets, to be quite honest. Because the model that we have is really about using it in terms of your own context and circumstance. And I know when we first went with it to Sri Lanka, the youth were very scared because they said it's not in our culture to speak up and be seen as partners. And then we had to unpack it a little bit for them and get them to believe that making a change in your country doesn't mean you're against your government or your country. It means you're a good compatriot. It means you're increasing nation building. So that for us was a huge obstacle that we had to overcome. And likewise, when we dealt with the Palestinians, there again was their sense of their own dignity was so low. They really were suffering from a poverty of dignity, that it was building up their sense of their own self-esteem. So for us, this model, and again, if we look at Norway, I've done a lot of work with Norwegians using this African model. And the Norwegian youth are not used to digging deep into their subconscious, digging deep into changing themselves. And so at the beginning, for the first exercises or for the first few days or weeks of the program, they give you very much formatted, comfortable answers. And they say, no, but we don't have problems in our country. Not like you guys. You guys are dying. But, and then I say to them, but you've got high suicide rates. You're dying too. What's that all about? So for me, the major barriers is people themselves and their mindsets, because it's a model that really is about believing in yourself and believing you can bring about change. So I think once you can get over people's insecurity, and they can take up the model, they're then able to adapt it to any circumstance or any context.
Again, I would like to remind you about my 2 photos of ladders. I do think that we have changed the rhetoric. I'm talking about models and imposition. I think we have to we admit that we have changed the rhetoric from donor to recipient. That's past. Now we talk about partnerships. But sometimes we made our partner just an implementer. We make our partner an implementer. That's why I draw the ladder with the two steps on the top. I think we have to make sure that we make a ladder that actually is made and designed in the context. And that means that we have an idea. I remember I met with a mama in southern Sudan We did a microfinance project. We had introduced a very advanced box with 3 locks, and there were 3 people who had the keys, and everything was perfect, well painted and with our brand on top of it. She put her foot on the box and she said, "Thank you for this nice box, but what we appreciate the most are your ideas. Let's share ideas. Let these resourceful people in the poverty context work and strive with these ideas, and then contextualize it, create it, and build that ladder, which is an adaptation of a model. The principles might be the same, but I think we should, again, let's not make haste. We have to make haste slowly. And I am really concerned because I'm so inspired by what I see here in the expo of the structural changes. But no, we really have to come home and do our homework on the community level so that we can get this interaction between high structures and the communities. And here it takes time, and there has to be a change beyond rhetoric.
Well, sometimes I think it's important to also say that it is challenging to have partnerships. As I was saying before, we are 7 partners, and we change the country that we're exchanging to every year. And we have 20 participants traveling together for a whole year. And at times it's extremely challenging. But I think sometimes pausing and not hurrying into solutions because we have to get somewhere, we have to do something, we have to get the results. But to actually step back a little bit and just to look at where are we actually going? Are we missing the culture somewhere? Like, are we listening to everyone? Are we giving everybody the opportunity to speak and to give their solution and ideas? And especially, it's not just for us, the partners, that it's the country partners or the YMCA and the YWCA, but are we stopping to listen to the personnel who are on exchange? What do they have to say? Because they are the ones who are actually experiencing these difficulties of changing one model and then take it to another country, and they are going through this on a daily basis while we are kind of having the program part of it. So maybe to stop sometimes and then to listen to the people, what are they saying, and then actually wanting to learn from them. As the mentorship model in African Alliance, I think we do have a lot to learn from each other, and also the people that are on exchange, for example, that they have a lot of valuable ideas that we should and could learn from.
Thank you. Now I recognize the presence of Yiping Cho, our chief host here on our expo, and that is, I think, from the envoy of the UN Secretary General for South-South cooperation and the director of the UN office. It's an honor that you are coming, and it's a sign of partnership, friendship, but it might also be a sign that we should try to end the session, which I think we should still allow for a comment or two from the audience, if you have any. Now is the time, and also Kasper has not been given the opportunity for a final word, if you wish. Are there any more comments from the audience? Yes, sir, please.
I am Ben Quinones from the Philippines. I belong to a network called Social Solidarity Economy, and we have 5 continental networks, one in Latin America, one in Africa, another in America, Europe, and Asia. I was the chairman of this international network for 2 years, 2012-2014, and I remain as the chairman for Asia Network. Now we are entering into a partnership, South-South cooperation with ILO for the training, because we're dealing with an economy that is not profit-oriented. It's an economy that is social mission-oriented. So it's a different kind of economy, and it is an alternative model of development that we have been advocating with the UN. In fact, we have submitted a proposal to the UN High Political Forum in July 2013. But now we are finding that very much like microfinance, we need the young people. Because the leaders are like me, you know, we're going out already, pre-departure area, and we need the young people. Now, there are young people, for example, from Canada who wants to go to Asia, from Africa who wants to go to Asia and Latin America to learn. But the available courses are very short term, 5 days. And when I saw your program, I said, probably this is what we need, you know, because it's not only a matter of looking at the skills, the technology, but it's a mindset, you know. It's an attitude change. And you do not develop a mindset or a habit in 5 days. You need at least 3 weeks, you know. So my question is this. Is it possible for your platform to develop, you know, in collaboration with probably IL, because they have a short-term course, you know. They have the SSE Academy. It's only 5-6 days, you know. So that from this will be organized in Asia in 2016, and we're going to host it. But I was thinking, is it possible, you know, if we can identify young people, young leaders, young social entrepreneurs, could you develop a program, you know, where we can have this kind of collaboration among the developing countries, so that people from different countries can probably go to Africa, you know, and learn what they are doing there, and so forth. So this is actually, you know, I follow up to the question of the lady a while ago. How do you replicate this, you know? And I was thinking in the context of social solidarity economy, we really need the young people, yeah, to really be grounded on this type of initiative.
Thank you very much for that that comment, and particularly when you say it's a mindset. I think it builds very much up to what Linda described happened to her during such an exchange. What I will reply to you here now is that we are all here open to discuss more technical matters relating to our programs. From our stands here, we have one stand on the corner and one upstairs, and we'll be here the whole day and tomorrow. And specific questions like yours, we can better take out there, and we'll keep Øyvind's word of optimism with us, and we'll see if there can be any kind of common ground with you or with anyone else who, of course, are very much welcome to our stands as well. I think, Kasper, you should have the opportunity to a final comment.
Yeah, and just to comment shortly on what you asked as well, what our partners tell us is that long-term mutual exchange are preferred to shorter-term technical training, because you get a more multi-sided relationship than what you would get from a short seminar on technical capacity. What they also tell us is that there's a benefit of having a mutual exchange. Not only for the one thing is, you know, the equality of the partnership itself, that it's, you know, it's difficult to call it a true partnership if there's, you know, only one-sided travel, or, you know, experts coming one way and then no one coming the other way. You know, there is someone helping and someone receiving. But it's also, you know, more. We also see it more clearly on the results of the exchange, that a lot of the organizations, what they really benefit from is not necessarily just the incoming participants, the exchange participants that they're hosting, but maybe more importantly, the ones that are coming back, the homecoming participants, the one that has been on exchange, whether it's in Norway or somewhere in the north, or if it's in Brazil or in China or in another south country, where they come back to their own organizations with new skills and new knowledge and new motivation, and they stay there, not for 2 weeks or 1 year, but usually, you know, they stay for the rest of their lives. So it's, you know, a different way of thinking about it. So I think I'm just going to end on that, the importance of long-term mutual exchanges and mutual relationships.
Thank you very much. Then we have come to the end of our seminar. We'll take with us the homework given by Øyvind here to try to use the structure to build on grassroots level. That's a big homework you have given us. We'll also try to remain critical but optimistic, as you have said. As I said, we are available from FK Norway and the Strømme Foundation and Global. We are available on 2 different stands here, 1 in each floor. You are very much welcome to see us there with any issue you might have. And I should also mention that the issue of global partnership will be discussed tomorrow at 9 o'clock in a special segment, I think upstairs in the main hall, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. The Hall of the Americas, that's upstairs, the main hall, at 9 o'clock, and where also Øyvind will give a contribution, and many others. So I hope to see many of you there as well. So with that, we conclude our session. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Before you leave, we wanted to thank you for an excellent session, and we wanted to present you with plaques. There you are, okay. The UN Office of South-South Cooperation would like to present a plaque to each panelist in recognition of your special contribution to South-South and triangular cooperation. Presenting each plaque will be Mr. Weiping Zhao, Director of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. As your name is called, I ask each panelist to join Mr. Zhao or YP to the side here, I guess, to the side. The first person is Dr. Adlan. Miss Helge, Mr. Aspe. Ms. Harper. Ms. Martinson. Mr. Landmark. And Mr. Baroy. There he is, Mr. Baroy. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, the world of the architecture and the world of financial flows has changed dramatically in the time period between 2000 and now. Whereas official development assistance used to be the majority flow actually going into developing countries. It is now its relative share has gone from anywhere from 70% of the flows of external financing that's going into developing countries to somewhere around 10%. And you see a whole lot of other types of flows that have development purpose that are happening into developing countries. And that includes foreign direct assistance, it includes philanthropic flows, it includes remittances, and it includes financial flows coming from emerging economies and those that are practicing South-South cooperation. And so I think not only has the landscape changed, but I think the scale of ambition and aspirations that we're putting forward for the SDGs is going to require a scale and ambition in terms of resources that just goes beyond any one source. And that would be official development assistance, that would be foreign direct investment, that would be philanthropic flows. And so South-South cooperation, I think, is playing an extremely important and growing role, not only in terms of the financial flow itself, but also the different tools in the toolbox that happens through South-South cooperation. And so I think we are increasingly, as an agency, as an aid agency, looking for ways in which we can partner with those who are leading and practicing South-South cooperation. You have things like, we're a very decentralized agency, as many of you know. I mean, we've got 80 missions around the world, and they have a great deal of autonomy. And they create, in conjunction with the countries in which we're working, country development cooperation strategies, 5-year strategies for how we might invest our resources in conjunction with where that country wants to go in its own development leadership and plans. And there are several countries where we are now a partner in helping them build up their South-South cooperation. Indonesia, a big part of our country development cooperation strategy in conjunction with Indonesia, is to help provide assistance, both through technical assistance and funding, to help them build up the work that they're doing through Bappenas and South-South cooperation. Our assistant administrator for Latin America is actually down in Mexico today, signing an MOU with Mexico on a trilateral cooperation project to help scale up in other countries what has been a very successful green tech challenge in Mexico that we've supported. And so we'll work together with AMEXID, which is the Mexican agency that is practicing South-South cooperation, and try to take that to other countries in the region. And so for us, it's really important as we enter a post-2015 environment to look at all the different resources that are on the table and that can be applied toward development, and to develop partnerships and develop policy actually that allows us to really leverage and optimize those different resources. Because frankly, to be able to achieve the aspirations that we're putting out, we're going to need investment at that scale.
I think you hit the nail on the head here. I think in the opening remarks on Monday, His Excellency Dr. Abdul Momen said, and I quote, "The strong economic performance and other successes of many countries in the South in recent years have heightened our hope and ushered in a range of new realities and achievement expectations with important implications on the options available to improve the human condition globally." And in short, I think that means, as you say, we need to expand the toolbox. And fortunately, southern states now have the resources and the abilities to be more complete partners in development efforts to alleviate extreme poverty. So exactly what you were just saying in terms of the need to expand the toolbox and also the capability of the southern states to contribute and participate. I'm going to ask a question of all the panelists. Just your thoughts from your perspective. What will development cooperation look like once the development community transitions from the Millennium, the MDGs, to the as yet undetermined SDGs? And how can we better engage South-to-South cooperation on those objectives? Azadeh, I'll start with you, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you very much. From my perspective, being in the field and working closely with the communities, and not looking at the question from the perspective of the policy, I think a good way to moving forward sustainability issue is to engage the communities and move towards the field level as much as possible. It's a great thing to engage the country level and put policies to make sure that the sustainability issue is being addressed, but also it's very important to focus on how we can involve our target groups and the beneficiaries in the field involved, so that we can ensure that this sustainability issue we are working on is being held on a concrete basis. And of course, in country like Iran, which is like isolated, and it's really not easy to get the government involved in these sort of activities, and it's not easy to get it involved in collaboration with other countries. It plays an important role on how to get the community's voice on these issues, and then get the government here from the people and from the target groups. So it's really a question of how to make difficult governments like the Iranian government get the message from the people and being somehow pushed towards this agenda, which is later on being useful for the collaboration with other countries as well.
Ian, offer some thoughts from the role of academia.
Right. Well, I'm not sure these come from academia, but maybe from Methuselah, because I've been around a long time, and I was actually reflecting on the pre-2000 period, where we had a series of international meetings focused on specific problem areas. And as I was just reviewing some of the the debates that were happening there, and what struck me, whether you were talking about Bucharest in 1974 or Almaty in 1978 on health, is it was largely the donors talking to themselves. There were some NGOs there, but mainly it was the donors trying to figure out what they were going to do, or is population a problem, or how are we going to address education. So I think the MDGs did a really valuable thing in broadening the discussion to include lots of the recipients, the Southern voice that really was missing in those early years. I do think as I'm looking at development cooperation going forward, and this is not to say that the World Bank and AID and all of the bilateral donors won't continue to be extremely important, but I think we're going to see a lot more of the multilateral public-private entities, whether we're talking about the Global Fund or Gavi, a host of entities that basically are institutions where public, private, nonprofit, the voices of the South can all come together around a particular issue. And if you just Google international entities like that, the list goes on and on. I think the next task will be to simplify, because I think we will quickly become overwhelmed with them. But I do think over the next few years, we will be looking for ways for a variety of new actors that Tony was talking about to be able to work together more productively.
Peter, Ann highlights, as Tony did, the need for diversity in the actors, and certainly your organization is not a donor agency, but is very important in terms of access to capital and financing of potential development. And maybe you could talk a little bit about where you see development going.
Well, just the first part, I think it's very simple as to why we're talking South-South and not North-South, is that in the last 30 years that I've been involved, in this business, it's really been the increase, the increased growth in the southern economies that has created these opportunities. So that, for me, that's the biggest change. When I was in Peace Corps in Gabon in '84 to '86, we had zero ability to get any type of information in the village I was in. There was no phones, there was no radio, there was no TV, there was no nothing. And if you go back to that same village now, they have cell phone technology. They don't have landlines. They've leapfrogged that. They have paved roads, most of them. They have better health care, most of them. As we're seeing, it's not across the board. So there have been enormous changes in the 30 years that I've been involved in it. So it's a welcome. I mean, I welcome this sort of south-south, and being from the north was interesting for me to be at the table. But World Council has always had that type of south-south coordination. The World Council is a trade association, has 50 members. Most of the members are from the developing world. The level of assistance that comes from the north is minimal. Most of the work that is done in terms of technical, most of the assistance comes from organizations like AID and World Bank, and Gates is for technical assistance in terms of helping SACCOs in Africa or credit unions to develop different types of products. Different types of mobile technology now is a huge investment that we're making. I mean, the difference that we have, that we see, is that as much as there have been these changes, when you look at these statistics in terms of who owns the wealth and who doesn't own the wealth, and you look at how that has changed over the 30 years, there still are dramatic gaps between the rich and the poor. I mean, if you have 9% of the world's the richest countries owning about over 50% of the wealth, and the rest is divided amongst 91, 92%. You have 1 billion people that are earning under $1.25 a day. We have a lot of work to do. From the private sector, my main concern, and I'm really focused a lot on Africa these days, but throughout the developing world, is the largest donor and investor that we have in the world right now is China. And the way in which, and I'm not talking about every single development deal that China does. You can't paint it with a broad swath. But the lack of transparency to a lot of the deals is very, very worrying. And for me, if we move along those lines, in the United States, that still has not lived up to its goal of 0.7% in development aid, which I think is a major issue, and still hasn't put the big D on D, the 3 Ds that we were talking about in terms of back when this current administration came into power. If we don't continue to put more financing into it, I'm afraid we're going to slowly fade away in that game, as we are right now in many parts of Africa. We're just not at the table, and our collateral is diminishing as these other actors take over, and that's not a positive indicator for development.
Sure. Just to build off some of the previous remarks. So I think when you look at development cooperation, what it's going to look like as we look at SDGs, first off, it's going to start with countries themselves, and we can talk about the increase in investment from outside countries, whether it be China, whether it even be the U.S., who's which is still the largest bilateral donor in terms of aid, and continues to grow. We can look at foreign direct investment and the real increase in those flows, but they are all dwarfed actually by the increase over the last 20 years in domestic resources and domestic resource mobilization. And so continuing to ensure that growth and continuing to strengthen that growth is going to be important. And as was said in the beginning, ensuring that it's actually getting down to communities as well. I mean, we've embarked through our USAID Forward reforms, for example, to ensure that more of our money is getting into local systems and local solutions. And so we made a commitment to triple that over a 5-year period. And are about halfway there as we're halfway through the commitment. The other thing, as most everyone has said, is it's going to be multifaceted. So it is going to be a multiplicity of actors that bring resources to the table, and developing partnerships that work and that actually maximize the comparative advantages and the way in which those resources come to the table, I think will be really important. I think we've been following a model of development where we're trying to use our public investment to really mobilize private investment and leverage it at scale, but for development purposes. So when you look at the initiative, like our Power Africa initiative that President Obama launched a year ago, it starts with countries because they are making political commitments and making even policy reforms that loose up some of the constraints for investment in their countries. But then through the commitments we're making, both through technical assistance and de-risking, lowering the risk and mitigating the risk for outside investment, with a $7 billion that we are committed through Power Africa, we've leveraged up to commitments now from the private sector up to $26 billion. And that's the type of thing that is going to be, you're going to see more and more of. Anne talked about some of the the funds like the Global Fund, and I think you'll start to see mechanisms like that, more and more mechanisms. We launched a fund earlier in the year with a bunch of other donors and philanthropic partners called the Global Innovation Fund. That is about sort of bringing innovation to development and applying it. And you'll see more of those types of funds. I think a very strong focus on results is really important, and that's where actually the MDGs have been a big help. They've provided a blueprint for how to focus on results and to hold accountability on results. And I would hope that we come up with an SDG framework that's as focused and provides the opportunity for those results as important. And I do think transparency is going to be really, really important because I think, over the last 10 years, you've seen an explosion in data and the use of data. So data, you can think of data in a lot of different ways. Data is there for transparency and accountability. Data is also capital that actually has development impact. If you unleash data and you use data and sort of even the new technology that's available, it puts more decision-making in the hands of people. So I think you'll see more individualistic development cooperation as well, trying to get directly to citizens and communities through methods that we're doing. And I do think, engaging emerging economies like China and like others, not just China, but others that are engaging at a high level with investments. We launched the first ever official dialogue that we did with China on development specifically, and did that earlier in the year. Look for areas in which we could do trilateral cooperation. Really talk to them about why we thought transparency was important and the impact that it has actually for development and sustaining that development impact over time. And I think again, we're calling, or at least the nomenclature right now for post-2015 is sustainability. And these are sustainable development goals, and so practicing development cooperation that really builds sustainability for that impact and those activities to be able to maintain themselves without outside investment is going to be increasingly important.
Well, thank you all. Good stuff. Something that pops up, Peter mentioned China, and if you go back 20, 30 years, it was the Western development agencies that really sort of dictated. They wouldn't accept that they dictated, but they greatly influenced what development happened, where it happened, and what was focused on. And as we reach out into the private sector and engage private players, there are some concerns about the northern corporations playing a role in development that is overwhelming or dilutes the role of southern organizations. And I guess what I'd ask my panelists, do you see private sector players from the South getting involved in development? And if so, are they strong enough and are they vocal enough to stand their own against some of the northern players that are out there? Peter, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm just thinking South Africa's role in Africa, and they're obviously the largest single nation that has got development going on. I think they're it's like a 500% increase over the last 10 years in terms of the FDI that the South African companies have had. And they're not just mining, it's not just De Beers, it's not just the Lonrose, it's not just the precious minerals. We're talking about, other types of industries. I guess a concern of mine is that the majority of FDI that's coming from the United States is still in the oil, gas, and mining sector. I mean, it's like 95%, 98% of the FDI from the United States is in those sectors. I used to be in one of those sectors, and it has become much more transparent than it was back in the day, but still you've got a transparency issue in terms of diamond deals, in terms of oil and gas deals, and precious mineral deals. So, when I travel on the east coast of Africa, the number one topic in terms of FDI is Chinese investment. I mean, I hate to go back to it, but it's not American investment, it's not European investment, it's Chinese investment in land, it's Chinese investment in buildings, it's Chinese investment in that, and how those things are being done. So, if anything, I think that's a sort of a bigger concern for me if you're just looking at a pure sort of democracy level as to how those things are being done and who's getting the wealth and what kind of knowledge sharing is going on. Then I think the relatively small amounts of non-oil, gas, precious mineral investment that's coming from the United States.
Could I just follow up on that? Because I think some relatively new institutions can help deal with the concerns that you're alluding to. And I think organizations like Publish What You Pay, or even the work of Transparency International, can be very helpful in leveling the playing field and establishing sort of common norms. Now, it's still early days, but I've got a lot of confidence that organizations like that, watchdog organizations like that, are going to play a much bigger role in the future.
Azadeh, are you seeing local players getting more involved and having a voice, or is it still mostly external voices?
So I think you have to differentiate if you're talking about the private sector players or the local players, which are not profit-driven. So looking at the private sector that is profit-driven, it's really difficult in an economy that every day has the challenge of surviving. It's really very difficult to get them involved in the development agenda, knowing that the government hardly provides support or any kinds of incentives for them to get involved in this agenda. But if we look at the local partners, yes, it's actually a very fast-growing sector, knowing that there is now a lot of attention in terms of global attention, and which is actually affecting what is happening and what is people getting interested on the ground. So yeah, we can see a major shift in that.
Just the local private sector is also not just about, getting the local private sector involved in development, but that is development. I mean, building the local private sector is an important piece of development. It's an important piece of our development strategy in most of the countries we work. And so I don't think there's an either or. Certainly we can bring in private sector investment from U.S. companies or from multinational companies, but I think we have to be focused on, for sustainability purposes, the development of the local private sector as well, and we've looked for ways in which to create that pairing and to create partnerships there rather than for it to be competition. In terms, again, just coming back to some of the remarks about China, I think one of the things, a couple of different things. One is, I think it's important, and I hope that there's more evidence and focus on this over time, to look at what the sustainability of the type of development that gets done through that model and what it's meaning over the long term for particular communities or countries. Because it actually doesn't often work in conjunction with the local private sector or with local communities. It really is sort of a lock, stock, and barrel in terms of financing, in terms of companies, in terms of labor, and the companies that come over and do the work. And I guess from our perspective, what we've been doing to try to be able to provide types of investments that have sustainability is also to look at what the policy environment is that can bring in can bring in private investment where it's now sitting on the sidelines. And that's what I was sort of alluding to from what we've been doing with Power Africa. And it really is a different model because, I mean, like, so for Power Africa, we've been very transaction-based, right? We identified a series of transactions in countries that said, you know, here are things that could be transformative in sort of addressing the energy poverty in a country, and yet the financing is sitting on the sidelines to actually bring these projects to fruition. What's blocking that? What are the policy reforms that need to happen? What sort of technical assistance needs to happen? And or what can we do to sort of lower the risk so that then private sector investment comes in off of the sidelines? And to bring them into new industries, actually, so that FDI is not being so concentrated into one particular place, but getting spread out. Because I think there's an appetite, actually, for investing on the continent, and it's yet there are just there's sort of perceived barriers and real barriers that we as an aid agency can actually help to mitigate and to facilitate.
Thanks, Billy. This is a conference on South-to-South and triangular cooperation. But I wonder, in preparing for this panel, I went back and looked at some of the origins of South-to-South within the UN, and it actually goes back to 1958, when the UN first started talking about the need for South-to-South transfer of skills and support. And given the way the world has changed, I guess I wonder, do we even need to make the distinction of South-to-South, or in such a globalized society that just everybody does everything, as opposed to, you know, saying it used to be development agencies, it used to be global funds, or it is now South-to-South or it's private sector. And I wonder if you can comment on that and whether or not this is an aged or aged concept. Go ahead,
So
Anne.
could I?
Sure.
Because if I'm here wearing my academia hat, I think probably the South-South may be least relevant in this sector. And there are a variety of things. People have been watching the growth of online education, where hundreds of thousands of people around the world, if they have any kind of internet connection, can take courses anywhere. But it goes beyond that. I think certainly in the U.S. the number of international students studying here doubles every decade. So that is and that's likely to continue. The number of international scholars who are working at universities here is also in the hundreds of thousands, and it goes the other way as well. So I just took a quick look at a National Academy of Sciences study about collaborative research, and that's really becoming the norm. So they were looking at basically the number of published articles in scholarly journals where there is international collaboration. And in 1988, only about 8% of the articles had any kind of collaboration among the authors. It's now on average up in the high 20s, and for some regions it's in the 40s. So that kind of international collaboration, I think, is going to increasingly become the norm. There's also a lot of collaboration within each region as well. So I think the combination of internet and communications technologies, the movement of scholars, the globalization of the issues that we're talking about, and this gives me an opportunity, or I'm going to take it, for one of my my pet hobby horses, which is that that poverty is a global issue. There are pockets of poverty everywhere, and in many ways it may be a matter of degrees, but we can broadly characterize what the poverty issues are, and the approaches are often very much the same as well. And that I think we will find a time, and I hope maybe later in the panel I can talk about the program we're trying to develop, where people will be able to work on maternal child health in Bangladesh and in Appalachia, or in some of the other pockets of poverty in places that we don't think of as particularly poor, because I think poverty is also globalized.
I think it's a great platform for at least for the country like Iran that I work in, because it's such an isolated country in terms of this sort of collaboration, that having this sort of platform helps loosen up all this pressure. So it's a step towards opening up for having this globalization concept into the country. So I think it's very much different on what part of the world we are talking about. And as I said, in my country, yeah, it's actually a very useful tool to get the government and the country involved in the agenda, the global agenda.
Yeah, I agree. I was perplexed by the South because from where I'm working now, we're working all over the place: north, south, east, west, northeast. I mean, all over. We've got people going from Mexico to Kenya to share experiences. We have people going from the Philippines to Nepal. We've got people on our staff from every country that are sharing lessons. We have people from Kenya who are working with M-Pesa and Mshwari and digital payments going to Portland, Oregon, because we're light years behind how they are in Kenya in terms of digital payments. So for me, it was a misnomer to talk about South-South. I mean, I understand the concept of the North, but I think the point that Ann made about distance learning, the opening of the internet, the ability to Skype with people all the time, for us really isn't an issue. For us, the real issue is financial inclusion, access to finance, banking the unbanked. How do you scale, ramp that all up? And the biggest innovation that we have in the next 10 years is going to be digital finance, allowing people in remote areas to have personal financial management on their phone as that's ramped up. That's the biggest thing that we're dealing with right now in terms of how to get to that bottom billion.
I think the one thing I would say is that, so first off, agree wholeheartedly with what you're hearing from my fellow panel members about what globalization has meant, and that there are models to be shared across boundaries, and it's almost, it can seem silly to say it north, south, whatever. I mean, south-north, south-south, north-south. I mean, there are models and learnings to be shared. Exactly. And for example, so look at China. I mean, when you talk about the MDGs and you talk about bringing people out of extreme poverty, look at what they've been enormously successful at doing, and what experience they have to share with others on that. And the models that, like M-Pesa or what happens through financial inclusion and conditional and non-conditional cash transfer programs that are very successful internationally, how those might be able to be applied in the U.S. And you can see Bloomberg and what happened through the experiments they did in New York with these particular programs. What I would point out, though, is that unfortunately the political conversation that we're in around SDGs and MDGs doesn't quite reflect or hasn't caught up to what is practically happening in terms of that sharing on the model. There still is a strong focus on flows from developed to developing country. There is, Peter mentioned the commitment of 0.7% of ODA. It's, by the way, not a commitment that the USG ever actually signed on to, and so it's not one that we see ourselves accountable to, although we see the aspiration and we continue to drive greater ODA. But my worry is that in the political conversation and the politics of coming to agreement, both around post-2015 and around FFD, you'll see some, what I think is actually some stale conversation around aid and around South-South being a complement or a supplement. I mean, I'm not sure that those are productive distinctions, but they are certainly the distinctions that are going to be made in the political conversation. So I think we're still in a bit of transition And I think, the political conversation will take some time to transition, but I think in the practical terms, you're already seeing a lot of knowledge sharing and a lot of resources going across borders that break down those boundaries to the benefit of everyone.
Just one additional comment, and I may be the only one in the room who can remember this, but 20 years ago, AID had a program called Lessons Without Borders, and it would be probably really valuable for AID just to update it, because we all have specific ideas about whether it is Empresa or mobile banking or lessons that can be brought home or brought to other countries. But just having some focal point to catalog that would be really valuable.
Yeah, just to add a point on it, I mean, Lessons Without Borders was about U.S. aid helping U.S. communities look at models that were being successful internationally, and how they might be able to be applied in the U.S.
Right. If I could just tell the story, one of the communities was actually Baltimore, where they were having a very difficult time getting children vaccinated before they started first grade, which was a requirement. And the vaccination level at first grade was sort of hovering around 60%. And Mayor Smoke, who was the mayor at the time, heard that in Nairobi they had immunization coverage rates well over 80%, and he said, how do you do that? So he and a team of his public health people with help from AID went and basically discovered what I suspect all of us already know, certainly know now, the community health worker and the role that the community health worker plays. But it wasn't part of our public health apparatus. So the immunization coverage rates, you'll be pleased to know, actually did rise up as a result.
You've sort of touched on this, but I wanted to ask, before the MDGs were developed, there were a series of sector-specific international meetings and goals around health and education, agriculture, et cetera. As we approach the SDGs, how do we see this new interactive, collaborative universe approaching? I mean, do we see more of a collective action towards the preparation of the SDGs, or are we still seeing this sort of stovepiping of initiatives? And Tony, you might be the best to answer this because you're somewhat involved in the U.S. government.
Yeah, I think so. And it's not something I pointed out even when we were at the top talking about the SDGs. But the other difference about the SDGs is, look, we want to be able to end extreme poverty. We want to be able to end preventable child deaths. But we have to do it in a way that is sustainable, that we still have a planet left. And we have to do it in a way also that's economically feasible and sustainable over time as well, and so that there's the economic growth and sort of the creation of jobs and an enabling environment for entrepreneurship and economies that make sense as well. And so I think increasingly we're going to have to look for ways in which to hold ourselves accountable for results in very specific areas, but do it in a way that's much more integrated. And that will, again, it's not something that's entirely new. I mean, it's ways in which we've tried to work before. But I think if we're successful with a framework that really does show how things converge and show where the integration is, it's something that we'll have to increasingly make more the norm rather than something that's unusual. Now, for an aid agency like USAID, it can be a challenge because we have, certain funding streams and accountabilities and directives and how that money gets spent. And so I think it will be an evolution, and will be easier for us actually to even bring in other resources that on our own to be able to do integrative work like that. But I think you'll see shifts increasingly over time, I hope.
I don't know if anybody else wanted to comment on that. I wanted to get primarily.
I think it all makes real sense. And I was at the UN last week talking about this very topic to all the permanent reps of the UN. And so I think one of the major points made was that it makes sense developmentally. I mean, if you just look at the PEPFAR account and how it originally started out sort of stage one as an emergency measure, and now it's moving in towards sustainable health systems. You can look across the board at finance. It really, the 80s and 90s was a time when there was a great deal of emphasis on microfinance, microloans to put out sort of to get more jobs. Now, there's been a lot of evidence that MFIs and microfinance really doesn't have the long-term sustainability that people want to see. I mean, not to promote credit unions or SACCOs too much, but that's the sustainability that we're talking about. It's really a savings-based, savings mobilization approach, and we're happy to hear about sustainability because we see what we have as a sustainable development model for areas that banks can't reach just because of the type of costs that you have. So for me, it all makes sense, and I think if they're as successful on MDGs as they were on MDGs, that it could be a real success over the next 15 years if you're really looking at sustainable local systems that aren't reliant on outside assistance.
Can I also add, as Tony talked about, focusing on results and making sure that we achieve those results, but I also want to point out that it's also how much of this result is driven by the countries themselves. We cannot just wait for the AID assistance to be there and then get to the result that we want and then trying to make sure in some ways that this is going to be sustainable. For example, in the type of the work that we do, if we set ourselves to make sure that everyone in a community is educated, we set up schools for their children, we make sure that women are being educated, they are literate, and then when we leave, what's going to happen? So that's the point that we actually try to make sure that this is the initiative from the community itself. So this is the same thing with the government as well. Not just achieving the result, but making sure that this result is driven by the community or the countries themselves.
I wonder if the panelists could talk. Every single one of you has experience in different sectors. And you're currently in academia, but you've been in a donor, and you've been in an NGO. Azadeh, you've been in a variety of different NGOs. Peter, private sector, USAID, donor agency. Tony, likewise, NGOs and donor agencies. Can you offer some perspectives or what you've noticed from sector to sector about how they look at development, and specifically if you can comment on South-to-South or triangular cooperation? And again, this is sort of an open-ended, very general kind of question. But do you see differences in the priorities, say, for academia versus NGOs versus private sector versus donor agencies? You can say no, you don't see any differences. But Azadeh, you want to?
Well, the way we look at development, I don't know about academia that much, but for the type of the work that we do, it's again how to make sure that there is a good sustainable collaboration between us as an NGO who is on the ground to deliver some services, to help to give the knowledge to the local government and to the local communities, and then make sure that when we leave, when it's time for us to exit, that sort of the work and the agenda that we had is going to be taken care of and is going to be continued, whether through the assistance of the government, whether through the community initiatives themselves. So our agenda is that we address the development issues on the ground, whether it's economic empowerment, whether it's women empowerment, that it's related to the refugee issues on the ground in my country. But also an important part for us is to create this really close partnership with the government and with the local authorities, making sure this knowledge and this expertise that we have is going to be transferred, so that after we're leaving, they are able to serve the same service for the community themselves, and it stays on the agenda of the government. But yeah.
Okay. This will necessarily be gross generalizations, but you challenged me to think about the various sectors and how each approaches development issues. I would say, just from my experience working with academics, where the focus is on research, there's a drive to understand the phenomena of development or underdevelopment, and to really get down to very specific details. But there's much less interest in operational issues. So you might find solutions that are less practical. And I think one of the challenges that I have seen is how you bring a practical or a practitioner's perspective into the excellent research and training that is being done on campuses. I would say from my experience with NGOs, there's probably, and this both on boards and actually working at NGOs, there's probably less interest in the upstream research, much more interest in the can you make it work, but most intense interest in how are we going to pay for it, or who's going to pay for it. So the financial sustainability looms really, really large. And that has struck me as one of the major distinctions. Since I have colleagues on the panel who are more current at AID, I'm not going to presume to talk about that.
Peter or Tony, comments?
You may want to respond right directly.
I was actually not going to. I was going to take a much wider view. I mean, the way I look at this is, I spent most of my life, or all of my life actually, before coming into government in the philanthropic and the NGO sector. I mean, I sort of look at there's different types of capital. There's political capital, there's financial capital, there's intellectual capital, there's social capital. So across the board, there's to varying degrees. If you're at an aid agency, we use to great effect, we have significant scale of financial capital, but we also have great political capital, and we come with political motivation. If I'm in the philanthropic or the NGO sector, a lot of times I'm working very strongly with social capital and social communities on the ground and the capacity there. I bring intellectual capital, and I also have there's different constraints on our capital. So from an aid agency perspective, we're constrained in terms of risk many times. I mean, we have an accountability back to the taxpayer to be able to show results, and that makes us looking for things that we feel as if are sort of blue chip investments, if you will. They've been proven. It might be really hard for us to be the venture capital, whereas the philanthropic capital can be, they're accountable to themselves really, and so they ought to be a lot freer to be able to experiment. I think when you look at South-South cooperation, they bring an enormous amount of intellectual and knowledge capital to the table. And so they're looking for ways to both combine their financial capital with that intellectual capital, and they have a direct experience, which is an enormous resource, which is different than, that might come from us as an aid agency. And so I think, they'll look to ways to leverage that and to use that as a way of developing impact. But I think when you look at political actors such as ourselves, I mean, we have political motivations. Obviously, we look to be the place at which we're really an example of the highest of U.S. ideals and the way in which we want to be seen as well as act in the world. But at the same time, there are also, we see it helping facilitate greater prosperity abroad as something that is actually going to help our own prosperity as well. And we come with that particular motivation and with that particular mindset.
Yeah, I was just going to say from a private investment perspective, the major changes are going to be sourcing labor from countries where education has improved. You won't have so much. I mean, I know companies like Coke and other companies have been doing this for years in terms of having a very, very broad distribution network in terms of where their management comes from, their local sourcing, local bottling. That's just going to increase. I don't know in terms of decisions to be made as these countries grow at 5-6% per year. You're going to have a lot more people traveling there because that's where the growth opportunities are. And I see a lot of positive things. I think on the negative side is going to be those countries that remain in a sort of a governance, ungovernable sort of cycle, and you're not going to get. You're just not going to get the growth that you need to get them out of that cycle. And World Council has credit unions and SACCOs in many of those countries, and we're on a daily basis struggling to figure out how to grow membership in areas which are just very, very difficult either to get to because of different types of activity, like in Colombia or different countries where we have, which is why mobile. We come back to mobile as being is one answer, and what you do in terms of intractable governance issues, which to me is a critical issue. No matter what we talk about, if we continue to have bad governance, you're not going to have growing economies.
I also want to add to this that in the context of South-South collaboration, a lot of times we use the successful models or works or partnerships that we had in one country in the other country, and that's a way of actually exchanging the expertise or the knowledge. It might not be researched academically, but we saw that works on the ground, and that is useful, and that is what is successful. And we actually duplicate the work in other countries that we are working in, and we introduce this new piece of knowledge and expertise to the new country and the new communities. And a lot of times it's not a high-level governmental, political kind of exchange of expertise or knowledge, but we do it at the community level, which is actually very successful and very sustainable.
Well, you mentioned the need in the NGO world for financial sustainability efforts. I wonder, when I think of South to South, I think of one of the great advantages of country ownership and sharing South to South is greater likelihood of sustainability because you're adapting and taking something that has worked in a similar setting and applying it to your setting. I wonder if the panel could comment on just how we use the words sustainable and resilience, and have they evolved over the last 20 or 30 years?
I think probably.
Because I remember I come from the private sector, and for me, sustainable means one thing. And coming into the development world, I knew that for some people, sustainable just meant getting their USAID grants. So there are different perspectives, and I wonder how maybe that's evolved over time.
As I think about it, I think integrated rural development was all the rage in the 1970s, and I think it had one meaning, which might have been, can you sustain it financially? But then, my impression is that sustainable for quite a bit of time mainly referred to environmental issues and environmentally sustainable. Just in the conversation today, we have used sustainability to mean financial sustainability, economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, political sustainability, and social sustainability. I probably missed a couple. So I think the whole notion is much broader than it was a decade or two ago.
And I'm not sure we need to always have a specific definition that we're all signing on to either. I mean, we've been really pursuing what I would call a resilience agenda, where we're trying to be much more integrated between our humanitarian assistance and our long-term development, especially in areas like the Horn of Africa or the Sahel, where there's persistent drought or recurring drought that happens. And, you know, when we developed our policy, we struggled for a long time. Okay, what do we mean by resilience? And it's one of those words, and sustainability, I think, is a little bit like this as well. It's what, you know, Duncan Green at Oxfam will call a buzzword. It's both a buzzword, but it also means different things to different people. At the same time, it mobilizes political momentum. It also helps mobilize resources. And as long as we're doing that, and we're doing the different dimensions like of sustainability that Anne pointed out, that's all to the good. And I think we don't have to, we should caution ourselves against tripping up on ourselves about how we all specifically are signing on to one particular definition. And I think the evolution of it is good as well, as long as it's continuing to be useful in sort of mobilizing our results and mobilizing our resources.
How's the day in the field? Are you seeing any difference about what sustainability is? Or is it just trying to get the job done and keep it going?
It definitely has a definition for us, and that's, to me, I want to put it that way, that whatever the change that we create, and whatever the progress that we help the people to have in their lives, it's going to be there and it's going to be continued, it's going to be supported, whether or not we are going to stay or not. So that's how I frame it in my work.
I wonder if, this may not apply to all of you, but I wonder if you've had experience with either a South-to-South cooperation or a triangular cooperation where the West is doing, oh, sir. Oh, I thought maybe we were. Oh, we will. I was going to ask the panelists if they have any experience with South-to-South or triangular cooperation where they've learned some lessons, either positive or negative, that may be of interest to the audience. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mentioned it before. Maybe I was out of order when I
liked your comments.
When I answered by the sort of the South to South. We've got that happening all the time, and we've got projects in Mexico where we're working on digital finance and going to Kenya and sharing it with Haiti. So that stuff is happening all the time.
Is there anything about that, how you guys do that and how you share that information, that is a lesson learned, or is it, do you see
I think internally we've had to create systems to share that kind of information. So obviously there's internal sort of communication systems.
Maybe something of a marketplace.
Yeah, that is in sort of a SharePoint type of thing that everybody has to go through. I mean, obviously there are those types of coordination things you need to do in order to make sure that the people understand when you're working in Kenya that there's lots of things you can learn from what you're doing in Mexico. So, and those are, I mean, if anybody has any, questions about that, I can share with what we've done in terms of, just sharing that. In terms of externally, that's always an issue in terms of getting those lessons learned out. And then funding is always an issue because lots of times funders won't fund that, and the credit unions themselves who we're dealing with don't have the money to fund it. So that's always going to be an issue in terms of that, but that's what the business is. So I don't have any major sort of failures to think about. I think in terms of again, I go back to the private sector days, and it really comes down to investments that failed because of particular reasons that had nothing to do with. I mean, it's a business failure. It could have happened between Boston and Philly versus the U.S. and Namibia or something. So.
I have an example. 2007, there was a cyclone called Guna that hit Pakistan, Iran, Oman, and a few other countries in the Gulf region. And UN initiated this South-South collaboration so that these countries can sit together and form a kind of early warning system and support in times of emergencies like that. So I was in the workshop and in the forum that all the high-level representatives of these countries signed the agreement, and it was officially launched that there's going to be a system that is being in place to make sure that not only they have early warning system, but they can coordinate in times of emergencies if something happens, and not necessarily hit all the countries, but even if it's one of those countries, they can collaborate. And it never went further after that meeting.
It was never implemented?
Never. So, and I can't say it's just because of the issue of the funding, because it was also supposed to be kind of training for the emergency responders in different countries. But the thing is that those who sign and who commit to work at that level, it's very difficult to go then to the universities and make sure universities also collaborate, and to go to different organizations, to the Red Cross or Red Crescent, and make sure they also collaborate. So it ended just like that.
We've had experience doing trilateral cooperation in various countries. We've actually, our South African mission has had a pot of money that they've been doing and using trilateral cooperation with South Africa and other countries. We've done trilateral cooperation with China, with Chile, Brazil. I think a couple of different things I would say. There are different ways to do it, and so, and then there are different transaction costs and amount of human capital investment that it takes, because you can actually co-finance, so put money together and then jointly manage that money and manage the project. There's ways that you can do work in parallel, so your financing is working in parallel, but you're communicating and working together and even looking at shared results. There's complementarity as well. There's ways to say, okay, I'll do this part, you'll do that part. Let's see how that works together. All of them bring their sort of varying levels of transaction costs and the ability to manage it, and then also varying levels of what you get out of it by engaging in trilateral cooperation as well.
Well, I think by popular demand, we probably should move to Q&A. I've got some other questions, but I think it's time to hear from you, the audience, about your questions. So please identify yourself and your affiliation.
My name is Rick O'Sullivan. I'm Principal Senior Solutions with Society of Association. I'm also the co-chair of the Washington Society. That's my pleasure. To add to the compendium of examples, let me give you one. As far as product negotiation, started out as a couple of retailers in California wanted to be able to sell furniture that was environmentally friendly. They knew a couple of stamp standards. They started talking to manufacturers in Mexico and up in Canada. They called for an organizational meeting, and lo and behold, representing 60 countries there. Retailers, manufacturers, wholesalers, and even products that work. Within 18 months, they formed this product association. They developed the standards. They created the auditing function. They marketed the brand and had products in the store in 18 months. If you ask governments to do that, they would still be debating to do it. They continue to be in the office. So when you talk about the comment made earlier of developing common standards, relying on the civil society as a watchdog to do with Transparency International, everyone sees the role of civil society as being a surprise. That's why I guess together in the experiencing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I failed to mention the World Council is a trade association that has created standards for financial transactions for credit unions around the world. So that we do that. I mean, that's the number one thing that they do. So I think it's a great point because it really is a bottom-up type of process that transcends government, we have, for example, from that, then you have government policies that regulate banking regulators in countries like Kenya and in Mexico and other countries that are taking their regulations from the civil society group or World Council group. So I think it's a great example.
Whenever I present this, I'm told, well, that's a Western concept and it can't work here in your country.
Not at all.
And I point to Underwriter Lab.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't it easy?
And I guess I would say there's a role for government there too. I mean, we helped create the Tropical Forest Alliance, which is continuing to bring together, companies from around the world to look at ways in which they have more sustainable practice in their value chains around things like palm oil and things like that. It's not it's more of so it's not a treaty and saying, here's what you must do and then trying to have legal enforcement and regulation. But it is, as markets become more globalized, companies themselves are going to look for more ways to have comparative advantages for their products, right? And so that opens the door for these sorts of things. You differentiate yourself by saying, I sign up to this standard, which means, my production and my manufacturing processes and my distribution chains are at these particular standards. And I think you're going to see more and more of this, and I think NGOs actually are well placed to look for opportunities and to bring companies around the world.
So does that change that? You say that a reputation is an option. And the solution tends to be more government-driven as opposed to things that this thing can.
Well, I would hope that's changing significantly. I think over the last 4 years, we've shown that a lot of the work that we've been doing is actually directly with the private sector and also trying to use the capital we have to bring the private sector to the table. And if you look at the major initiatives that we've launched over the last 3 years, you look at New Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition, you look at Power Africa, you look at the Tropical Forest Alliance, you look at the U.S. Global Development Lab, all of those are about how we engage with the private sector and help them actually look for the solutions and help facilitate that. It'll take some time, obviously, but we're even, the lab actually allowed us to go to the Hill and say, look, we need more flexibility to be able to do these sorts of partnerships and to be able to use our capital in different ways.
I just have to disagree respectfully, but I worked there, and when I was doing the stuff in independent media development, we were spending an enormous amount of money on developing journalism standards that were driven at the private sector level. So it was done, and a lot of it obviously done through private sector actors that were given contracts and grants. It's not AID doing this stuff so much. It's the private sector that is out there doing it, whether it be ICFJ, Internews, IREX, all these private sector actors in the journalism world. So I think if any agency has done more in terms of that area, AID's got more of a focus on that than a lot of the other development agencies, including DFID and some of the others.
your geography though?
Yeah, so through the Global Development Lab, which I just talked about, I mean, we've been trying to develop lots of different mechanisms actually that provide resources to social entrepreneurs and even private companies. So if you look at our Development Innovation Ventures, really takes on a venture capital model, provides 3 phases of funding, but it's completely open source. So it's not us going out to saying we're trying to solve this particular problem. Come to us with what you think is your big idea and your transformative development solution. We'll provide seed funding along with really rigorous evaluation to see how is it cost effective, what's the scalability of it, and then like a good venture capitalist, if it proves itself in the conceptual stage, do a second stage of funding, and then even look at a third stage of funding that can help commercialize it and really take it to scale. And I think we're increasingly focused on how do we open up and be more open source. Even our grand challenges for development, which focus on a particular problem, are really open. They're not, so the trick is they're not, the way in which our country programs work, it's not the mechanisms that our country programs are using necessarily, and so you still see traditional RFPs and things like that go out. So I think it will take some time to evolve some of these newer mechanisms and populate them throughout sort of at the country level of our programs. But it's certainly how we've been pushing ourselves to be a lot more innovative in the way we make our resources available, and open source in the way we make our resources available.
I think AID is now doing a lot more with small credits, so absorbing some of the risks that maybe banks are unwilling to take on directly. So that's another way that...
Yeah, our Development Credit Authority has really accelerated the work that they're doing over the last couple of years as well.
The title of this panel is Global Partnerships, Development Organizations, and Innovations Share Goals, Poverty, Alleviation, Challenges. And I think where the interesting time is that aid is a phenomenal job developing society's culture and attracting those. We look at our own backyard here, and your thing about Baltimore brought
right.
up, that because we're an established country, the same as in Great Britain, we're kind of stuck in the mud of certain things. Where, going to Peter's example of Gabon, they had to suddenly jump into global technology. They had to jump versus line. It's almost the period right now, it's always north-south. The first initially being the dominant going down. But we must take the investments in aid and suddenly it becomes the south coming here into Europe.
Well, that's Peter's example.
Much greater though, there's a hesitation on areas that are hard or understanding. What is it going to take to bring that south-north dialogue more? So we're actually looking at not so much of direct aid money, but that intellectual capital.
I think the limitation is basically our ignorance about what has worked elsewhere, which is why I suggested to Tony that having some sort of a clearinghouse and maybe vetted so that these actually did work and are not just promo success stories would be extremely valuable. And I 20 years ago, we were worried that communities here in the U.S. would resist the idea that there was anything that Kenya could teach Baltimore. I don't, and there was no resistance at all. And I certainly don't think there would be today. I think it is sort of a wide open door, and I think people just don't know what's working.
I think there's going to be a generational shift as well. I mean, I think a generation coming up, and aid actually, 60% or the majority of the folks now in the agency have been with the agency 5 years or less. And I think you'll see that really start to have impact over the next several years. But I think even over the next 10 years, as more folks are used to sort of there being much fewer boundaries, because that's just their experience in growing up, and they've come into the professional ranks. I think you'll see lots and lots more of it, because it won't seem abnormal at all, or it won't seem unusual. Let's put it that way. It won't seem unusual.
It's almost like, you know, we always look at direct investment and return on investment.
Yeah.
It's almost, this is the return on investment we've gotten for 30 or 40 years.
Exactly.
It's like, I need investment.
And you've got intellectual capital there. You can apply it in lots of different contexts, our own backyard as well.
Exactly.
Well, I think,
I'll give you the contact of MIT's Poverty Lab, the woman I sat with, Claire Walsh, and I'll put her in touch with you, because that's exactly what she's doing.
Oh, you were on that thing.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, we've come to the end, but two things I'd like to say. One, I know that Peter Graves brought a little brochure on World Council of Credit Unions, so if you'd like to learn a little bit more about them and the impact they have, I know Peter would be happy to give you a brochure. But I hope all of you will join me in thanking the panelists for their time, their thoughts, and their very valuable shared experiences. So thank you very much.
How long are you here? Next Friday. Next Friday.
Oh, okay.
First of all, we want to thank you for all that you provided and shared with us. But we would also, the UN Office of South-South Cooperation, would like to present plastic in recognition of the special contributions to South-South International Cooperation. And only is an element from the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. And as your name is called, I would like to ask you to give you
There.
Yeah. Is this your first visit? So you're going to be a tourist for a little bit? Or? No, I don't think so. So we have all these meetings in and our country directors from all over the globe are here.
There you go.
And it's going to be all next week. It's going to be this week and a little bit next week. Right, because we have the Thanksgiving holiday, so you won't get too many Americans. Exactly. Yeah.
That's very nice to see you.
Very nice to see you.
Pleasure and an honor to see you.
Well, I hope we'll get a chance to see you again. And maybe someday to visit with you in Tehran.
Is it possible?
It will, someday, I hope.
Light years behind.
Where did you learn your English?
Excellent. Thank you very much. I studied, I'm a PhD student in the Netherlands.
So your Dutch must also be good.
Yeah.
That's great.
Sorry, I missed Pierre. Well done. How are you? Hey,
It's scary sitting with Anne and the others.
Anne may well be associated with.
I haven't had time to come back from the report that he shared.
In fact, I was hoping.
That's good. So how close to
I'm feeling fine.
I have to defend. Oh, okay, so it's really
Terrible.
fun, yeah.
It
Excellent.
was terrible, and I actually went to Sweden while I was still sick.
I think we need to move.
Yes, they want us out.
I think our panel needs to move on so the next one can get in here.
Okay, so.
There's so much.
Well, actually, that's
The companies don't agree to it. I'd be very interested. Do you have a card? So you're working on post-night?
Oh, you are?
Release?
No, I haven't, actually. Yeah, so mention where you from. That'd be great. How's the, how's the conference? How's the conference?
Oh, it's been great.
Where's your, so you have my card, so why don't you shoot me an email, and then we'll see, find out time, because it's one thing we really didn't get into, is how do you deal with all this when you're so isolated? And we've been to Iran, my boss, my branch, went there last year, and I was touching with women.
Especially as we go
Lots to do more, credit unions exist there, but because of the embargoes and everything in the US, it's very difficult for us to work with them, so. But if there's a way we can, yeah. Oh, yeah. So let's get together. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than willing to talk and to share experiences that we have in terms of the financial, in terms of what we've done with, these sort of international standards with credit unions. And I may have started in the West in terms of those standards, but they also have developed with, assistance from all over the world. So,
not so much concept of what the standards are.
Yeah. More acceptance of those standards.
I think it's better this one because it's south-south.
Self-regulation, self-government to work with sounds like really important.
This one is new.
Yep. How do I know that the credit union can be acting in my best interest?
Yeah.
In fact, if they
oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Excellent. I'll look at it.
I wrote that because
Okay, good.
And I'll follow it.
Okay, thank you very much.
The name, please?
Do I get this? Do we get in here? So what's the next one? That's the last one? Poor guys, that last thing on the last day. I hope people show up. Oh, good. Excellent. So where do you work? You work here in Washington or New York? New York. So you have Daniel Platts? He's in the South Corporation office. Is that the office you're in? Okay. You know Daniel Platts?
Daniel Platts. No? By the way, I'm Grace.
Peter Graves.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, he's not at UNDP.
Oh,
he's in the UN office of South Corporation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, UN office is very close to us. We're in the same building. We host
I
them.
was just there last week. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think she can be here. I will be here. Are they? Yeah, I will be here. And then, yeah. Yeah. Andre Sacha. Maybe we can put. Sure. It's too tight, huh?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, maybe we can put her
Yes,
there.
definitely.
And are they here? Sachin?
Sachin?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Sachin, I think. Blow the horn. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this UNDP-hosted partnership forum. I hope I'm using the microphone, right? Okay, yes. Welcome to this mini forum, UNDP hosted, and we would like to discuss with think tanks from the South and the North to discuss what are the cutting-edge research agenda for South-South cooperation. Let me give you a little bit background of why we think about planning such a forum. My name is Grace Wang. I work in UNDP as the lead advisor on South-South and triangular cooperation. And UNDP from 2014 to 2017 is exercising its new strategic plan. And in this new strategic plan, we really put South-South and triangular cooperation at the heart of our all priorities. Why? Because today's world, we all know, is changing very fast, especially the global development architecture and the landscape, with southern countries playing more and more increasingly active role in development cooperation. And not only state actors, but non-state actors are playing important contribution to the development goals. So in that regard, we think South-South and triangular cooperation provides a platform where we can really leverage the expertise and knowledge and contribution from different actors, including think tanks. Think tanks has been an important pillar of the global policy community. If we say that South-South cooperation is becoming increasingly active, we also see think tanks have been playing a more and more active role in researching on South-South cooperation. However, there's still a challenge of leveraging that expertise and building strong networks among think tanks. Working together, UNDP would be very privileged as part of the international community to work together with think tanks. So today's forum, we hope we can discuss together with you what have been the role of think tanks in promoting South-South and triangular cooperation, especially in promoting its role in implementing MDGs and its future role in implementing the post-2015 development agenda. And looking back, let's reflect together on the lessons learned and challenges. But also, more importantly, let's together look forward. What would be the priority topics that need think tanks research and that need to bridge research and policy making and practices so that together we can advance the effectiveness of South-South cooperation and advance its contribution to post-2015 agenda. UNDP believes that with our global and regional and country programs covering over 177 countries and territories, we can play a well-positioned role in actually help bridge your research with policy makings and with practices on the ground. So that's why in the new strategic plan, when we say that we want to prioritize South-South cooperation, one of the ambitions the organization put forward is to champion, of course, together with you, global think tanks, on the thought leadership in South-South and triangular cooperation. So that gives us, the reason that we meet together, and we hope through this discussion, we not only identify a concrete set of cutting-edge research topics that you share the interest and commitment to carry forward. Also, we hope from today that we can help to facilitate an open network, an open forum for future discussions, so that along the way we can hold hand and work together with think tanks to advance the thinking and advise policies and practices on the ground. So today's forum, we have 2 sessions. The first session is basically about looking back. What have we done? What is the situation? And what have been the challenges? And the second session, we will look forward, try to discuss and propose a few, top priority research agenda. Also, tomorrow, we will have a follow-up discussion. Logistically, it was hard to arrange anything tomorrow, so we had to arrange an early breakfast conversation at 8 o'clock in the garden outside. So while we circulate a participant signing up list, there is also a paper for you to confirm whether you would be interested to join tomorrow's follow-up discussion. The purpose of tomorrow's discussion is, today, we start from the broad overview and narrow it down to some key areas of priority research agenda. Tomorrow, we hope we can, further discuss and concretize research questions underneath those agenda. And we hope by, exploring possible collaborations, we can work closely with some of you who are interested in some, important research to see how we can work together next year. So on that paper, when you look at it, it has 3 areas of research which are proposed through the idea papers we collected before the session. If you have any other ideas beyond these 3 areas listed on the paper, you can always write it on the back of the paper with your institution and your name. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce the panel briefly, and then we will give more detailed introduction of the panel later on. Today we have a distinguished panel. We have Ms. Karen Vasquez is a UNDP consultant. We have Ms. Ade Mamoyeni Lakoeti is the UN resident coordinator and UNDP resident representative in Gambia. We also have, in the second session, Mr. Arthur Muliro, Deputy Managing Director, Secretariat of the Society for International Development. And then on my left hand, Professor Ye Jiang, Senior Fellow from Institute for Global Governance Studies, Shanghai Institute for International Studies. And we have Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, Research and Information System for Developing Countries from India. And we have Dr. Ajay Melo A. Souza, Research Fellow, Institute for Applied Economic Research from Brazil. Yeah, so let's start with the first session. In order to prepare this consultation, we actually also asked Karen, UNDP consultant, to help prepare a background paper. And I would like to, in advance, thank you all and thank those colleagues from think tanks who may not be able to make it physically today to participate in the UNDP e-survey and interviews with Karen. Those information have been compiled, analyzed, and those are the basis of the paper that we are going to present. So Karen will present the paper, and Karen is a UNDP consultant and a member of the Latin American Council of Social Science Working Group on South-South Cooperation and Development Policies in Latin America. So Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Grace. And thanks, UNDP, for the opportunity to be here at this panel. And of course, thanks to all the think tanks who were contacted and participated in the e-survey. The inputs were extremely relevant, and hopefully I'll make justice with the findings here, and hopefully will spark, the findings will spark some important questions for the subsequent debate. So the main interesting point that I would like to bring to you today is the fact that despite being a an area that exists for more than 3 decades now. Only recently there has been more and more engagement and research from think tanks and programs in universities in the broader sense, think tanks in the broader sense, working on South-South cooperation, studying and trying to understand what really is South-South cooperation. And this relatively recent engagement is mainly due to 2 factors. There has been quite a strong interest from traditional donors in supporting financially and intellectually further research in this agenda. And also the willingness from southern countries to seek more systematic approaches to South-South cooperation. So that combination brings us to this moment in which we have the interest, we have research programs ongoing, and we have even more interest from organizations to start new programs and to collaborate with each other. The study, the key question that the study tries to address is how think tanks can collaborate, those who are already engaged in South-South and triangular cooperation and those who are willing to engage even more in that area, how they can collaborate to define priority topics for joint research and also find ways through which South-South and triangular cooperation can best deliver the post-2015 agenda. So this is the main, the first picture that I would like to share with you. You have copies in the folders as well if you cannot read the details. I'll quickly guide you through the main points here. So the methodology of this paper consisted mainly of a desk review, previous research, and an e-survey, as we already mentioned, with 52 think tanks globally, and 21 think tanks replied to the e-survey. This is a relatively small subset size of sample, so the findings must be interpreted with caution. Either way, a model was created to compare the internal capabilities of both northern and southern think tanks in 5 key areas. They are strategy, that include how think tanks are organized, how they engage, and the duration of their engagement in South-South cooperation programs. Staffing, which includes seniority, quality, and quantity of think tank staff. The third variable was funding, so total program funding, how closely they meet the program needs, and diversification of funding sources, as well as how effective funding strategies have been in attracting new resources. Then networking, how think tanks recognize, create, and act upon opportunities for program development. And finally, influence, type of activities carried out by think tanks and the capacity of these think tanks to engage with the larger development community. The second component of this research comprised a qualitative assessment of South-South cooperation challenges, opportunities, and in the main development areas. Well, the key findings from the internal capabilities assessment was that both northern and southern think tanks, they are constituted mainly as nonprofit independent organization, policy research institutes affiliated with universities and state-sponsored think tanks. There is an interesting difference here. While most northern think tanks are mostly affiliated with a university, which may have implications in terms of their strategy, the range of their strategy and the depth of their strategy. Most of the northern think tanks, they have longer term strategies compared to southern think tanks. By longer, I mean 5 years and more, while southern think tanks engage on a shorter period, 1 to 4. And another interesting implication of this, how think tanks are structured, is the total funding. Southern think tanks, 82% of the Southern think tanks that participated in the research, they have program funding below $100,000, while Northern think tanks funding specifically for South-South and triangular cooperation research ranges between $100,000 and $700,000, with some examples above this range. On the common challenges, it's that despite these differences, the funding essentially comes from three main sources, and primarily from governments from northern countries, and also from international foundations and international organizations. Another challenge that cuts across both southern and northern think tanks is the lack of staff to achieve their missions, and underutilized networking with other think tanks, governments, and development actors. Contribution, in terms of the contributions that think tanks have brought to the agenda, I'm going to briefly mention a number of examples that were identified through the surveys and the interviews, which is some think tanks working to increase transparency and accountability. And we have organizations in Brazil, like IPEA, and in China, as IIS, working on methodologies to report South-South cooperation within the country, and also in the case of China, to track FOCAC, the commitments, and evaluate them. Then the second development contribution is building policy consensus. And then we have examples from the Society of International Development that facilitated the first Pan-African Conference on Inequalities in the context of structural transformations in Ghana. Another example of the diversity of initiatives that the think tanks were doing is lobbying for strategies, policies, and legal frameworks. And then we have examples from Mexico, Instituto Mora, that participated with in the negotiations of the Mexican legislation on development cooperation, providing case studies and evidence on the ground of how Mexican development cooperation is working. And finally, brokering knowledge. We have examples from the UK, where a research program is looking at the Brazilian development model and how these lessons could be applied to African countries. So transitioning now from the internal capabilities to defining a common research agenda on South-South and triangular cooperation with a focus on delivering the post-2015 goals. I'm really going to skim through the trends, the major trends that were identified. Those include delivery modalities are expanding to funded, private and publicly funded collaborative instruments, going well beyond simple technical assistance, and also greater focus on strengthening institutions and systems, on transferring technology and promoting pre-investment initiatives, and finally enhancing institutional capacity for engaging with peers abroad. So building all the internal capacity in development cooperation agencies. But most importantly, I would like to highlight the challenges for the future in South-South and triangular cooperation. And some of these challenges include little evidence so far on analysis, lack of analysis, further analysis on the real impact and the results that South-South cooperation has achieved. The second is an absence of a proper regime that puts South-South cooperation principles, for instance, the principles in the Nairobi outcome document, into practice, and how South-South cooperation flows and practices can be measured and accounted for in a systematic way. The third challenge is few South-South cooperation activities really focus on opportunities for scaling up. There is room for further analysis on how success factors or enablers of development experiences in one specific context, they can be transferred and adapted to other countries. And finally, some South-South cooperation initiatives that are being questioned about their some negative externalities that they're having on the local communities, and how can the dialogue spaces and monitoring mechanisms be improved to ensure that South-South cooperation initiatives, they comply with human rights and environmental standards. So going forward, some priority topics that cuts across all the development areas and that could be considered in a future common research agenda. The first one is how the different approaches to South-South and triangular cooperation contribute to substantive development areas. Then how South-South cooperation can best support the implementation of the post-2015 agenda. And bear in mind that the focus on areas in which that this agenda should really focus on the areas in which countries already have expertise and tested best practices, and also allow for comparative analysis across countries and regions, including how the different South-South and triangular cooperation initiatives, they complement each other, and also how and to what extent they concretely complement North-South cooperation. So a key message here is that really a common research agenda should highlight the common aspects of the different approaches to South-South cooperation, how these modalities are flexible compared to other modalities of development cooperation, and to what extent these initiatives are really delivering the development goals. Going to specific development areas, the e-survey mapped priority development topics for both northern and southern think tanks. And it's interesting to see a number of areas in which it's priority for both, for all think tanks, which are mainstreaming South-South cooperation in the post-2015 agenda. It's the first column on the left, and poverty eradication. These were the key priority development areas identified. Also, priority areas identified for both northern and southern think tanks were environment, agriculture, food security, public-private partnerships, transparency, accountability, peace, security, and energy. And interestingly, two key areas, education and health, they were recorded as priority areas for southern think tanks and not as high priority areas for northern think tanks. And this raises a really interesting question, which is how these different priorities can be reconciled in a future research agenda, and what mechanisms could be developed to address that issue. Now, transitioning from the definition to the implementation of the common research agenda, some elements to consider here is the first one is setting a vision. Where do South-South and triangular cooperation partners, where do they want to be? What development results do they want to achieve together? How do these development results contribute to the post-2015 agenda? And then the second level for the implementation is setting goals, how does the gap between the desired future and the present conditions can be narrowed, what resources are available and where. A third element is establishing, after you set the vision and the goals, is how you can establish priority actions. And some of the questions are, how do partners move from setting goals to implementing them? And to what extent are the success factors of development experiences that were implemented in a context, how they are informing, how are they being identified, and to what extent are they informing the design and implementation of South-South cooperation initiatives? How are these knowledge and technology transfers considering the context, the needs, and the priorities of the development partners? And the fourth level is measuring success and performance. So how we were, just because I mentioned before, when I was talking about the challenges, the need to develop indicators for South-South cooperation and measure results. So how can South-South cooperation principles established in the Nairobi outcome document, for instance, could pave the way for the development of performance indicators for South-South cooperation? And how other principles and how other experiences like the Busan principles on aid effectiveness, for instance, could complement these efforts, or even how can these experiences serve as a basis for developing the successes and the challenges faced in these other experiences, how they can inform the South-South cooperation process. And finally, how to conduct monitoring evaluation activities. Finally, monitoring any negative socioeconomic and environmental externalities that South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation may have on the ground. And some questions are how to build and strengthen stakeholders networks, and including civil society in this process. Next steps. Well, it's really develop a common minimum conceptual framework, and then map the work that has already been done by the different think tanks and the different actors to form a minimal conceptual framework, form the basis for a conversation on finding common ground and eventually future common research agenda. Then a possible next step is the creation of a network of interested organizations. We could identify specific research issues and share information among them. And finally, invest time and resources to ensure that this process is transparent and free of vested interests. So finally, one last comment on how UNDP could eventually support this whole agenda. I think it's important to highlight here that the decision on what development solutions to learn and from and how to implement is ultimately of the countries themselves. So international organizations are partners in supporting this process. Specifically, some areas that could be supported through UNDP and international organizations as a whole is when support the establishment of think tank-led research networks, develop common South-South cooperation and research agendas, eventually serve as a technical secretariat or co-host a technical secretariat of these networks, mainly with the focus of linking South-South cooperation and triangular research with the triangular cooperation with the post-2015 agenda, and finally ensuring that there is in-house capacity to act as a broker of knowledge and learning, to convene dialogue, support research, and peer think tanks with funders. I'm not going to get into the details. My time is up. But you may find all the details and the information and the specific roles for UNDP and other ideas in the complete research, which is available on Teamworks. I'm happy to answer any questions or to provide any information if you have any doubt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And before we open up for discussion, this is actually only an overview. It offers a very broad spectrum of what we can do together. And again, this is not UNDP's view. This is the compilation of feedback from a survey, field and interviews from 21 think tanks, right, Karen? Yeah, so the data has been compiled and analyzed, and these are the views that we collected as the background for the discussion. So before we move to the discussion about what has been the role and what has been the challenges, issues at hand. I thought the ultimate goal of think tanks, policy researchers, is to advise policy and is to support the practices in the field. So before we start talking among ourselves of what should be done and what can be done, I would like to hear from the field some reality check, some expectations from practitioners. So we have the honor today to have our UN resident coordinator and UNDP resident representative, Ms. Ade Lakoje, to give us kind of reality reaction about what are the expectations of practitioners on the ground, to expect think tanks can provide, and how can we work with think tanks on the ground. So let's welcome Ade.
Thank you, Grace, and good afternoon to you all. I think my role here is simple. Basically, I want to tease your thoughts, and I'm looking at it, being on the ground. What is a think tank organization? What will it do for me? And for me, it's basically a means to an end. How can this institution really enhance my work so that I can get the development results or impacts that I want? For most developing countries, and I'll talk more from Africa because that's where I have my experience, I think there are two key development objective, or should I say challenge: the issue of poverty and sustained economic development. I mean, these are very complex issues that have manifested themselves in different dimensions: inequality, security, unemployment, environmental degradation, you name it. But at the end of the day, when you look at it, for a developing country is how do I reduce poverty and how do I ensure that I have sustained economic growth. Some key thoughts here is, again, for Africa, you look at the past decades, we've had a very encouraging, impressive economic GDP growth. For most countries, some 10%, but average of over 5%. Yet, poverty is still persistent. We have not been able to really improve the majority of lives. So poverty still remains a challenge. When you look at the global economic crisis, it also shows the interconnection within countries. What is happening in the north, it affects the south. What is happening in the south affects the north. It may not be at the same degree, but there is still that interconnection. And the recent, even HIV I'll call recent, even though it's about 30 years ago. But when you look at HIV and you look at the recent Ebola outbreak in West Africa, you see that our systems in developing countries are still fragile. Our borders are still porous, so it's easy to transfer a good thing from one country to another and a bad thing from one country to another. And for the past how many years, I've been in this business for quite some time. We've been talking about transformation. But really, what does transformation mean for us? If for over 50 years we've been trying to transform and develop, we're not getting it, what does it mean? And I think that gives us a quick check to say that we need a different approach, taking into account the dynamic reality of the world, because nothing is static. Everything is changing. So we have to look into that and see how can we do things taking this reality into consideration. And for me, I think we need innovation, we need knowledge, but knowledge that is driven by a model of development linking multiple stakeholders. There is no one group that can do all. Everybody has to come together. Private sector, university, research and development institution, government, and CSOs. And this is where I see the relevance of a think tank institution, because I think these types of institutions should be able to develop core policy research capacity about how we address these changes and how they can make advocacy for public policy. Because when you have good public policy, then you are able to bring, it acts as a facilitator to bring a number of other things together. Talking about that, I just want a quick look at the experience that I'm having in my country office in the Gambia. We do not have a think tank institution, but we do have what we call a National Development Forum, where we bring these interested groups together, the private sector, university, R&D institution, government, and civil society, to talk about key development issues in the country and see how those discussions can actually help us to influence policy formulation. At my office, how can this discussion actually help me to formulate programs that will support the government in its development objective? At the regional level, we also have like the ECOWAS, which looks at regional integration, because as I said, no one is in isolation, and when you're looking at things, particularly from a regional perspective, you should also have institutions that can take this type of thoughts at a regional level. If you talk of West Africa, you talk of the issue of unemployment, youth unemployment. It's over the whole area in the different countries. You talk about the issue of coastal erosion. One way or the other, they are interconnected, so they are related. Ebola, gender. We look at the Sahel crisis. Now, 9 countries, they have similar geographic characteristics, and they are all affected. So that type of regional integration, not looking just at trade or politics, but looking at key policies that can be brought together that crosses border. And I think the think tanks can do that better, to bring that type of networking, that type of interconnection. And the fact, again, that we're talking of countries with similar characteristics. Again, you see we draw from the South, and you have other southern countries that have done it in Asia, in Latin America. So you do not need to revert the wheel to look how those have actually drawn from the expertise in the North, adapted it to address their own situation. How do you bring that to other countries that have not experienced similar things? And for me, I think those are critical roles. I would just look at some key challenges that we face in developing countries, particularly in Africa, when we talked about developing think tanks. In fact, I think only a few African countries can really say they do have these types of institutions. And the extent to which these institutions actually influence policies is also very debatable, depending in countries. I think the South African ones are much more established and they're able to influence. In Nigeria, you do have a few, but as I go through the challenges, you will see that their impact is quite limited. I think a number of changes that we face, even for think tank organization, is the issue of data. Data is still a big problem in many African countries. So unless you have reliable data or you generate your own data, you're not able to really do informed research, particularly when it comes to policy. Brain drain. I think one of the major things that most African countries suffered when they were doing a restructuring is the less investment in in education, and also in terms of remuneration. So you have a lot of the brightest of our educated people have actually moved to the West and doing most of those thoughts there. Independence, I think this is a key issue. This is two things here. One, in terms of their level of influence on the government, and the second is a governance issue, because most of these institutions, even because they are heavily financed by government, or again because of the environment, they have to be politically correct, and they have to be politically connected to be able to influence decisions. And the other thing is their legal framework. In most countries, these are not registered or are registered as NGO. There is no correct way of registering them. So if they are a non-governmental organization, then they may be seen as opposition. If they do not have the correct legal framework, it's difficult to be able to influence. Funding is another issue, and in terms of regional think tank, I think one of the biggest issue is collaboration. Mostly they have loose collaboration, and these are not long-term, and they are not well structured. So you see, and the policy incoherence within country, even within countries, make it difficult for these institutions to be able to create the impact, to make the impact that they would like to, or the potential impact that they could bring. Recommendations, I think, for my office, looking at how do we encourage the establishment of this think tank organization and really build the capacity so that they can be of positive influence in policy formulation, and also in advocacy on key issues that we would want to bring on. Second is to encourage regional think tanks and see how you can really build that type of synergy. And I think UNDP is in a very good position because we're in many of these countries. We can really build that together. And thirdly is investing in research and development. I'm seeing that with this outbreak of diseases, you have a number of African countries that are coming out to say we need to invest on research and development, particularly in the medical area. So, I mean, that is encouraging. And food security and climate change impact, we're seeing a lot of also regional institutions coming together to do joint research and to use the data to inform different countries. Again, on research, South SS Gates was talking about the Songhai. Again, this is an area where, which looks at three: food security, climate change, and youth employment. And we're seeing a number of African countries actually trying to draw from Songhai, from the research work that they have done to influence their own thinking. Lastly, networking, and I think that is where, again, UNDP can do. We really have to be able to network both South-South and North-South to be able to draw from the experiences and the valuable knowledge that is out there to influence developing countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hadi, for this very insightful comments. I guess with the overview and also with the insights and expectations from the field, we would like to open it up for the floor to share your insights, your perspectives of what are the lessons learned in South-South and triangular cooperation, and what are the perspectives of think tanks engaging in this field. Okay, when you speak, can you also introduce yourself, your institution, so that we know each other better? Thank you. Maybe we need a few minutes to reflect. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much. There's the microphone. Can you pass it? Yeah. There's always a brief one to break the ice. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's on, I think.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Karen for the research report, as well as the resident coordinator of Gambia for an excellent insight on the think tanks. And my question actually refers to that, and particularly on the issue of the challenges that the think tanks are facing. And one challenge is the issue of finance. I work for the United Nations Population Fund, and my name is Bobby Olarte. But before the UN, I actually worked in one of the think tanks in Asia, the Asian Institute of Management in Manila. And one insight that I've got that I'd like to validate with Ade is that one possible way by which we can address the issue of financing would be for think tanks to avail of private sector business, meaning using think tanks for business research. And is that something that think tanks should do? And is that an emerging source of financing? Because I have already seen that in the presentation done by the IDB in a previous session, in which they tried to capture private sector business as well. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Mandalisi. I'm from the Institute for Security Studies in South Africa. And at the risk of plugging the ISS, I'd like to say we are an independent applied research institute. So one of the things that we found when we've been carrying out all our research is certainly the lack of evidence on intra-African cooperation, and we're beginning to see lots of initial exchanges taking place, but very little is known about actually the modalities of what is being carried out. And in response to Ade talking about poverty and sustained economic development, I'd like to say that from an African perspective, what we've seen is it's also important to consider the linkages to peace and security and to the broader post-conflict reconstruction and development framework, particularly within the African Union. And always capacity is always a problem. And you see initiatives beginning to take place, such as the African Solidarity Initiative, which is taking place within the African Union. But again, lacking capacity, lacking human and financial resources. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Manda. Any other comments, perspectives to be shared at this stage? If not, we will come back to the... yeah. Oh, yes, please. Yeah. There's a microphone nearby. So.
Thank you. Hearing our distinguished resident coordinator from Gambia brings me back memories of my days in the field. My name is Shahid Hussain. I'm a retired colleague from UNDP, and I've been brought back from retirement to advise the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, because I used to be the deputy director of what used to be the predecessor body, the Special Unit for South-South for TCDC of South-South Cooperation. Couple of points I would like to share. First of all, wearing my hat as a former resident coordinator and resident representative, I agree 100% with what our immediately past speaker has narrated in terms of the realities of the field, and particularly to the extent that these apply to the creation, operation, and influences of think tanks. In the developing countries, I remember back in late 50s, early 60s, when I just joined the United Nations, and then several of you perhaps were not in the world, and some in secondary schools. What is today known as not just think tanks, but even as NGOs, were non-existent in many of the developing countries that were gaining their independence. I remember, for instance, that in Ghana and subsequently in Swaziland, there was no such thing as a lawyers' association, a medical association, association of heads of secondary schools or colleges, and so forth. But the scenario has been changing pretty rapidly. Today, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's hardly any developing country which does not have a labor union or a federation of labor unions. There's hardly any developing country now which does not have a medical association, or one which does not have association of educational institutions in one form or another, lawyers associations, and so forth. So they are now emerging. Yes, their competence and their influence doesn't quite exceed their competence, but on the other hand, their presence is getting known, as is also their value in policy formulation. Policy formulation, in many instances, I share the view here, sort of is rather ad hoc, more arbitrary, and perhaps at best highly influenced by advice coming from IMF, if the country is under sanctions, or from external advisors. But on the other hand, the voices are being raised in regard to the effect of the application of governmental policies, so that second time round, third time round, they are being noticed. If only to pass on the blame, so to those whose advice has been taken when things go wrong. This is where the experiences of developing countries for one another can become, and in fact are becoming, meaningful. Because I know that in the Southern African sub-region, there are clusters now of NGOs, national NGOs, and they meet from time to time in different areas. And it will not be long before their influence in the governments will be felt. It's true that their resources are extremely limited, and finance is a big issue. And unless institutions are well financially endowed, research activity is not easy, and that becomes problematic. But there are also, there's a fair amount of volunteerism that's coming in. So of course, rather at a low age. So this is an area where I think UNDP and the United Nations system can help. Our representatives, our advisors, our experts, and so forth in the field can be instrumental in encouraging local NGOs from developing credibility and from becoming examples that can be shared and cited in other places. At the same time, we may be in a position to be able to share information. Information gathering and sharing is an activity in which technical assistance from our organizations should be able to be of some value and some help. So to wind up, it's true that the role of think tanks in the developing countries has been minimal, except, of course, in the more advanced among the developing countries where it has been rising. China, of course, is an exceptional example. Brazil, Korea, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Egypt, and so forth, Turkey. But on the other hand, there are a large number of countries that have to follow suit. And experiences of the countries I've just mentioned and many others like them can be useful. And if we can play a role in promoting contacts among think tanks so that they may not only become aware of each other's existence, but also begin to take advantage of each other's experiences and values, that certainly can help in the planning process and eventually in promotion of good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, there are a couple of questions and some comments was just shared. There's a question about think tank and its relationship with private sector. We all know that private sector has playing a big part in South-South cooperation, so that's an interesting dimension to think about. I will leave it to the panel to respond. And also there are other interesting points. So Ade, would you like to go first? Thank you.
Thank you. On the question on the private sector and financing, I do think that is a good possibility in terms of maintaining financing. But again, we have to look at, we're talking about think tank institution being able to influence public policy and also advocacy. So I think in an ideal world, what I would like to see is that government also puts money into this institution, because it's only by putting in money that they can value the product they get out of it and use it effectively. So it's that ownership side that I would like to see government putting some money in. Thank you. You will recall that when I said the two main things that we're looking at is poverty and sustained economic growth. And I said that these are multifaceted and they have manifested themselves in many dimensions. When you look at security issue, particularly in the African continent, and you look at the root causes of crisis, you would see that most of the issues are poverty related. Even Boko Haram, as we're talking, it's because it has a fertile ground where it can pay somebody 10 naira or 10,000 naira, and that person is ready to go and designate himself and a bomb. So the issue of poverty is really underlying. So if we are able to address that, we may be able to address some of the crisis. But I agree that when you're looking at different research and policy, you have to look at all the dimensions in which these challenges have manifested themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ade. Karen, you have points to, let's.
Very briefly on the private sector funding and in broader terms on private sector participation in think tanks and research on South-South cooperation. I think that's a really interesting point as we see more and more private sector engaged in development, either through as part of their strategic, their corporate strategies or corporate social responsibilities strategies, and also with public and private partnerships with governments. This is an untapped area in South-South cooperation. I think there is a need to do a deeper mapping and research on how these connections happen. And there could be a potential entry point for private sector funding to this type of research, bearing in mind that with all the potential risks associated, which is obviously the conditionalities and the interests behind and funding and the independence of the findings as well.
Thank you, Karen, for the brief account. Okay, we see another hand. Yeah, we will have a last comment before we move to the second session. We will have more time for interaction at the second session as well. So please, there is a microphone. Can we pass it from the table? Pablo, your microphone to, yeah. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to add just a small comment. Is the emphasis on the youth private sector.
Yeah.
Because to change the mentality of looking south rather than looking to developed countries needs a change of perspective. And the youth are more capable of thinking of new possibilities, new markets, new information rather than any other person. And in the inter-African cooperation in the trade, in Sudan we have very, very bright experiences and very sad ones. So I think one of the best ways to encourage this cooperation in Africa is emphasis on the best practices that were, we have an experience in tea. There is a company in Sudan that imports tea from Kenya, and it also cultivates it in Uganda. And now this brand in Sudan is superior to any other brand, including the very well-established brand like Lipton and these things. And the Sudanese people are embracing this product, and it's an African product. Also, the role of agreement, inter-African, like the COMESA, it's doing a great job in promoting our products and products from the nearing African countries to Sudan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Your name, please, and your institution.
My name is Zainab Osman. I am, my company is B Group, but I also represent the Sudanese Youth Business Owners Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. Well, this is like a starter session for us to, bring our mind towards, the overall role of think tank in South-South and reflect some lessons learned. We heard not only an overview paper, but also the expectations from the field, and the discussion bring in a lot more new dimensions of who should we work with, what is lacking, including from evidence to capacity to networking. We already touched upon the second session that we wanted to look forward together with you to propose what are the priority areas and priority topics that think tanks would like to carry forward, and how can we work together on this. So we have a distinguished panel, and the first speaker will be Mr. Arthur Wapakala, Deputy Managing Director, Secretariat of the Society for International Development. Others, among other responsibilities, sees futures programs that works closely with diverse development stakeholders to develop future-oriented public interest scenarios that are focused on the challenges of institutional transition and transformation. So Arthur, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Grace, and good afternoon. This one.
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, you can use this one.
I think it's a great opportunity to be able to address you guys this afternoon. And when I got my terms of reference, I was asked to sort of contribute some ideas on what think tanks could do to enhance South-South cooperation. And to be quite honest, I struggled for a bit because I could think immediately of very many things that could be done in terms of collaborating one with the other. So I decided to take a step back and go back maybe to more a definition point of view of what is the role of a think tank. And looking at the main institutions that operate, particularly in the terrain where I work a lot in Africa, if they actually fit this mold, that they can be called think tanks. And a think tank essentially is an institution that applies itself to try and solve what you might consider the challenging problems of the day. And so it tries to translate knowledge and ideas into policy and then into practice. And so if we take it from that, I think when we're looking at South-South cooperation, one needs also to be able to see which are the potential institutions that could fit this mold. And then secondly, I think we perhaps also need to be aware that we cannot just have assumptions that institutions that may fit this mold will be agnostic in terms of what policy outcomes they might be seeking. Because as we very well know in this town, there are many think tanks and they have different alignments according to their political orientation. So I think the assumption here that we would all have think tanks that work towards a commonly agreed idea is something that perhaps needs to be explored and understood a little bit more clearly. So I thought that there might be maybe two ways to try and tackle this thing. I think the first one is, before getting to the concrete areas of engagement, the first one I think is more looking at what is the role of these institutions. And I think the role is something that each institution has to define for itself within its own space. What do you want to actually contribute? Which sort of are your areas of interest and which policies do you want to apply your ideas and knowledge to? Now, my sense is that a think tank should contribute to a contestation of ideas. And I think part of the challenge, which also the resident rep Ade has mentioned in her remarks, is that in several African countries, you do not have what might qualify to be think tanks. So there is an open space, and ideas are normally generated by third parties, could be intergovernmental organizations. Maybe they are sourced from elsewhere, and they are sold as national ideas. So I think within this space, think tanks need to be able to contribute to what I call a contestation of ideas, and then also to be able to convince the policymakers and also to a great extent the informed public of the value of that set of proposals that you're making. There is a question that I think has also been tackled, which has to do with aspirations and capacity. And my sense is that here, in many of our countries, I think when we look at what do you want to achieve in development terms, it is not necessarily, at least from my seat, always very clear what do we want to achieve ourselves as countries. So we get into these games and we say, we have no idea of where the benchmark for us is. So we simply get into chasing goals. And I can give an example of my country, Kenya, that some years ago came up with some ideas that it wanted to be an industrialized country by 2020. Now, those of you who know Kenya, you might take a step back and you might ask yourself, what does it actually mean to be industrialized? No, but this was a government policy. And some of us were asking, what is the content of this industrialization? And we tried to facilitate conversations around this in order to be able to understand what do we actually want to achieve as we chase this goal. And that was a difficult conversation because then, when you seem to be attacking policy, because that is how it is put, it's not easy to have a conversation. And I think that also leads to another aspect that one has to be aware of, which is, we have histories, and there is a certain legacy that we have in terms of there is not a culture of, shall I call it, a culture of dialogue. And I think think tanks also have a role in order to facilitate such a culture of dialogue. What does this mean? I think at one level it means simply getting people from different interest groups, different stakeholders, and putting them around the table and saying, people, what is it that we want to achieve together? How do you want to pursue our goals together? So it's not about we are opposing ideas or we are against whatever wants to be done, but how can we achieve it in a better, more efficient, and more durable way? And I think that speaks, in a sense, to the role, which I think three things. I think they need to be catalysts, as I said, of ideas. I think they need to be solution brokers, so not necessarily to come with solutions that are pre-cooked. They may have that. But I think they need to be able, from the conversation, to be able to pull out which are the best solutions for the journey that we want to take together. And then also to be a bridge between the different stakeholders. now the different stakeholders could be private sector, could be different political interest groups, it could be policymakers themselves. So I think there are very many challenges and opportunities here, but I think the starting point, I think, for think tanks to be able to make a difference is, of course, that one of understanding where they are placed within the context of the environment in which they operate. I think the world we operate in today is characterized very much by problems that are not unique. Well, some of them are unique to Africa and our part of the world. But I think when you look at questions of inequality, questions of growing poverty and exclusion, it's not necessarily a southern problem exclusively anymore. These things are also happening in cities in the north, and I think there are these opportunities for exchange and for learning. But as we do that, I think the question of, and Ade, you mentioned it earlier on in your remarks, the question of what is the content of our transformation, I think is also something that needs to be interrogated. I think for very many years we have been pursuing a theory of growth. And one can ask, growing for what? I think the challenge really that we face is transforming our economies, transforming our societies to become much, much more, how can I say, to achieve their potential, because they are not doing that right now. And so in that respect, I think the search for a transformative path is a conversation. It is not an imposition. And the ideas that think tanks put on the table, I think, have to be part of that, that package. So as we go on and we look ahead, I think there are several issues that, and some of them have been mentioned before and also in the past couple of days in the various panels. But I think that this is a rather opportune moment. And, interestingly enough, as I was walking on I Street a couple of days ago, I came across African Business, November 2014, and the rise of Africa's think tanks. That is a headline. So,
wow.
I think it says something about what is going on the continent, and I think that there are unique opportunities that all of us can work towards together. My thinking is, and I did submit in the ideas paper, that I think two basic areas that could be built upon are certainly the emerging agenda of the sustainable or the post-2015 development goals. I think there's a lot that could be discussed there, and a lot that African countries, southern partners, northern partners could want to begin to engage and see how they can learn from one another, benchmark the opportunities and their prospects and see where to go. And the second one, I think, is that of inequality. It's a huge, huge challenge, and I think when we mention the challenge of peace and security, it starts there. The gaps between those who have and those who have not is what is really creating a lot of the instability on the continent. So I'll leave it at that, and I guess in the conversation we'll have opportunities for more be said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. We will continue with the panel. The next panel speaker would be Professor Ye Jiang, Senior Fellow of Institute for Global Governance Studies in Shanghai Institute for International Studies. Professor Ye is the director of the institute. Also, he is concurrently a vice chairman of the Chinese Association of World Ethno-Nations, vice chairman of the Shanghai Institute of European Studies, and council member of Shanghai Association of International Relations. So, Jiang, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think it's on. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Good, great. Thank you very much. Just now, Arthur just showed you the magazine, and when he did so, I think it's.
You should show a book.
I show a book. But there's some relation because when I was asked to think about the opportunities for think tanks, the emerging opportunities for think tanks, the South-South and Triangle cooperation, and suddenly in my mind was that book, because in the previous 1 and 2 years, our think tank, Shanghai Institute for International Studies and German Development Institute, we cooperate each other And the result is this book. That is the United Nations Post-2015 Agenda for Global Development, and a perspective from China scholars as well as from European scholars. And that's the result. So that's why suddenly in my mind, during that period when I got this topic, was the post-2015 agenda. So in my mind is that actually it is very likely next year from 2015, the UN General Assembly will adopt a new global development agenda or global development framework, no matter it will be called SDG or not. Maybe it's to some extent, I think SDG is all right, but maybe there's some controversy in this sustainable development or not, or new millennial development goal, or so on and so forth. But I think next year there will be a new one. And this new one, not like the previous one, the previous MDG actually, maybe here in this room, most of us know that's created by the North to some extent. But this one, actually, I think that the new one created not only by North, but also South. It's a product of the South-South, North, and South cooperation in the future, in the near future. And just because of this, so I think actually when there is a new post-2015 agenda, then the think tanks are facing great challenges. But of course, are also facing lots of the opportunities for the future engaging in the development issue, which including the South-South cooperation and the triangle cooperation. And the reason is that because the major trends and the challenges and opportunities for the future South-South cooperation and the triangle cooperation are the implementation of the United Nations post-2015 agenda. That's quite important. In the future, in the next 2 or even 10 to 15 years, the implementation of the new agenda, new United Nations agenda is quite important. And just because of this, I think the think tanks, specifically the think tanks from the South, the think tanks from Africa, are facing challenges. Why? Because monitoring, evaluation, and assessment of the implementation efforts for the UN post-2015 agenda, which including the global development partnership, South-South cooperation, triangle cooperation, and so on and so forth, will become the key task for think tanks. I think especially for think tanks from the South, because just now I mentioned actually the new agenda, the new framework. All those South countries participate in creating a new agenda. It's quite different from the previous one. And now the development structure has already been quite different. And the South has participated quite a lot. And the South-South cooperation and, of course, the triangle cooperation becomes more and more important. And then the think tanks from the South should play a very important role. And it has already played a very important. And in the future, it will play a more important role in the process of the implementation of the post-2015 agenda. And then the thing is that how can we carry out such kind of analytical work like monitoring, evaluation, and assessment of the implementation efforts for the UN post-2015 agenda? I think there's 2 levels. One is national level. That means we should monitoring the national level. But the more important thing is that we should try to monitoring, evaluation, and assessment of the on the international level in implementation of the traditional donors implementation efforts, as well as the South-South cooperation and the triangle cooperation. And the interesting is that when we try to promote and try to fulfill the future targets and the goals of the post-2015 agenda. When we try to carry out those analytical works to monitoring, to assessment and evaluation of the implementation efforts of those different parts, national level or international level, and the think tanks also need a SS cooperation. That means South-South cooperation as well as triangle cooperation. That means that when the think tanks from the South, of course, as well from the North, try to carry out the previous I mentioned those analytical works, they need to cooperate with each other. And the think tanks, specifically, I think, the think tanks from the South, from Asia, from Africa countries, of course also from the North as well, need to mobilize adequate resources. Just now we have already talked a lot about the finance issues and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we still need to set up institutionalized frameworks among the think tanks, specifically the think tanks from the South, of course, as well from North, and for the collaboration and mutual learning. I do think that although the rise of Africa's think tanks, but the think tanks from the South still need to learn from the think tanks from the North, not because they have been very well funded, but mainly I think they have more expertise in those think tanks from the North. But on the other hand, because we are facing a different challenges, so the think tanks from the South, we also have our own knowledge, and those think tanks from the North also need to learn from the South. The best way is that the collaboration and doing some mutual learning and the cooperation among the South and the Triangle. So that's my argument. And based on those arguments, I think in the future, for the priority topics for the joint research among the think tanks from the South, as well as between think tanks from the North and the South, I think the priority topic should be this one: how the effectiveness and efficiency of South-South cooperation and the triangle cooperation in implementing the UN post-2015 agenda can be enhanced. How can the implementation effort of the South-South cooperation and the triangle cooperation be enhanced? And then if we think that this is the main topic, and then I think we can divide the topic into several subtopics, like how can we implementing the eradication of or reducing the poverty. That's the most important thing. And also we are in China, we're now talking a lot about how to implementing the urbanization in the new situation, how to implementing the coping with the climate change, as well as protecting the environment and food security, as well as energy security, and so on and so forth. And based on this, I think the UNDP can play a very important role in the process of the cooperation among think tanks, either from the South and from the North, the South-South cooperation, as well as triangle cooperation in the think tanks cooperation. The UNDP can play quite important roles. And I think mainly there are three. The first one is UNDP can help set up a collaborative network for joint research on the topic mentioned above among think tanks, both from South and from the North. And the second, I think the UNDP can also help select core groups to guide the process and the design programs for dialogue and outreach towards the external actors. And then the third one, I think through facilitating and the funding is quite important, funding meetings and also through workshops of participating think tanks, UNDP can play an important role in promoting the cooperation among think tanks in the study of South-South and triangle cooperation in post-2015 era. That's my personal idea for how UNDP can help. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jiang. Well, all the panel members actually talked about the necessity and the importance of think tanks to network, to exchange information and to collaborate. So, for example, we talked about national networks, regional networks, and global networks. The following two panelists will give us an example of a global network. We all know the NEST initiative, Network of Southern Think Tanks. It was also announced at the Mexico conference. So we have Professor Sachin from the Director General of Research and Information System for developing countries. Professor Sachin Tatuvedi is also a Global Justice Fellow at the Macmillan Center for International Affairs at Yale University. He works on issues related to development cooperation policies and South-South cooperation. He has also worked on trade and innovation linkages with special focus on WTO. So, Professor Sachin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. At the outset, would like to thank UNDP for this opportunity and for thinking of this panel. There are a couple of points. I see that we have very limited time in hand already.
Yeah,
so
just logistically, we actually have this meeting till 6 o'clock. Although on the panel, on the paper, it says 5. It's, you know, to be fair to all the other organizers, that they were told to finish by 5 o'clock. So we have a little bit time. Thank you.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. Thank you. What I want to say, basically 4 points I'm thinking of, given the kind of discussion that we had just now, and in light of the presentation that we had from Professor. Number one is, I think we would have to lay out the nuances of what we think about South-South cooperation. And we would have to have ample clarity when we think of South-South cooperation. And number two is what we think about think tanks. What is this entity? What do we mean by think tank? And for a moment, I would request you to keep the Western glass away when you think of a think tank. Because in Southern context, the role of think tanks are very different. And when I'm sitting here, I have an experience of something like 24 years to work with the think tank. And now as Director General of that, I think Southern think tanks are very different entity than the one that you think in the North, and the way you look at them. And that's primarily because the structure within the Southern governments or polity is slightly different. And it's different because the governments dominate in terms of how the policy is made. And there I fully agree with Arthur's point that the contestations for ideas, and also you said the culture of dialogue. So I think these 2 points are extremely important for us to understand what role we envisage for think tanks in South. And that's where typical what I heard from UNDP representative in terms of the reality check, I feel very uncomfortable with that idea, because of the fact that in the developing countries, and when we started working with a think tank in India, which is now India's most prominent think tank, we started with how future technologies would affect India, how trade regimes through GATT and later WTO would affect India. And we started providing inputs to government. And this started in 1984. So what you see in South-South cooperation is a very sectoral dialogue. It's not as macro like the key think tanks in the United States would do, or even in UK would do. The Southern think tanks are specifically focused on very narrow niche areas. So thinking, and that's where my problem comes in when Karine compares strategy, staffing, networking, influence. I don't see any need of that kind of comparison, because you don't see the framework which is being applied is relevant. It's completely irrelevant to me. What applies to me is the fact that a particular Ministry of Agriculture, for instance, how they envisage at the Green Revolution, and in what way they are doing sectoral consultation with the farmers or with the research community, if at all they have in that country. I spent some time in Philippines, and the way they envisaged using new technologies in agriculture is very different than how IRI or other international institutions would be providing inputs. And talking of South-South cooperation, we should not forget the role ACLEC played in 60s and 70s in terms of developing the very alternate narrative on South-South cooperation applying to the growth theory. The whole debate that we see in economic growth, structuralist versus monetarist, it came from the United Nations. It came from ACLEC. We should not forget that. And the South-South cooperation, when we talk of, it's not a homogeneous entity. The way it evolved in Latin America is very different from the way it evolved in Asia. In Asia, it was led by political leaders. In Latin America, Prebisk and others, Raul Prebisk and others came up. Later on in Egypt, Samir Amin provided. And then from our own sub-region, Mahbubul Haq provided that empirical framework to the whole process. So the substantive part of South-South cooperation in Latin American region and Asian region has evolved on two different tracks. As a result, you get that hefty report which was circulated this evening from Latin American region. You won't find this in Asia. Largely because the whole approach for empirical analysis by Latin American countries is very different. Some 24 countries are member of this network. So role of think tanks in South is very different from the way you look at it in the Western countries. And that's my point number one. Point number two is in terms of how we look at the working of common template, the issue that came up. I don't think if a common template is possible, largely because of these reasons, because of the fact that southern countries have developed in very different styles and in very different development priorities. The fact that most of the southern countries are takers because of the large amount of aid they receive. There are several African countries, and again I would like to remind my colleague from UNDP from Gambia, that there are countries which are dependent on aid. 60% of their GDP comes from assistance, and they borrow the kind of development model they need to pursue. In that situation, how would you assume think tanks to have resources to fund an alternate narrative on their development or growth model? That's the kind of challenge we are facing. And that's the role think tanks would have to evolve in terms of respond to that crisis. How many think tanks were there when the WTO agreement was concluded? Even big countries like India had huge crisis. Even Brazil had huge crisis. It was much later that G20 within WTO came up and posed a major challenge to WTO in Cancun in 2003. Doha could not take off. So our experience in agriculture, our experience in trade, and our experience in health and related issues is extremely important. And that's where role of North comes in terms of providing that hand-holding in terms of evolving the analytical methodology that is required. And then again, we would have to be very clear, point number 3, we would have to be very clear how southern think tanks evolve their own methodology. When we talk of India, China, Brazil, South Africa, and many other countries as providers of development assistance, how do we do impact evaluation of their projects? Would we use log frame approach, or we would have our own methodology? If we have to have our own methodology, then who is going to evolve it? Would we need, again, a northern think tank to tell us what is the alternative? Or would it be indigenous effort from the south? That's the kind of question southern think tanks would have to pose themselves if they want to be neutral in terms of how they evolve an alternative idea of development trajectory. And last, is in terms of South-South cooperation. If we need to understand it, it has to be understood at the sectoral level. If you apply a macro framework to understand South-South cooperation, and that's where my problem last week in New York, again I had raised this issue, that to ask South-South cooperation to support post-2015 is not only conceptually flawed question, but also misleading, because South-South cooperation cannot have a laid out framework to attend to. South-South cooperation is demand-driven process. So whenever countries are demanding, South has to respond to. If Ebola crisis is coming, Cuba is sending 30,000 people to support. India is sending 3 major laboratories of India to work on the kind of vaccine that is possible. Or China is sending some 3 major units led by DuPont and others to provide the kind of bags that are needed for this kind of crisis. So that's where the response comes in. So if we have to understand South-South cooperation, it has to be understood at the sectoral level. So think tanks also would be narrowly focused. Either they would be working on human security, they would be working on agriculture, they would be working on trade or investment, or they would be working on technology policy. You won't find a think tank which is mega think tank addressing n number of issues. And that's where I think macro comparisons of think tanks would not help at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sachin, for very provocative comments, and I'm sure this will bring the second session, the question and answer, and the comments much more enthusiastic from the floor. Thank you. Yeah, now we have, yes, Professor Sachin didn't talk about the NEST initiative yet, right? Yeah, we will have Dr. Angie Souza, Research Fellow, Institute for Applied Economic Research, IPEA, from Brazil. And together with Dr. Angie and other researchers from China and South Africa and India, there is this initiative, a Southern think tank-driven initiative, nest of Southern think tanks. And we have Dr. Angie. He has previously worked for 5 years as Professor of International Relations at the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. His main areas of research include the global governance of intellectual property rights and its impact on health and biotechnology, international private and governmental development cooperation, and foreign aid, and the country focus on the BRICS. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Dr. Angie.
Thank you, Grace. Let me also from the outset thank UNDP and particularly the organizers of this mini forum for the invitation and the opportunity of being here. I will try to tackle some of the main issues that a network such as the NEST, which was already previously mentioned by Grace, will have to address. And I will do so in broad terms necessarily because I only have 10 minutes. In any case, I start out by noting that, following up on Professor Ye Jiang's presentation, the post-2015 development agenda is different from the previous agenda, the MDGs agenda in particular, because it is meant to be a lot more inclusive. And as such, it will have to include actors that were previously excluded from the discussions of a global development agenda. In particular, southern countries, emerging countries, countries engaged in South-South cooperation have been recognized as important providers of such cooperation and as important actors in their own right. They have been recognized as such in many forums, and usually South-South cooperation is viewed and understood as complementary to the one that's been given for a longer period of time and in larger amounts in the ambit of North-South relations, or what is known as the official development aid. However, despite this increasingly prominent role of South-South cooperation, we know surprisingly little about what it refers to. We know that South-South cooperation is thought out as in opposition to the ODA in many respects. It has traditionally rejected the norms, the standards, and the principles of the development Assistance Committee of the OECD, and it has stressed the need to reassess and reform the international development architecture. However, Southern countries have, as of yet, failed to provide a unified and coherent view of what would be a South-South development cooperation model, which would be the distinctive and alternative norms, standards, and principles that such model would endorse, is something that's still very much open to discussion. Well, for the purposes of at least outlining any such model, or of having a better defined view of what South-South cooperation is, and I would argue that this is very important for the post-2015 development agenda so that we can know exactly what role South-South cooperation can play in that agenda, but it's also important for transparency purposes and for the practice of development cooperation itself. For such purposes, we need more research. We need to generate a lot more knowledge on the nature of South-South cooperation and how it's carried out, which, again, it's still largely lacking. And for such purposes, think tanks are uniquely suited. They are uniquely suited to carry out such research, because that's what they do for the most part. It's also important, for the reasons that Sasha here has spelled out, that such knowledge is generated endogenously. If, after all, South-South development cooperation is distinctive, if it is defined, it has been defined for the most part in opposition to the ODA, then it is important that this distinctive view is understood and it is presented in terms that are generated by the South itself and not from the North. And this would also contribute to having a more positive, if you will, or active role for South-South cooperation and less of a negative and solely reactive one. So what should be the research agenda of South-South cooperation? And this is pretty much the research agenda that we in the NEST are taking upon ourselves to carry out. I think that there are two major sets of issues that need to be addressed. The first one is essentially is essentially conceptual, and the second one is essentially empirical. So the conceptual issues would address what kinds of corporations should count as South-South development cooperation, what should be included, what should be excluded. Unlike the ODA, South-South cooperation has often taken the form of peacekeeping missions, refugee accommodation, student scholarships, debt refinancing, trade facilitation, private investment, less concessional notes, and credit lines. But it's also very difficult to trace the boundary between what should be considered South-South cooperation, or at least South-South development cooperation, and not. For instance, oftentimes this kind of cooperation is not very easy to distinguish from other kinds of cooperation, such as military, non-concessional loans, refinancing of debt services, export of services, and foreign direct investment. So in general, South-South development cooperation tends to adopt a much broader view of what development cooperation is about than the one espoused by the DAC and the OECD. But again, it's still to be defined a general criteria for determining what is SSC and what is not. This is still a criteria that has to be established. And I would argue that in order to do so, two major considerations need to come into play. The first one is that these criteria need to be realistic. In other words, it needs to express and reflect to a large extent what's already being carried out on the ground. It cannot go too off far the actual South-South development cooperation that's being practiced. And the second consideration should be about legitimacy. It should not be, South-South cooperation should not be defined as being exclusively driven by profit or by strategic concerns, as is one of the major criticisms it has received. The second set of issues that such think tank network should address, as I mentioned, is empirical. It would address the following kinds of questions. Which modalities are more common in South-South cooperation? We have some clues, and we know this for some countries, but it's still, to a large extent, an open question. How has South-South development cooperation evolved in time, and how is it distributed in space? What, in other words, are country giving, in what amounts, and for what purposes? Elucidating these issues requires systematic data collection and the mapping of South-South Development Cooperation. And the major challenge for this, and a major reason it hasn't been carried out thus far, is the paucity of available data in many, though not all, southern countries, and the lack of transparency and also of central coordination of their South-South Development Cooperation activities. So in many of such countries, think tanks will need to build previously in existence databases, which are not there. Again, not for all countries. My own country, Brazil, already has been in this process since 2009, and we have, even if imperfectly and incompletely, a database that can be used to assess our own. But as what I hear from colleagues here as well, this is the case of many African countries where databases are virtually non-existent, and other least developing countries as well. It would also be desirable, even if it's not completely feasible, to harmonize methodologies for quantifying and measuring South-South development cooperation. You know, we need to have an appreciation of the differences among southern countries. Sachin has also stressed this in his own presentation. And again, this may not be feasible, but even if it's not, it would be important to spell out and to understand the different methodologies that different countries are using. This would allow for comparability, building a database that is comparable across these countries, and also to better understand the high heterogeneity of South-South Development Cooperation. And then the next step would be to carry out evidence-based analysis and perhaps even evaluation and monitoring of South-South Development Cooperation activities to the extent that that's possible, though I would argue that this would be the last step to carry out. We need a lot of more descriptive data to begin with, which refers to the previous questions I have presented here, before we can go out and actually evaluate the impact of South-South Development Cooperation. Now, it's important to also to spell out that these two set of issues, they are intimately related, and they don't need to be followed in any particular order, particularly because we need a minimally accepted conceptual framework of what South-South Development Cooperation is before we can go out and gather data about it. We need to know what we're looking for in more precise terms. And conversely, we also need to know what's already going on in terms of South-South Development Cooperation before we can try to develop our conceptual framework. So there is a bidirectional influence going on here between these two sets of issues. And again, there will need to be a constant feedback between both of them during the research process. So it has already been said here in previous presentations that we need a platform for sharing knowledge and establishing research partnerships in South-South cooperation. We need to build networks between think tanks for such purposes. This was already highlighted in an important conference on Southern Providers held in New Delhi in 2013, which actually was the origins of the idea of the NEST, the Network of Southern Think Tanks. And I would argue also that the UNDP is uniquely positioned to help out with this process for several reasons, and many of them have already been highlighted here. It is a multilateral venue. It is inclusive and is also seen as more legitimate than a lot of the other venues. It has office representation in numerous countries, and it also has expertise in development cooperation, which can be shared with think tanks in southern countries. And so it can play a role both of institutional mediation, as was already said, and it can also help, obviously, with financing and with the substantive part of the work to be carried out as well. And I'll stop here. I think my time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angie. Well, this is the second section looking forward. You see, we have heard already from the panel views from institutions from Brazil, from China, from India, from Kenya, and also, examples just shared during the first session as well. So the diverse views, we don't necessarily agree with each other. And that's the beauty actually working in South-South cooperation. Every day is exciting, and I can't think about the day that, we don't hear newer ideas and debates, which also, the power of South-South cooperation is it offers flexibility, diverse modalities, and everything new lessons for development cooperation. So I do think this is an exciting discussion, and they touch upon the post-2015 agenda and their views about, yes, this one different, at least progress made in the process of shaping it by engaging more the southern countries and northern countries together to decide. But there's also views that this is a framework that may not be able to meet the vast base of demand-driven development support on the ground. And both are, valid points I would like to hear from the floor about this. And also we discussed the priority topics that could work on in the future, including from conceptual level to data to monitoring. And of course, this is about South-South cooperation. Triangular cooperation is also important, but the framework needs to come from the South if we need a framework. One framework or not. So those are all questions. That's why we really need think tanks to think together and to share your views on this. Also, how to do that, how to do this kind of research. We heard ideas about culture of dialogue and think tanks being uniquely positioned to actually bring insights and advices from different sectors, generating knowledge that is driven by multi-sector, and think tanks' capacity of influencing policies. And again, we also hear this new concept of, not new, but reminding us of the necessity of triangular cooperation among think tanks, of course driven by South-South cooperation, but also working with northern think tanks. Well, there would be disagreement to say that, it needs to be grown from the South, but there are also other voices saying that why not mutual learning? So those are all open questions and interesting questions to be discussed. So I would like to, open the floor and welcome contributions from you. Yes, please. Yes, you're the first. Yes, you can speak to the microphone so that. Yeah, it works.
Awesome. Okay, fascinating panel and a lot of diverse issues introduced. I'm really an old dog when it comes to policy research, and my advice to you guys, I'm Sylvia Norther, I had my Thorstensdottir from small globe in Canada. My advice is that you need to go out more. There is so many people that are actually doing South-South cooperation. And you need to, this is such a great resource. These people, they know much more about the opportunities, they know much more about the challenges, they know much more about how can what they're doing have more impact, what's resisting the impact. And, so I think, before you decide what is South-South cooperation, make sure you're not doing that when you're sitting in silos in developing countries. If you really want to have it sort of grown from the north, you want to talk to people that are actually doing it. Otherwise, northern think tanks can easily go and talk to those people and say our agenda is better than that. I don't think there's a competition in this, but I think it's more of a cooperation. But I think there has to be a much more systematic work done in learning from these experiences. I do agree with Sachin that says that actually the stories are sectoral. So you can't develop a macro view of South-South cooperation. You need to hear what are the different stories in the different sectors. And I do actually think that by talking to people, by being more grounded in your work, there's a more potential to resist too much political influences, especially when it goes against what you are finding out in the field. So that's my only recommendation, and I think I look forward to hear from you.
Yeah. Yes, I see a hand here, and Yeah. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'd just like to make two important comments. The first is reference to the framework. And I'd like to cite the example of banking for the poor. Because the first framework was, what is the methodology for banking with the poor? So you have commercial banks, you have development banks, agricultural banks, and cooperatives. So it was a way of fishing, for the right approach. It did not work. And then the other approach was, it says, this is banking for the poor. Grameen Bank. And fortunately or unfortunately, UNDP supported this approach. Yeah? It did a research on this and showed that it works. Now, I relate this to what our colleague from India was saying, that in Asia, you've got to have a clear-cut technology that works to base your research and base your advocacy. The other approach does not work. For example, how do you develop cooperatives? Because this debate was motivated or driven by WOCO and ICA, the National Cooperative Alliance. They also fish, for different approaches. Yeah? Until the microfinance came, and the cooperative said, this is the approach to reach out the poor. Now, I'm connecting this to the second point I'd like to make. Regarding the post-2015 development goal, we know that one of the major factors that made indigenous in the past fail is because the development model, which is the GDP-centric or growth model, has failed. What then is our framework? Are we going to say, okay, let's fish around and see whether the growth model will still work? Or are we going to say, like what Professor Yuno said, the banks are meant for the rich. It will not work. You've got to create an institution that will serve the poor. So so far as framework is concerned, I think what will work in Asia, because I've worked in Asia for a long time, is to say the growth development model does not work. We've got to find an alternative development model. Once we have found that development model, we'll go around and say, okay, have you any development model other than the growth model? Because we have found that the growth model does not work. And I fully agree that we have to focus our South-South and Triangle Cooperation on monitoring, evaluating the development model that we're going to adopt in order to implement the post-2015 Millennium Development Goals, or SDG. Because, for example, in the case of many Asian countries, for example, Southeast Asia, they're still in the stupor, of the growth model, because this is the first time to reap the benefits of the growth model. But the economies are slowing down. So this is now the challenge, whether you're going to adopt in your approach to research and advocacy an open policy, saying, okay, everything can happen, let us find out, or say, this will not work, let's focus on this. So this is only my comments, because the framework was discussed a while ago, and I thought that it's very, very important to put into our discussion whether you believe or not that the growth model will fail or not work. Because this is a basic premise, for the research that we're going to undertake on the development model. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next one, yes. 20.
My name is Li Fengting. I'm from UNEP. In UNEP, I'm the special coordinator for the South-South Cooperation. I'm also a professor in University in Shanghai. For UNEP, we have several priority for the cooperation for the environment issue. For example, the ecosystem management, governance of environment, climate change, chemicals, resource efficiency, and early warning. And we have a regional office in Asia Pacific, in Africa, and in South America. And among our regional office, with the support of the North country, EU country, American, and OECD countries, China, Brazil, India, we implement some South-South cooperation project in the South. And another platform for our cooperation, 3 years ago, we built the Global University Partnership for Environment and Sustainable Development network for the universities. Up to now, we have 520 universities. And by the platform, we offer the training program for the professors and for the officers. And we promote the joint research among the university. By this, we can promote the capacity for the developing countries in the policy making, in the know-how transfer. So I hope more countries, you can recommend some university to join this network. And for the GUPAS, Global University Partnership, UNEP will identify some university as the think tank. By this, we can offer more support for the local government, for the policy making, or the know-how transfer. So I think this is a very good platform. I'm from Tongji University. About 12 years ago, we built a joint institute with UNEP, the Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development. And in the past 10 years, we have offered a training program for the officers from Asia Pacific, from Africa, from South America. And we have about 3,000 participants, and most of them from the NGO, from the government. By this, we can promote the capacity for the officers, for the policy making. And my institute is also the think tank for UNEP. And in past years, we publish a lot of reports. For example, Green Economy report, and we issued the report in Rio 2 years ago. And last year, we published a report about the water resource management for Africa countries. And this year, we were, with the support of the Chinese government, we were making some strategy policy for the waste management for Ethiopia, for Kenya, and other African countries. And I hope my institute can build more link with other think tanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I saw another, right, yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Sanchez, and I work in the Chilean International Cooperation Agency. And in terms of how to engage think tanks in South-South cooperation, the government of Chile, in close partnership with the Santiago UNDP office, launched a few years ago the Chile Fund Against Hunger and Poverty. And this is a very unique fund. It's a fund that was created to strengthen Chile's cooperation policy in Latin America and the Caribbean through a very unique financing mechanism. The government of Chile contributes financially directly into the fund, but we also leverage resources through the contributions of passengers on international flights. So $2 from every airport tax are also injected into the fund. What's also very unique about this mechanism is that there's a line of work that also includes financing projects developed by Chilean think tanks to implement projects abroad. And what that's allowed us to do is to work with non-state actors in developing our cooperation policy abroad, and also allowing them to share their best practices and knowledge within the region. A concrete example of this was a project by the Henri Dunant Foundation, which is a Chilean think tank, which is very prominent, and it implemented and designed an international diploma on food security, food and nutritional security in Latin America, and specifically in Central America. So we at the Chilean government are very, very enthusiastic and proud of this fund and proud to work with the UNDP office because it's allowed us to work with state and non-state actors in helping us to further our cooperation policy abroad. And in the booth that you have upstairs for the UNDP, we have, I'm going to just market our fund. We have a brochure, so if you would like any more information about the projects that we have been able to finance through this mechanism, it's all in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for offering a clear example. Okay. Yes, we have another commenter. Yes. Maybe there, and then you'll look at this. So the next one will be. Yeah. Yes, please. You can go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mariana Faria. I'm from ISAG's UNOSSC. We are an institute of government in health from the nations of South America. And I would like just to touch two topics that the table mentioned. One is about the last speaker that said about the standards and norms of South-South cooperation. I agree that we should advance on that, but I think that even though we have not very clear the standards or the norms, I have heard, and I had this feeling before, but I have heard during these 4 days here many words that are repeated, and I think those are values of the South-South cooperation. So even though maybe we do not have clear the norms or the standards, there are some clarity about the values that base the South-South cooperation. So, so I think this is a good way, or at least a good start for us. Solidarity, harmony in the relationships, learning from both sides, and you know, I could go on, but I know all of us have heard during these 4 days here, many of these words have been said. And the second thing is about poverty reduction. And talking about the framework and thinking about the future, I think poverty reduction is very important. There is no possibility to disagree on that. But I really think we should go further because what we have seen, at least in South America or in many other countries, about programs that transfer directly money to people and then, you know, have the aim to end poverty, is that people are usually included by consumption. But there is a need to go further than that and include citizens by rights, which means thinking about reduction of inequalities. So reducing poverty, and we have data on that, doesn't mean reducing inequities. There are many countries that have reduced their taxes of poverty, included people in higher categories of consumption, but do not have reduced inequalities. And I think for the future that should be in the South-South cooperation an important framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Citlali Ayala from Instituto Mora in Mexico. Well, I just want to make a short comment. First of all, I'm not sure if we really need to go deeper in a conceptual framework debate, because maybe if we consider that an heterogeneous basis is there, well, it is difficult to have a consensus on a single concept on South-South cooperation and on what a think tank is also. So if we start from that point of heterogeneity, well, maybe it could be easier. And well, from a think tank in Mexico, we don't consider ourselves as a think tank, but in Europe we are considered like that. And well, we start to analyzing our activities as a think tank. We realize that we actually do think tank activities even when we are a public research institute more related to teaching and research. But I'm really glad that we are developing this kind of tasks. And I was really glad to discover, for example, that there are other think tanks from the sectoral point of view and from the sectoral activity that are developing different activities in public policies and eradication poverty strategies. For example, when I found this case of evidence and lessons in Latin America, the ELA case, it was wonderful discovering how with the basis of South-South and triangular cooperation, all the knowledge sharing and experiences were derived in public policies in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. So it was really wonderful. And when I knew that Mexican think tank Fundar was there, well, I went there and made an interview to the responsibles, and it was a case study for me, a personal case study that fortunately I could publish. And well, also when from Instituto Mora we had the chance to participate in the analysis of the 110 successful stories for the preparatory work for Busan in 2011, I was very happy that Instituto Mara could participate in that. Also, I could find that we were identified by single contact, by our professional interests, and not because of an institutional strategy of as a think tank. So to finish, I just want to say that maybe in the field of South-South and triangular cooperation, there are not specific think tanks working on this, but in Mexico at least, I guess we are working in sectorial fields, and also it has to do with governance and how the relations between think tanks and governments are in each country. It has a lot to do with the context counts a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for a last one or two comments, and then we will bring it back to the panel for their response. Okay? Yeah, maybe last one. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Grace. Again, I am Bobby Olarte. I am Knowledge Management Advisor at the United Nations Population Fund. And with reference to the agenda of identifying possible areas of research, I would like to second the research suggestions by Dr. Andrea de Melo Isusa, because those are the same questions that we were also were struck when, in preparations for this conference, UNEP looked into our South-South cooperation experience, and these are the questions that we also could not answer. And I'm referring to three of the points that you mentioned. The first one is legitimacy of the SAC demand, to use your term. As a UN agency, we would like to facilitate a South-South demand, and we would like to know if the demand of a northern country or of a pivotal country like Brazil or China or India are, to use your term, legitimate in the sense that it may not be driven by profit or perhaps by overwhelming national strategy. We would like to believe, of course, that there are motivators in any player of South-South cooperation, and those motivators are valid. But at the same time, we would like to have some guidance, perhaps based on evidence or perhaps based on global consensus, that those motivators are the motivators that we would accept before we would consider a South-South cooperation request or demand as legitimate. The second issue that Dr. De Melo Isusa raised is the issue of standardization of methodologies of measuring South-South cooperation. in order to allow comparabilities across facilitators like the UN or other players. And this is also a question, an issue that we in the UN are facing, because we would like to gather all our South-South cooperation experience and put it into a common report. And the situation is that we know the what of it, how many initiatives are going on, and what is the value of the initiative, but we do not know the how. I mean, we know how to do it, but we do not know if the how, the effectiveness of doing it is there. And those are the measurement of the process, and the effectiveness of the process is something that we also would like to know about. The last point that I would like to make on Dr. Demelo Isusa's presentation is the evaluating South-South cooperation as a developmental modality as compared to the other developmental modalities that you've mentioned. We in the measurement industry talks about opportunity costs, and we would like to know that South-South cooperation is the best way of doing it. If not, then we would like to accept the fact that perhaps it's just an extension of one possible way by which we mobilize resources in order to help develop the world. Thank you very much, Grace.
Thank you very much. A lot of points have been raised. So rather than answer them one by one, maybe we can give the panel from the other end, starting each one have 2 to 3 minutes to respond to the relevant points. Maybe we start from you, Andre.
Thank you, Grace. So let me, first of all, thank you for excellent questions. Let me address them in the order that they were posed. The first one, I believe, was Ms. Mariana Faria. I completely agree that South-South development cooperation has already in common certain, what do you call values? They also could be termed principles. I should have said that actually in my presentation. That's actually perhaps the most important element that they do have in common. And we could list several of them. They have already become very familiar, I'm sure, to everybody here. Solidarity, horizontality, they're demand-driven, they're non-conditional, at least when with respect to human rights, social environmental standards, and good governance. And they're also focused on mutual benefits. That would be a few of these principles that we could spell out. And so again, I do agree with you, but still, I think that there's still no widely accepted definitional framework for what South-South cooperation is. Even though we do find definitions in broad terms, and some actually given by the UN, and we still have to advance in that respect to again to be able to operationally and in practice distinguish what is South-South cooperation and what is not. Which leads me to the second question by the representative of Instituto Mora from Mexico. Now, should we actually focus on conceptual framework given the high heterogeneity of South-South development cooperation? Wouldn't this be a futile exercise, a frustrating one? It might be to a certain extent, I agree with you. But we need a minimally accepted conceptual framework if we are to know what we're looking for when we try to conduct any systematic data gathering. Without such a framework, we might be doing things in different ways, and which would ultimately undermine any efforts at comparison and of having a common notion of what we're talking about. We might end up, in other words, comparing apples and oranges unless we agree. And again, this framework should be minimalist. It's important to underscore that, because sure, we cannot go into a lot of details when it comes to defining what South-South development cooperation is, especially given the political implications of any such definition. So I agree with you that it's a difficult task. I agree with you that it shouldn't be overly ambitious, but I would again insist that we need to try to go down that path if we are to conduct the kinds of research that I feel we need to conduct, meaning the Southern think tanks. And finally, the UN representative here, thank you for your question as well. Regarding legitimacy, how do we know which demands are legitimate and which are not? Yeah, that's a question that also needs to address. Again, it refers to the conceptual framework. What should count as a development cooperation? If we're talking about South-South development cooperation, we should be talking about activities that ultimately have as their purpose development. And so certain activities, if they cannot be seen as such, if they cannot be classified under the category, they should be excluded. And I know this doesn't help tracing the boundaries, but I think that's one way of discussing what's legitimate and what's not. And I agree with the rest of your commentaries regarding the methodologies for comparison. That's also a very difficult task, but again, one that should be undertaken. Even if, again, we end up just recognizing the differences, I think that in itself is something valuable that should be done. And regarding evaluation, and we need to evaluate because we need to know the opportunity cost of what we're doing. How can we know whether South-South development cooperation is the best way to go in employing resources? Well, my answer to that would be using the term that you use, opportunity cost, is that evaluation itself has opportunity costs. We have scarce resources. And again, if we haven't even mapped out our development cooperation, and some of the bigger and richer emerging countries are only now starting to do that, how can we already expect these countries to evaluate what they're doing? It's I think, not feasible and not reasonable to expect that at this stage. And that's not to say that evaluation is not important, but only that we're still at a much earlier stage of trying to understand what we're doing before we can actually try to measure and assess the impact of what we're doing. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Angie. Let's move on to Professor Sessions.
Thank you. I think my discussion has again highlighted the need to have a framework which is helpful. And there I fully agree, Hatla has left, but some of her own work in the area of health sector has shown what kind of frameworks are important for analyzing South-South cooperation. And I had an opportunity to work for 4 years with a project in which we published extensively in Nature Biotechnology, and also a book where we tried to see how genomics related research within South has expanded. Are southern countries cooperating in new technologies? And if they are, in what way they are addressing the disease burden that they have? Like for instance, cholera. So cholera affects Bangladesh and India. Cholera also affects Peru and Brazil. Brazil almost 10 years back, stopped any research on cholera, thinking that they have completely wiped it out. But because of Peru, it got it into that trouble in 2007. And then they had to reinvent the wheel. And then Bangladesh, India, Peru and Brazil, 4 started working together for a vaccine for cholera. So these kind of challenges, when they come back to you, the field work really starts getting into shape. And that's where the indigeneity element of South-South cooperation comes in. So my response to your point, Maria, is in terms of how you define South-South cooperation. This was a task given to what was called as task team on South-South cooperation, constituted by OECD. And they were supposed to pick up 151 case studies. If you have to define South-South cooperation, it can be done only on the basis of empirical evidence. And empirical evidence would come in from these sectoral studies. We published extensively, not only for government-to-government cooperation, but also private sector. And the second paper that we published in Nature Biotechnology covered private sector cooperation in the area of biotechnology, medical biotechnology. So you have to capture what is happening at the government level, what is happening at the private sector level, and what is being led by civil society. Civil society is also playing immensely important role in terms of carrying forward South-South cooperation. So these actors juxtaposing sectoral and then sub-regional, like cooperation between BIMSTEC countries. So, cooperation between Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, India. That kind of sub-regional cooperation. So these three different levels are there which we would have to analyze. My colleague from Institute Mora has very rightly mentioned that there are issues where we don't have to go very deep into heterogeneity and those elements. But sometimes we may not call it South-South cooperation, still that research is being done. So South Africa doing work with Zambia or Zimbabwe is also South-South cooperation, though SIA, the South African Institute for International Affairs, may not call it as South-South cooperation. So you are absolutely right that when we are doing research in our own country, we do not know that we are think tank. We are doing some research and we are contributing to something. But to fall under a particular jargon, that is what is challenging. So South would have to create their own lexicon to describe what the process is actually on, rather than relying on borrowed terminology, like, for instance, effective aid effectiveness. So effectiveness of South-South cooperation. That's a borrowed terminology. And borrowed terminology would not take you to the right results. As a result, endogeneity, which Andre very rightly mentioned, and also Arthur had used this term of contestation of ideas, I think assumes central and core importance if we have to really understand this dynamics.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Professor Ye?
Yeah. Time is so limited. I just want to make 2 points. One, when Sakin talked very proactive to the South-South cooperation and so on and so forth, I just, in my mind, also I want to sell my book once again. In this book, there's an article, compare India and China's stance towards the post-2015. And according to that article, the argument is that we have lots of commonality, but we have differences. And China do think that in the future, the post-2015 agenda, the global partnership and the North-South cooperation should be the main channel. And the South-South cooperation should be supplemented to it. But to some extent, that means China pro that South-South cooperation should play a very important role in the post-2015 agenda. But according to India's stance paper, seems that you just stress that it's the responsibility of the North to provide the aid and so on and so forth. And it seems that that's the difference. And then when you talk about something about the South-South cooperation, just in my mind is like this. But I think actually at this moment we should understand that the development structure is different. So North-South cooperation is still I think in my presentation, I mentioned this, not to stress this, that the monitoring and assessment of the traditional donors' implementation is still very important. But of course, at the same time, I do think that think tank should also think about the South-South cooperation and so on, and the triangle cooperation. That's one point. And the second one is that when we talk about the monitoring and assessment and evaluating the implementation efforts of for those countries level and international level for the post-2015 agenda, and according to your saying that it's more important to monitoring the modeling, the development model, and whether in the future it still will be a growth model or not, or according to your opinion. I fairly agree with you, but on the other hand, I think during the process of assessment and monitoring the implementation of the post-2015 agenda's different goals, during that process we can find whether we can find a new model or whether those growth oriented model can be sustainable or not.
So I still think that we can target and goals to monitoring and assess and evaluating this. That's the first step, and then during the process we can at last to find some new way to implementing the all those goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ye. And Arthur, the last 2 minutes for you.
Well, given that I'm between you and the close of the day, I won't be very long. I think it's very interesting listening also to all the supplementary ideas on how actually South-South cooperation is taking place. And to me, that speaks to the idea that trying to codify things neatly might actually be a very messy process, because there are different levels and different asymmetries that are happening at different asymmetries that are taking place in terms of the projects that are being run and the sort of initiatives where they are happening. So maybe, and this is what I take out of this session, maybe a key role also for the UNDP, the South-South unit in this process, is really that of creating and protecting a space whereby this sort of experimentation and exchange can be, cross-pollinated and fertilized. So rather than building neat containers where we can say, this is how we measure, this is where we keep things, it's just a space where you protect it from different interferences that allows the southern partners and their northern partners to develop what works for them. And I think when we come later on to trying to understand what exactly are we achieving, depending on what partnerships were developed, they will have had, of course, their own measures of success. And then you will use this to evaluate on their own basis of what they themselves defined as the reasons for getting into the arrangement. They will be the ones that tell you, well, we set out for this, this is what we achieved. And then we can use that in a secondary phase to determine whether or not we were successful. So I think that's the key take home. I mean, the second thing I think and goes to the point that was being made about are we looking at a new development paradigm? I think particularly when we begin to engage on the questions around say inequality and also what sort of for lack of a better word, growth or transformation model we are looking at. Of essence, I think we also need to go beyond what exists. And I think that's also the role of architects, of think tanks, which is to be architects of new order. So we cannot keep on taking what exists and trying to move it to another level. We know that the current growth model has not worked thus far. So, what sort of new stuff are we going to get by extending it into the future? And I think that is really the challenge that think tanks have and the opportunities that we have in sort of working across different regions, different jurisdictions, and trying to understand what new things can be developed. I think that is not something we should be shy of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. And Arthur's point of providing a space that can have free discussion, freedom of ideas, and experiment is exactly what we have in mind, and that's the reason we organized this forum. And I'm so happy that today, through this enthusiastic expression of views, and views that raising questions rather than providing it with a definite answer, and that is the precondition why it's necessary for research. And as some panel also said that, even if we find after the experimental research that we find, oh, yes, that confirms what we actually thought about, that's also the value of this research space. So I'm very happy that we have all your active participation today. We talked not only about what needs to be researched upon, we discussed the post-2015 agenda, but we also talked about the overarching themes of poverty eradication and inequality, and also emphasizing sectors from agriculture, nutrition, to health, to multiple sectors that were reflected or need to be reflected in the future development agenda. And also we talked about concepts, talked about data management, monitoring evaluation, models, development solutions, impacts, efficiency, and this, criticized, borrowed word of effectiveness. because this is a space, all these keywords, we still need to, have them in mind. We can debate with it, we can disagree, we can agree, we can support, and that's the beauty of collective, this community. And we talked not only about what, we also talked about who. And it's very important that we all emphasize multi-stakeholder. We talked about national think tanks, but also regional networks and global networks. We talked about the South and also the North. And the role of private sector is a research subject that we haven't really dealt with in depth, and also youth, civil society. Beyond that, we also talked about how. We talked about evidence-based to inform policy and talking to people to get the real data and capacity to influence policy, generating knowledge driven by multi-stakeholders, foster the culture of dialogue, a national, regional, and global networking in search of a transformative path for development. And we even talked about, do we need to, or can we, or is it feasible to compare, or is it at all meaningful to compare North, South, and South-South? These are all important questions that we have to admit we don't have an answer, and we can't just let them, being rhetorically talked again and again. We need to take some action to really try to search for an answer and search for a no answer scenario that is also meaningful. So UNDP, as to our role, we are very humbled because, you are the thought leaders, and we are just accompanying you and trying to provide the service that you would request and you would think meaningful. So together, if we can champion this free space, then that would be great. So that's why tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the garden is an early, I know all researchers are early birds. So I hope that you will be interested to come to the breakfast cocktail discussion. And we will try to digest what we discussed today and put forward a few ideas. And then if you feel you are interested, you can sign up to it and you can talk to your peers to further concretize that research. And I hope that will be of help to your work agenda next year. It will also inform a UNDP work agenda. So the team that is working on South-South cooperation in UNDP with our, network at regional and country level, we hope we can work together with you in the future. So that concludes today's session. Thank you very much for sharing your views and your knowledge on this subject. I think that I saw the Deputy Director from the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. If she comes, there must be something like a treat or candy. Or
yeah, you got your awards for all your participation.
We want to thank you for all of your input, your ideas, and enthusiasm. And we wanted to award you, or recognize you, with a plaque that each panelist will receive in recognition of your special contribution to South-South and Triangular Cooperation. Presenting this plaque is Inyang Ibang, who is the Deputy Director for the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. And as your name is called, please each panelist come up and she will present the award, the plaque to you. Grace Wang is the first one.
Moderators never get this, but thank you so much. Wow.
Yeah, great. Well done.
Yeah, thank
you. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much.
Vasquez, Karen Vasquez. Dr. Chaturvedi, sorry.
Okay.
Dr. Melo Isusa.
Thank you very much for your participation, and I think you have to turn it around or stuff like that today. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shang. Mr. Wapakala. And Ade Mamanyani. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. If you haven't registered on the registration paper for tomorrow's breakfast, please contact my colleague Yom to get registered. Thank you.